Good morning, everybody. I declare open this 26th and final public hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Job Security. I'd like to acknowledge the Ngunnawal people, the traditional custodians of the land we are meeting on today, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Our hearing today will largely be remote, with almost all witnesses joining us via video conference. Let's hope the technology runs smoothly. Senator Grogan joins me again here in Canberra, with Senator Small and Senator Faruqi joining via telephone and video conference. For the benefit of those listening, this is a public hearing and a Hansard transcript of the proceedings is being made. Today's hearing is also streaming live via the web and can be found at www.aph.gov.au. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer. Having regard to the ground which is claimed, if the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. The committee is due to present its final report no later than the 10th of February 2022. Where a witness takes questions on notice, answers should be provided by midday Monday the 7th of February 2022 to ensure that they are received before tabling. I remind all participants and committee members to ensure that their mobile phones are either turned off or switched to silent, and that you remember to mute yourselves when you are not speaking or giving evidence. I now welcome representatives from the University of Melbourne Workers panel, and thank you for joining us today. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on teleconference and Senator Mehreen Faruqi by video conference. And in the room with me is Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today? Dr. Slee.
Hello, I'm Dr. Melissa Slee. I'm the State Secretary of the Victorian Division of the NTEU. Thank you.
Thank you. You'd like to go next?
Give Victor our comm signature before leaving Janet's way. To be honest.
There you go. So I just gave everyone else a warning about keeping their devices off and silent, and what did I do? You got an episode of Dark Matters. Who's the next person like to introduce themselves?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Nick Robinson. I am a long-time sessional employee at the University of Melbourne, and I'm the Casuals representative on the branch committee.
Thank you. What else we got there?
My name is James Stratford. I'm also a casual employee at the University of Melbourne.
Good, thank you very much. I note that you, Dr. Slee, that you're here as a representative of the NTEU, and the NTEU has provided submission 47 to the inquiry. Do you wish to make any corrections or additions to that submission?
No, thank you.
Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite each of you to make an opening statement of around 3 minutes to allow time for questions. And at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Perhaps I'll go to you first, Dr. Slee.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for your attention to this very important issue. I want to start by explaining the problem in a nutshell. The academic profession goes from level A up to level E. Level E is the top level professors, and most academics are levels A, B, and C at the bottom of that pyramid, which is where most of the teaching occurs. The problem in a nutshell is that an entire level of the academic profession, level A, the foundational level of academe, has been made casual. When the university sector and Melbourne Uni tries to make it sound any more complicated than that, they are obfuscating. Anywhere up to 80% of undergraduate teaching is being done by level A casuals in the sector. I might add that increasingly level A casuals are doing the work of level B, continuing academics. Underclassification of casual labour is a major form of wage theft in the sector. It also means that level B is increasingly being corroded by casualisation. So Melbourne University. Melbourne University is a $2.4 billion enterprise with $9.5 billion in assets. Melbourne University is ranked #1 in Australia in World University Rankings and is amongst Australia's most prestigious institutions. And yet, there are thousands and thousands of staff at Melbourne University. At least 70% of staff at Melbourne University are in insecure contracts, either casual or fixed-term contracts. Out of that 70%, just 112 casuals have been converted to continuing since the amendment to the Fair Work Act last March. Most have received letters saying they are ineligible. Melbourne University so far has been forced to repay $9 million in stolen wages. Tutorials were misclassified as practice classes to pay staff 1/3 of what they were owed. A piece rate system allocated just 3 minutes to mark student assessments. 425 engineering tutors were found to have not been paid at all for the marking they did. Many tutors were encouraged to attend the lectures they were tutoring into, but were not paid to attend the lectures they needed to attend to teach their tutorials. Fixing wage theft doesn't solve the problem. Casualisation is the problem, and wage theft is simply the inevitable, inevitable outcome of that inappropriate mode of employment. In finishing, why can't the university sector simply acknowledge its problem and fix it for themselves? The only people who believe that casualisation on the scale that is happening in the campuses is working or at all a good idea are the senior most decision makers on each campus. Their entire business model is built on the exploitation of casual labour. The rest of the university community are fairly groaning under the strain of it. The second reason it can't be, the university can't fix itself is because each university is in lockstep with each other. It's a sector-wide problem. This is a national problem that requires a national approach to fix it. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much, Dr. Slee. It's just got some on the list of my page. Dr. Stratford, if you'd like to do an opening statement.
Thank you, Senator. I want to thank the committee for the chance to speak today. I began teaching at the University of Melbourne in 2000 as a 25-year-old master's student. By 2011, I'd graduated with a PhD and 2 master's degrees. Over those first years, I taught 9 subjects, published regularly, won grants and awards, and built a wide network of professional and institutional relationships, both in Australia and abroad. In the next 10 years, after PhD, I taught an additional 33 subjects in 2 different schools. Over this time, the cancer of casualisation has set in, and we've also seen the emergence of a generation of academics like me, long-term casuals on whom the universities increasingly rely. This reliance is borne out by the sheer volume of work done. Last year, for example, though casual, I was employed for an average of 39 hours per week, if spread across 48 working weeks of the year. The problem is that as a casual tutor, they're actually only about 40 weeks at most. So the average was closer to 47.5 hours a week. Hardly really casual. This underscores the fact that the university is really reliant on casuals, men and women like me, seasoned professionals, masters of our craft, and yet given the same recognition and rewards as those who are just beginning their careers. This really challenges the myth that casual work is short-term, done by young, highly mobile individuals who don't bear significant responsibilities. It's just a few hours here and there, and that casuals like being casual. This myth may have once reflected reality, but no longer. Rather than a short-term period in which one might prove their merit, long-term sequences of casual contracts have become a structural condition for many workers. Work is typically only assured for one semester at a time, creating chronic instability that affects all aspects of personal and professional life. Often it's only a week or so before semester begins that employment is confirmed. One year I was actually asked to coordinate and lecture, total responsibility for a subject on a week-by-week basis, a week-by-week contract. At the end of the academic year, I faced 3 months without work at a cost of approximately $13,000 after tax at full-time. This is true even under the new periodic contracts. In effect, what this means is that I pay for a European holiday without leaving home. And that home can be very hard to secure as a casual employee. I don't mean buying a home. I mean, this is a remote fantasy as a casual worker, really. Even rental housing is hard to secure, further undermining the basic conditions and dignity required to provide a home for my son and myself. One of the most serious effects is that on mental health and well-being. Chronic insecurity breeds chronic anxiety, and this constant insecurity also fosters a culture of fear. Indeed, I've been afraid here today, especially knowing that senior management would be here. I was afraid that by speaking up, I would simply be seen as a troublemaker. And given the precarious nature of our employment, I, and I would say most of my colleagues, have always been afraid to speak up, afraid to complain about a situation, and the effects on either ourselves or also our students too. This fear, as subtle as it is utterly corrosive to the quality of life, just as it is also to the very heart of the university itself and everything it stands for. And the gross power imbalance underscores one of the most harmful effects of this casualised system, because it creates a two-tiered system where casual staff aren't really even acknowledged as proper staff. Because no matter how much experience one has, no matter how many years of service one is given, ultimately a casual is just a casual. After 21 years as a casual, you'll understand my jubilation when late last year, in September, I was offered a permanent full-time teaching role. This offer came out of the blue. I had no warning of it whatsoever. And at the time, though, I had joked with my senior manager who was making the offer that finally my mother could stop asking when I was going to be converted to permanent after all these years. It was one of the happiest days of my life. My son and I discussed what this meant for us. It meant that we could finally get our own home. In fact, we even began looking, and that we could even plan for holidays. Quite extraordinary. We could live with a degree of security that we'd never really had. It was life-changing. 5 days later, I received a phone call during class from my manager telling me that the offer was no longer even on the table, even though I'd actually already accepted it. It did emphasise how crushing this was and how humiliating it was professionally, but also with my family and friends who all knew. Like many so-called academics, I've accepted these costs for many years because ultimately I love what I do. It's my passion for teaching and the subjects that I teach, the content, that makes me very good at what I do. And the university is utterly reliant on this, on the commitment that academics like me, many like me, bring to this. It's this commitment that they continue to find ways to exploit year after year. I thank you for hearing me today, and I'm very happy to answer questions you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Strafford. Thank you. Mr. Robinson, would you like to make a short statement?
Thank you. I started teaching sessionally in 2017. At first, I loved teaching. I was being paid to share my passion for writing and thinking, and it felt like the greatest privilege in the world. That my students identified in me the possibility of the intellectual world and the esteem of the institution I taught in was incredibly gratifying and motivating. I learned a lot in those first years from my longtime sessional colleagues who took me under their wing. The majority of them were in their 40s, their 50s, their 60s. They held doctorate degrees, they were accomplished poets, essayists, and novelists in their own right, and I knew many of them by reputation through their writing already. As the semester went on, I could see the fear building amongst my colleagues who didn't know whether they would get another contract next semester, whether they would be able to keep food on the table or pay their rent. As a PhD student, I had an office I could use for consults, but my senior colleagues had to improvise space in campus cafes to perform unpaid student consultations. They prepared their classes in the library alongside the students who would take them, or sometimes in their cars. From the quality of the mentorship they offered me, I knew they commanded respect in their classrooms. But outside of class, they moved through campus each day with nowhere to put their bags or to eat their lunches, an unclaimed, uncounted workforce, often teaching weeks at a time without a contract. In reality, casuals make up somewhere between 50 to 70% of the work done, depending on who you ask. Yet I was pretty sure they had all done something wrong to still be teaching sessionally after so many years, to be in such a degrading position. I was certain that it would be different for me, that I was smarter and more savvy. I had received the only PhD scholarship that year. I'd been awarded one of the highest marks anyone had ever received in the program for my minor thesis. I had work forthcoming in the country's best journals. And I believed I was on an unofficial tenure track. That's how people spoke to me. Yet, as a tutor, I was being paid on a piece rate system for marking and teaching prep. Yes, for every hour I was paid, I was doing twice as much work, sometimes 3 times that amount. But my supervisors told me I would become more efficient over time and I would make those hours back, and I believed them. I am here giving evidence at the Senate inquiry because after 6 years of teaching at Melbourne University, I can tell you I never got any faster. For marking, I only got better at it. That is, I learned to give more acute feedback, to meet the students at the register of their own thinking. I'm no faster at preparing for classes I've taught 4 or 5 times already, but my approach to teaching those classes has matured greatly. Now that I'm weeks away from submitting my PhD, with nothing resembling a believable path to secure employment, I see now that I fell prey to the collective dream of exceptionalism which runs rampant through our institutions. It is a dream that has allowed a multi-billion-dollar institution to let an entire generation of academics blame themselves for its failure to provide dignified, permanent work. Following changes to the Fair Work Act last year, the University of Melbourne emailed thousands of casual staff, informing them that they were not eligible for conversion into secure academic employment. Less than 1% of casuals qualified. How is it that people who work 5 days a week for the same university for 20 years do not qualify for the dignity and stability of ongoing employment? Academic casuals are not interns. They are not gig workers. They write courses from scratch that they teach sometimes for years on end. They supervise thesis degrees. They conduct research. Many of us will mentor students from first year to the end of their degrees and into PhD programs. I teach alongside casuals who taught me over 10 years ago, and now I organize with them through my union. We fought tooth and nail as union members to have the incredible extent of our underpayment remediated and our commitment and service acknowledged. The university will claim they have paid their debts, that they're investing in new process of payment and record keeping to correct a series of innocent administrative errors, that they're making moves to decasualize. What our campaign to end wage theft at the University of Melbourne exposed was that the exploitation of casual contracts has invisibilized the true cost of running Australia's leading institutions. But rather than acknowledging these costs as necessary to funding quality education, we have seen further measures implemented to erode our conditions. We have seen our employer scrap the right to the PhD rate, an industry standard which equals almost $10 an hour as a pay cut for casuals who have a PhD. How is it that a university which claims to be the best in the country is no longer honoring the qualifications of its own teachers, qualifications they earned at Melbourne University? Meanwhile, we are seeing the wholesale rollout of 2-year fixed-term teaching-only contracts billed as an improvement in job security. These so-called conversions repurpose the broken piece rate system we fought against as the basis of their workload model. They require a new lecture to be researched and performed in under 3 hours. That is impossible. My converted colleagues, by and large, tell me that they are working harder and they are making less money than they ever have before. The University of Melbourne has become dangerously reliant on the wholesale exploitation of casual labor. It is an addiction it cannot kick. But the future of higher education depends on a workforce that have the security to do the research and teaching and mentoring that will foster growth in a vibrant sector. Yet the institution as it presently exists works against these goals by entrenching a second tier of teaching-only staff whose commitment to their students must come at great personal expense, as we've already heard today from James. A better university is one that not only readies students for professional life, but treats all its staff with respect, security, and dignity. It should be a model of ideal employment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. And I just want to thank both of you, Mr. Robinson and Dr. Strafford, for coming and appearing today. We appreciate that how critical it is for those on literally the coalface that are experiencing the work, and the evidence that you'll give today, I'm sure, will be, as you've already started, is a great insight for all of us and will help with the deliberations by the committee. And significant comments. I'm just deeply concerned about preparing teaching in cars. This is our best and brightest in the country, teaching our future best and brightest in the country, and they're doing it out of the back of cars is deplorable. And of course, the question of fixed-term contracts. And Dr. Strafford, I'm personally very interested in your story as well, of course, about being a human yo-yo, up, down, and discarded or played with, depending on what the university's view is at any particular time, and you're an unfortunate example of that. But look, I'm going to. I know my colleagues will ask a number of questions of both of you, but I'm just going to concentrate my questions briefly in the short time that we have to Dr. Slee, and I know that others will ask you both questions as well. Dr. Slee, in your statement, in your opening statement, and also, of course, from the reports in October last year on the ABC News, with its reports on academics continue to do unpaid work due to piece rates in some faculties, is this, in your view, still an ongoing problem?
I've just been informed this morning, in fact, that yes, it is. There are two schools, the School of Geography and the Graduate School of Education, where they're not calling it a piecemeal system, they're not calling it a piece rate system or anything like that, but there's a performance expectation that casual academics mark 4,000 words in an hour. This is unrealistic. It takes a lot longer than that. And the university's response has been that it's not actually, it's not actually the rate, it's not a piecemeal rate, it's a performance expectation. And so, and so the difficulty, of course, is once you make it a performance expectation, as both Nick and James have sort of alluded to, the attitude is that there's kind of this, it individualises it, that there's this expectation that you're just never quite reaching. And so the pressure on the individual casual academic is to simply report what they've been expected to do the marking in, rather than the time that it actually took. And so, yes, it's still ongoing. Obviously, the university has, been mollified by the recent Fair Work Ombudsman and the NTU's activities, but the expectations continue.
And Dr. Slee, just picking up some of the comments from the previous statements, what pressure is there on people to underreport those hours? But, this question of tenure, but the threat of the opportunity for a permanent job, which is sometimes, as we've heard now this morning, materialises and as quickly disappears for no apparent reason. Do you want to make some comment about that?
I think that both Nick and James said it in a sort of different way, but saying the same thing, which is I think Nick in particular sort of said, I sort of always got the impression that I was on a tenure track, and that I was doing very well. And if I just kept performing, then there was this carrot at the end of the at the end of the stick. And so part of it is a psychological contract. If I work very hard and meet their expectations, I guess I will be eligible, of course, for a continuing appointment somewhere down the line. I think the other thing is, and therefore, on the other hand, a casual can be discontinued generally at the end of the semester. They'll tend not to interrupt their semester midway, but every casual knows that their job is insecure. And so, you perform to the standard you think you're expected to do in the hope that your contract will be continued for the following semester and into the following year. So the psychological, almost, the psychological manipulation is acute. I also, as a trade unionist, what hope does an individual casual academic have to actually go to their head of school and say, actually, it didn't take me 4 hours, it took me 12. What's the likely response? What's the likely response? And where is your appeal? What the head of school might say is, well, everyone else can do it in 4 hours. Maybe we've got a performance issue here. At least that's the psychological, even if it's not said, it's unsaid. And I think that's really, I think Nick spoke eloquently to that as well. It's in the coming together of the casuals at Melbourne Uni sharing their stories that there's kind of like, well, that's what, people are starting to see just moving away from an individualised feeling of inadequacy, actually, and trying to find an individualised way towards a continuing role, to seeing that this is systematic, actually, and that there are blocks to tenure. And that's really, I hope that covers, that's really the dynamic, I guess. Something more I'll just finish on is, see, back in the early days of casualisation, I was there, I was a union member, most people were, they did their PhD, and during that time they picked up casual tutoring, and that was good. It bumped up their scholarship, and then the assumption, and most of them did get jobs at the other end. So you're willing to put up with that little bit of pain during your PhD, which is painful anyway, and you get to, there's a prize at the end. Over time, with the contraction, I believe, of level B academe and the contraction of continuing academe, there's simply not the jobs there. And so there's thousands and thousands and thousands of casuals which simply outnumber the continuing academic cohort, which means, and even when there is a vacancy, a casual like Nick, very talented, competing against an already established continuing academic for a job. They're being cut out from, if you like, the labour market. There's the barrier between level B and a continuing academic career and the average individual academic casual has just become too, the barrier is too high to jump. And there's simply not the jobs there at the other end.
Well, thank you very much for your evidence. I'm now going to have to, unfortunately, there's many more questions I'd like to ask all of you, but I'll now go to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Stratford, Mr. Robbins, so soon to be doctor, and Dr. Slee as well for coming here. And it is devastating to hear these stories over and over of how casualization impacts you and your families every single day. And the bigger picture of it is also how it's impacting so negatively on higher education and research. Given that this is happening in so many universities, casualization is rampant, wage theft is rampant. Would you agree that casualization is actually now a business model for universities?
Is that for me, Maureen?
Yeah, go for it, Dr. Slee.
It absolutely is. And as someone who I could speak to long-term experience at RMIT when I was the branch president, the battle to get a job for casuals and to get the university to acknowledge its issue. I hope the story isn't too long, but we won in one enterprise bargaining round early career development fellowships. We won. There are thousands of casuals at RMIT, thousands and thousands of casuals. We won 12 per year of the enterprise agreement, some total of 24 out of thousands and thousands. So the early career development fellowships was a great scheme. It was a 4-year fixed term contract which had rights to conversion at the end, and it was only casuals were eligible to apply. And so it's a great scheme, gave them a great leg up to a continuing academic career, very popular in the university. The university failed to fill those 24 positions. When questioned, it turns out the university had not even funded the 24 that they had made a commitment to in the enterprise agreement. That's why there was no uptake for it. We then, in the next round, fought for funding for those 12 early career development fellowships each year. We won a very big battle, and we funded 12 positions each year. we got the funding. However, I then was querying, so why isn't there a huge uptake for this amongst the heads of school? They would love it. Turns out we'd won funding for the fixed term contract, but there was no funding for the conversion. So the heads of school, if they wanted to actually put on an early career development fellow, in 4 years' time, would have to find someone else in the faculty to, some vacancy in the faculty to give that person a continuing role. And of course, they couldn't take that gamble. They didn't want to make that bet. That's how, that's how hard and how vindictive or manipulative they are in preserving, what I think, 70% of staff in most campuses in Victoria are on either fixed term contracts or are casuals. I have heard that the universities like that only 30% are on continuing contracts. It's a mindset, and it's very jealously guarded.
And from what all three of you has said, it doesn't seem to me like the university is actually actively doing something to address the issue of casualization or, reducing casualization across university staff, or even wage theft more broadly. Because from what you said, 4,000 words, whether it's per hour or expected performance criteria, or 3 hours to research and prepare a lecture. Like, I was an academic for a long time, and that is an impossible task. Like, no one, no matter how good you are, can do that. So what needs to happen? What needs to happen to change that?
Can I answer that one?
Go for it.
I think also to kind of connect back to your last question as well, I think the problem is that the way that casual contracts have worked is they have, as I said before, sort of invisibilized the large amount of work that goes into running the university system. And so as university management is faced with more and more wage theft claims from across the institution, they try to bracket them within the individual schools, sort of claim it's just a couple of bad apples. And as those claims start to expand, and as word spreads that this is an unacceptable culture and not our individual fault, and people start to realize that, and they start to come forward, it puts the university in an impossible position because they just legitimately do not have the funding to be able to pay academics for the work it takes to run the best institutions in the country. And I think it's hard to say whether that is by design by management or by some horrible accident. Some people talk about it as a phenomenon that has happened outside of any individual's control, but regardless, it is it's like a systemic problem, which means that each day as casuals, we go to university and we have to choose between our paychecks, a future beyond the university where we actually could have a real life, or our commitment to our students and the dream of what the university and the institution should be. And I think it's a question of funding, but it's also it's like a moral question. It's like about the university taking responsibility and actually properly investigating. I know at the moment that the joint working group, which was set up through the Faculty of Arts, our wage theft claims with the university, with representatives of the university to work through those claims. At the moment, they've stepped back from that joint working group as more and more claims start popping up through different faculties. We've tried to expand that working group to be a platform to do this investigation in good faith, but at the moment, they're turning their back on it. And I think for good reason, because there's absolutely nothing they can do, because the problem is so huge, they would just rather not know about it, I think.
Yeah, no, you've raised a very good point. Obviously, we know that there have been massive funding cuts over the last, many years for universities. I think university managements could fight much harder for the government to put more funding into universities. If I could go to you, Dr. Stratford, you said you got that offer of, a permanent ongoing position, and then that offer was withdrawn. What reason, if I may ask, was given?
Thank you, Senator. The reasoning. Well, I got an email from HR. It was rather formulaic, as they mostly are, and stated that I was eligible for conversion. The reason given for not carrying through with it was that apparently there were internal processes that determined that the workflow for workflow planning for next year meant that I would have a significant reduction in hours next year, which was utterly false. In fact, then I was asked to later on to apply for these new periodic contracts, which we get employment for that 9 months of the year for 1 or 2 years. And in fact, I was offered 1.5 full-time equivalent in work as a result of that process. It was never the volume of work was never in question, but that was the rationale.
And it's still insecure work, what you were offered after was like, yeah. Okay, I'm running out of time. So my last question is, we do know that in other sectors, there is a disproportionate impact of casualization on women, on migrant workers, on people of color, on, single parent carers. Is that the same situation at the University of Melbourne? And do you know if we have any statistics on that at all?
I can answer that. I believe I was at an academic conference. Someone had done some research on the gender breakdown of casualisation. Yes, definitely feminised, absolutely. I haven't seen in terms of ethnicity or the other, identified groups you name, but certainly feminised. And we can find some data for you if you like, Maureen. I'm sure the National Office will have some. The research has been done, definitely feminised. I don't have the statistics for you.
Yeah, that'll be great if you could do that.
And I might just add that, of course, the is more serious because women, parental leave and care requirements, the impact of casuals. Universities have exceptional access to parental leave and all of these other things. If you are a continuing employee, casuals are shut out from all of those schemes. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Faruqi. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Stratford, you say that at the end of each year there are 3 months where you're not working. How do you cope with that?
I'm very careful. I'm very careful with money. I have to save. If I'm able to secure some other work during the break, that can sort of offset that. But as I have a very heavy workload and have had for the last few years, so I don't really have time to go sort of job hunting before Christmas, and it's not a great time to get work anyway. I have to save. So, like I said, I usually can't really afford to go on holidays. That money goes towards just paying rent and putting food on the table for the break.
So, being casual, and obviously in the university, researching is seen as quite a critical element of an academic's work. Do you get opportunities to undertake research, or is that something you would need to do completely off your own back?
Off my own back. If I want to do anything really, it's not structured at all into my working week or into any week. My teaching load alone is a full-time load. If I'm to do any additional work, research or engagement, that has to be over the break and then off my own bat. And frankly, especially over the last couple of years with COVID, and also because casuals like myself have done the heavy lifting, I think, caring for the students through COVID. And this is also unspoken, unacknowledged by management, by really anybody. And so at the end of the academic year, frankly, a lot of us are just exhausted. And so the idea of then going from working, because I've been working for many weeks, 7 days a week, to then trying to produce some meaningful research over summer is actually quite a big ask.
Mm. And so does that then, do you feel, compound the situation that you're in terms of?
It does, because it affects your productivity in those other affects the way your performance is kind of measured over time too. Because of course, as I'm sure you would realise, you need time, you need that space to research. Research takes is an process. It's just not just forced into a couple of weeks before Christmas.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, can you give us a bit of a sense of what the impact of having such a significant amount of casuals working, what the impact on the students might be?
Well, the whole thing about casual work, right, is because you don't know whether or not you're going to get a contract next semester. You work your ass off. And so I think for the majority of students, they don't know the difference. They identify in me the esteem of the institution totally and completely. And that is a kind of a privilege that I like to occupy when I'm in that space. They don't know the difference. They presume that I have like a log fire in a big Victorian terrace and I have bookshelves everywhere rather than like conspicuously, a conspicuous lack of furniture in my study. It's like they have a very, very different idea. But the reality, though, is that as they learn more and more about the problematic relationship between the majority of their tutors and the institutions that they work for, the classrooms are becoming more and more politicized. And it's getting harder and harder, I think, for casuals to be able to hold up the sham of that kind of like the facade of the university as a fair and equal workplace. And I can feel that there's a bit of despair that comes into the space now that wasn't there before. And obviously our casuals are getting burnt out as a result of the pandemic and the kind of ongoing issues around precarity that James has spoken to. So it's sort of a ticking time bomb. And I know that student experience, our student experience surveys and student experience across universities in the country at the moment is going down. And I would say that has a lot to do with the way that casuals keep getting, the pressure that is applied to casuals gets harder and harder and harder, and the prospects of jobs and the hopes of future jobs get smaller and smaller. So yeah, I would say it can't go on like this forever.
And so then the quality of the teaching surely is impacted because of, you're doing your tutoring work, you're doing your marking work, but that mentoring and development piece, you're saying that you're basically doing that in your own time. Is that having a quality impact on the students that we're graduating from Australian universities?
Well, I think I've supervised honours students as a casual. And again, it becomes a question where I have to choose between whether I'm going to be ripped off by the university or whether I'm going to come through on my responsibility to my student. And the majority of casuals come through on that responsibility. I don't think it's a question of the quality of teaching. I think it's a question of the integrity of our institutions. Because the problem is that casuals do an amazing job. They do an amazing job because they desperately want to get that job next semester. But it can't go on forever, I think, is the point that I want to emphasize. And the fixed term contracts that the university has jumped to in order to kind of remediate this problem of insecure work, as I mentioned in my statement, are really only more permanent in title, not in reality. And they're actually going to entrench and further exacerbate the problem of wage theft by moving to a workload model that uses the exact same system that we fought against as casuals, that kind of completely underreports the work that we do, and it's going to create a crisis situation in terms of workloads for people like me doing the work that I'm doing, and it just cannot last. Everyone I know who's in them is just at their wit's end, and people are quitting the sector. Some of the greatest minds that I've ever met in my life who have inspired me through my career are just dropping out because they can't handle it. So I don't think it's a question for the students. I think it's a question for the university itself. It's a moral question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Look, I'd like to thank you all for giving your evidence this morning, and I very much appreciate, and again, I'll repeat what I said at the beginning because it's certainly worth repeating, but having both yourself, Mr. Robinson, and Dr. Stratford for giving evidence. It's so critically important that we hear directly from people that feel affected by and are affected by casual employment to give us that context of the issues that we need to confront and consider. And Dr. Slee, again, thank you for your evidence as well and participation today. Your evidence will assist the committee in its deliberations for our report, which will be delivered before the 10th of February next week. And if you've taken any matters on notice, and I know, Dr. Slee, you've taken one matter on notice from Senator Faruqi, if you could reply by midday, the 7th of February 2022. So thanks again and have a very good morning. I now welcome representatives from the University of Melbourne and thank you for your time today. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on teleconference and Senator Mehreen Faruqi by video conference. In the room with me is Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Nicola Phillips. I'm the Provost of the University of Melbourne.
Thank you. You're on mute, I think, Dr. Wells.
Apologies.
That's all right.
My name is Julie Wells. I'm the Vice President, Strategy and Culture at the University of Melbourne.
Good, thank you for joining us. I note that the University of Melbourne made a late submission to the inquiry, submission 230. Thank you for that. Do you have any changes or additions to make to that submission?
Yes, Senator, if possible, I would propose just to introduce myself and my colleague for a moment and provide a little bit of additional context for the hearing.
If you like, if it's a variation to the submission, then you're fine to do that now. But I'll give you a moment for both of you to give a submission and a 3-minute outline statement at the beginning.
Thank you. There's no variation to the submission.
Thank you. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make an opening statement of around 3 minutes to allow time for questions, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Professor Phillips.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for the opportunity to appear and to make a submission to the hearing today. I'd like, as I said, briefly to introduce myself and my colleague, Julie Wells, and to just provide a couple of comments, which I hope will be helpful for our discussion. I took up my position as Provost at the University in September last year, September 2021, and I have, as Provost, overall accountability for matters of academic strategy and all matters of academic policy and management, including staffing issues. When I arrived at the university, there had already been a series of statements giving priority to the area of work around casualisation and insecure employment, and the commitments that had been made were unequivocal. I should say that I also arrived from my previous university, King's College London, having led quite extensive work on these issues there and in the UK sector. The issues were not entirely identical in the UK sector, but certainly comparable. And I would be very happy to share something of that work and learnings, if it would be of interest to the committee as we go through our discussion. My colleague, Dr. Wells, took up her role as Vice President, Strategy and Culture in February 2019. And in that capacity, she's overseen, alongside our HR leadership, the programme of remediation designed to address the underpayment of casual staff that had been identified in our university. And she will be able to respond to questions that you will have about that issue. I think we would both wish to underline from the outset the statement in our submission that the university is deeply sorry that underpayment of casual staff has occurred. And to underline that we are seeking systematically to address that issue, both to remedy the underpayments that have occurred and also to take the steps that are necessary to make sure that it doesn't reoccur in the future. That work remains an immediate priority, but we are also very aware that there is a bigger picture here in relation to job insecurity and casualisation. And both the Vice-Chancellor and I personally have signalled to the university our conviction that this historical model that has prevailed in our university and many others in Australia and elsewhere is neither desirable nor sustainable for our future. And we are working now on developing a programme of work that is designed to address that bigger picture of casualisation and job insecurity. We think that this is the right thing to do. It's in the interests of our individual staff, both current and future, but also in the interests of the culture of our university and academic quality. We're aware, we ourselves haven't heard the evidence that has just been given by some of our colleagues at the university, but we are aware that you have been hearing from them, and we will be wanting to follow up appropriately to make sure that any issues that we may not be aware of are addressed appropriately. So our submission indicates that we're in the early stages of designing that work, and we're considering quite a range of possibilities and avenues that we have open to us to achieve a better and fairer and more sustainable approach to staffing for the future. And naturally, this will need ongoing conversation and formal consultation with both our staff in general and the unions. So I think with that, I would pass back to you, Senator.
Good, thank you very much, Professor Phillips. Senator Faruqi.
Thank
We're
So yet
having some technical difficulties. If you can try that again, Senator Faruqi.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
You're loud and clear, thank you.
Okay, great. We've heard yet again today the terrible consequences of long-term casualisation and insecure work from staff at Melbourne Uni. And we've heard these stories from universities, from staff universities across Australia. And Professor Phillips, you said just then that you are making unequivocal commitments to change that. And in your submission, it says the university wishes to reduce its reliance on academic work in future. When is that future? When is this strategy going to be completed? Because this is having an impact on people's lives every single day and has had for decades now. So could you tell us what the timeline is, and will there be targets to reduce casual work to permanent work in your strategy?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator, for your question. Those are indeed our commitments, and the work is advancing apace. As I said, both the Vice-Chancellor and I have indicated that this is a priority. It's not a problem that will be solved overnight. As you rightly say, it has been years in the making across our sector. And so we recognise that this will be a long-term piece of work, but at the same time, we are absolutely committed to making sure that we achieve progress in the short term. And our task at the moment is to set out that sequence of actions that we need to be taking as a university to deal with the many different issues. You've heard, no doubt, in this hearing already and in previous hearings that this is a complex issue, but we have absolutely no intention of allowing that complexity to stand in our way in making rapid progress. There are a series of measures that we wish to, in consultation with our staff and with the union, to roll out in the short term over the coming academic year, but also to plot out a course of action that will take us over the next several years towards a much better situation.
Will you have targets to reduce casual work?
We certainly will be setting ourselves goals. We certainly will be making sure that we are clear about our expectations as a university, about the profile, the desirable profile of our workforce, and how quickly, in what sequence we are going to move towards achieving those goals. So yes, we intend to be very clear about our expectations and make sure that we monitor appropriately right across the university that we're making the progress that we need to achieve.
We have heard this morning that up to 70% of the staff at your university are casual. and I've seen reports of that as well. In your submission, you say the casual staff headcount in May 2021 was 47%. So can I assume then the rest of the 23% or so are in insecure work or on short-term contracts?
Would you like me to respond, Nicola?
Please, Julie.
Yeah. Senator, I didn't hear the basis for the suggestion that 70% of our staff are on, was it on casual contracts or?
In insecure work.
Yeah.
So there have been reports on that as well, and we heard this morning that that was the case too.
Yeah, I would like to respond completely. I would need to understand the basis for that suggestion. It does not accord with figures that we have.
What figures do you have?
We monitor casualisation on a month-by-month basis because, as you would be aware, it varies from month to month depending on peak teaching periods and vacation times.
What is it for, let's say, the last month of last year?
Well, if I go to December 2021, which I think we've given you annualised data based on December figures annualised across the year, it was a full-time equivalent of about 1,200. So I can take on notice what
If you could take on notice how many staff, actually, the head count, not just casualisation, but also insecure work, which is fixed term contracts.
Yes.
Which isn't reported really in terms of head count in your report.
Yes, we can do that.
Sure. From what I also understand is that piece rates, whether you call them piece rates or not, in some form or the other, are still happening at the university. For instance, 4,000 words per hour is an expectation, or 3 hours to prepare, research, and deliver a lecture is an expectation. Why is that still continuing? Because that was the whole, part of the reason why people were being underpaid and there was wage theft. Why is still that ongoing at the university?
Okay, there are two separate issues there, Senator. The issue around hours to prepare for lectures is an agreed calculation that is represented in the enterprise agreement. We can address that through negotiation with the union. We're about to go into enterprise bargaining again, and we've prioritised casualisation and casual employment as an issue that we want to work very closely with the union on. So that matter, the hours that are paid for preparation of a lecture will be dealt with in that forum. The issue of piece rates, this is one that has emerged, as you would be aware from evidence, and that we do take very seriously. And I think where it has emerged is where some faculties have issued guidance around how long it should take to mark an essay, but then they have said to the student, that is what you should be paid for. So if we're saying an hour to mark an essay, you get paid for an hour. That should not happen. That is not allowed under our enterprise agreement. Where we have become aware that this has occurred, we have, well, I shouldn't just say where we've been aware it's occurred. We have actually issued instructions to all of our academic divisions, making it clear that this is not acceptable practice and it is unfair to the casual staff member. We've also run training sessions where we have worked with the heads of faculty to get to those sessions all of the academics who are involved in employing casual academics. So in those sessions, we go through the guidance notes in great detail. And to date, I think we've had around 2,500 individual staff between July and December last year attend those sessions. We have more scheduled in 2022. So if we become aware of this occurring, we act quickly to remedy.
So have you acted quickly to remedy in the science faculties? I think there's a couple where there is the 4,000 word per hour kind of piece rate happening. I think it was reported in the media late last year as well.
Yes, indeed.
Have you addressed that?
Yeah, well, we have, insofar as the science faculty is included in those seminars that we have been running.
And have they stopped using that piece rate?
Well, Senator, if you have heard from a staff member who says they are still being paid for the recommended hours and not the actual hours, we need to know so that we can repay that staff member what they should have been paid and take it up with the academic
Yeah.
unit that is responsible. So I cannot guarantee with my hand on my heart it is not happening.
But I think it's your job. It's not my job to go investigating. It's your job to actually audit and find out that it is not happening, given people were, underpaid for thousands upon thousands of dollars. Just moving back to the casual, your submission says that in 2021, 130 casual employees accepted offers to transfer to continuing employment.
Yes.
How many staff received emails or letters telling them that they were not being converted?
I would have to take that on notice.
If you could take that on notice, and also at that time, what was the headcount of total casual staff?
I will provide that information to you with that answer to that other question.
Thank you. And what percentage of workers who were underpaid by the university have now been paid back?
That I cannot, well, it's impossible to calculate because we are going back to the 2013 enterprise agreement. So we have worked with the union. As you know, we have a working group that meets fortnightly. We've worked with the union to try and surface all of the staff over that period of time who may have a case and written to them. And we have asked them to come forward if they have an issue. But we don't know how many staff we are missing, which is one reason why we set up a hotline, which we have publicised, because we're aware that it's not just writing to staff, it's word of mouth, it's public invitation to come forward. So that's why I can't give you an accurate percentage, because we still don't know the precise quantum of the problem.
Yeah, Dr. Wells, of the ones that you know of, have all of them been paid?
We are dealing with the repayments as they come in.
That was my question. If you could take that on notice, how many of the ones that you know have been paid and how many have not as yet?
I can see if there's a sensible answer to give you to that question. And the reason I'm not trying to prevaricate, but when people put in a claim, we process it as quickly as possible. Some of those claims will take longer to process than others, but we try to process them really quickly. So I will have to go back and see if I can get you a sensible argument about the percentage of people who've come forward whose matter has been resolved. Where it hasn't yet been resolved, it may be because we are still checking some details or awaiting detail from them. So I will try and get you the most sensible answer.
Okay, thanks. I think the chair has said to me I've run out of time. I have a lot more questions, but I will put them on notice.
Okay.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Senator. Senator Small.
Yep, thanks very much, Chair, and good morning, ladies. I've got a couple of questions, which I guess I just want to understand the university's position a little more clearly. In terms of the way that you manage labour demand across the year, from what I understand where previous universities have been in front of the committee, the move away from a traditional semester model, an introduction of trimesters and intensives and all this sort of thing has in some parts smoothed out the demand for, teaching over the course of a calendar year. Is that your university's view, and is this sort of assisting a move to more permanent employment arrangements?
Is that one for you, Nicola?
Would you like to?
Who was that directed towards?
I think, well, I assume Professor Phillips would probably be best placed to answer that. I'm not sure.
I was just going to ask you if I've understood the question correctly. Are you saying with more of a 12-month cycle of work, it's possible for people to be employed continuously through the year as opposed to seasonally?
Yes, that's my question. It's
Right.
not a proposition. It's a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Senator. You're entirely right to point to changing patterns of academic work and changing academic arrangements across the university. You'll be aware of the size and scale of our university. And it is absolutely the case that there are different teaching patterns, different academic years, as it were, in operation at any one time. And this adds some of the complexity that we were alluding to earlier to the task of making sure that we are developing a framework and a model that can work for the university as a whole. It is certainly the case that some of those movements make it open up opportunities for us to think about converting more appointments that might have been made in the past on a casual basis to more ongoing arrangements, whether those are continuing contracts or alternatively longer fixed-term contracts. And I would make a comment there that there is a world of difference between, for instance, a 3 or 4 year fixed term contract where there are ample career development opportunities and the level of security that comes with that, with the duration of a contract of that nature. And on the other hand, a short fixed term arrangement of 6 months or 9 months, which tends continually to be rolled over. So fixed term contracts in themselves are not necessarily a problem that need to be remedied. We have identified instead that it is the short term duration of some fixed term contracts that is the issue that we want to focus on. So partly in response to your question, yes, this does open up opportunities for us that we are seeking to pursue. At the same time, it should be said that we have perhaps again, across the sector, not taken opportunities that might have been taken in the past to aggregate the need that we have for roles or for particular skills or expertise in order to be able to extend beyond a contract, for instance, for a semester or for a short period of time in order to be able to offer somebody a longer term contract. And again, we're seeking to address that issue, that with longer term planning and an eye on the priority of reducing short-term and insecure employment, we will be able to think differently about the kinds of roles that we create in the university, particularly in relation to teaching.
Yeah, okay, look, that's very helpful, actually. Can I ask, in the same vein, around what your approach would be with non-teaching staff? I understand that a university obviously employs people in a very wide range of roles, and a lot of them actually aren't academic sort of teaching and research roles. So is your approach in those other, perhaps you might call them corporate roles or something like that, is that approach the same?
Julie?
Yes, I think the principles are the same, that we look to extend our planning horizons to ensure that we are employing people on meaningful contracts. And I think our submission refers to changes that were made in the last enterprise agreement, which make it very clear the duration of fixed-term contract employment. The issue has not arisen with such starkness with professional staff as it does for our casual. I don't even like the term casual, I must say, for our those academic colleagues who are employed on casual contracts, and that is because I think the work is less contingent. Where we have casual staff in professional staff roles, it's easier to predict the times of year when they are going to be busy. So, for example, helping with orientation activities or helping with enrolment-based activities or working on projects which are very clearly defined. So, you know, the issue of continuing casual employment does not arise with the same level of seriousness and frequency for professional staff, in my experience. But we do take security of employment for our professional staff very seriously. They need opportunities for career progression within their field and within the institution. And long-term planning will help us with that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. In the interest of time, that's very helpful. Thanks very much, and back to you, Chair.
Tony, will I go?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Just staying on that topic, your submission gives a figure of 18 casual academics that had a conversion in 2021. How many casual academics are typically employed in the university through a semester?
I think we have, again, it will depend on whether we're talking about heads or FTE. And I think in our submission, we've given the example of the peak teaching month of May, where we're saying it's 47% of our academic workforce. So it would be relatively straightforward for me to get you the headcount number and the FTE number that sits behind that calculation, Senator.
That's a pretty low number though, 18. So 47% of your workforce are casual. You've said this morning and also in your submission that you want to reduce your reliance on casuals. What do you think would be an appropriate ratio in terms of like a target?
Yeah. I think this goes to the question of targets that Senator Faruqi raised and my colleague responded to. I think we have to look at the nature of the work and we have to look at where the work is being conducted, and we have to set meaningful targets that relate to that area. We have some areas with lower levels of casual employment. We have some with very high. So the target may vary between different parts of the university. I do think conversion is too low. I'm unequivocal about that. Obviously, changes to the Fair Work Act. I mean, we've read the evidence of others and the comments in the draft, in the second interim report on that. And then we have in our own enterprise agreement casual conversion provisions, which have not worked as effectively as we had hoped. And that's one of the issues we want to discuss further with our staff, with the union. We do think we need to be perhaps less black letter in our approach to these issues and think more about the nature of the work and the opportunities for the employee.
So when you say that the conversion conditions within your award haven't worked, is that because they are too stringent?
Within our enterprise agreement, yeah. I've had a few conversations with our workplace relations team about this. I think we need to do a bit more work to understand as we move into our next round of bargaining and we renew the enterprise agreement, understand more clearly why they have not been taken up more widely, and then apply those learnings in our discussions with staff and the union.
I think the data you've agreed to bring back in terms of the number of people who've asked for conversion will be very useful to compare to what the actual conversion is.
Indeed.
So with your the conversion piece in your enterprise agreement, how has that worked when you compare it to the change in the law, which saw us look at greater casual conversions last year, or not in reality? Which system do you feel has given a better opportunity for casuals to convert?
Well, we had around 130 who did accept offers. About 50 of them came through the changes to the Fair Work Act. We didn't.
Sorry, if I could just, because of those 130, obviously 118 were professional staff and 18 were academic staff.
Yes.
Is it easier for professional staff because of the lack of breaks in the teaching schedule?
That may be the case, certainly in the case of the changes to the Fair Work Act, which don't recognise breaks in sessional teaching. I think the issue with that, they are very different issues. So when we're working with our casual conversion rates in the enterprise agreement, we're working faculty by faculty. When we're working with the changes to the Fair Work Act, it's a blanket provision across the institution. So that's one reason why it's a little bit like apples and oranges. What we know, though, is that we don't think either are very effective mechanisms to rely on if we're serious about reducing reliance on casualisation.
Because it's interesting that you have some academic staff that have maybe been with you for 20 years who are still casual, which in anyone's language is ridiculous. So can you step me through in some detail about how you undertook those assessments of eligibility for the casual conversion last year?
Through the Fair Work Act?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the process we took would have been similar to those of other employers in that we took legal advice to ensure that we were interpreting the legislation absolutely correctly. We then framed advice to casual staff that reflected the legal advice we'd had. That, I think, as you would probably have heard, elicited some criticism that we were being very bureaucratic in our communication with casual staff, and we regret that. And I think there are always learnings around this. You can try and be very legally correct and in the process, you know, perhaps alienate people, and we've got to strike that balance better. So effectively, we wrote to all casual staff who might be eligible for conversion to tell them, and I note that I have to come back with numbers for Senator Faruqi. And then to step you through carefully, we identified through our own systems a number who we were pretty sure would be eligible for conversion. We went back, we checked that with local records. We ended up, I think, writing to about 70 of those people, which is a very small number, but it is actually not inconsistent with the situation at other universities, I noted, of our size, and invited them to indicate their interest. And of those staff, I believe only around 50 took up that offer. Now, I think of those who didn't, it may have been that they had either recently left the university or had moved on to something else, or and so I'm, you know, it's an imperfect process, but that's the process we took, and that's where we landed.
And the situation around communication with staff, was that done in writing or verbally?
In writing.
All of the communication was in writing?
Oh, I couldn't know. I know there were discussions because staff had the opportunity to contact the workplace relations team if they had questions. And I know that there were a number of discussions with individual staff. I couldn't tell you how many, but yes, there was certainly the opportunity for staff to discuss the matter.
So was that process pushed down to the faculties, or was it managed purely from a HR perspective?
It was managed by our HR team, but obviously working closely with faculties to, you know, cross-reference records and ensure we had the right contact details, etc.
So in the process of actually creating permanent positions, how does that work within your university? Because obviously if you're moving them from casual, you need to have a permanent position in which to place them. How does that work?
It will be driven by circumstance. So in a case where somebody has been employed on a fixed term contract for a number of years, conversion will be automatic if the work is continuing. In the case of some of the provisions that we've just been discussing, conversion will be through a process mediated through our enterprise agreement or the Fair Work Act. Nicola, you might want to comment on the process for academic conversion more specifically.
Yes, certainly, Julie. I think you've covered the sort of technical, the logistical aspects of this. There are some people who are clearly eligible for conversion to continuing status, and there are clearly people where, and as we said earlier on, not enough yet. We are not satisfied with the level of conversion, but there are clearly people whose roles are needed on an ongoing basis, and where we wish to convert those roles to continuing employment to reflect that ongoing need. I think again we come back to the point that I made a little earlier on about our longer term ambitions, and I unfortunately am not in a position right at the moment to say exactly how this is going to work, but instead that we have made a commitment to going beyond the requirements of legislation or the requirements of our enterprise agreement, to look at how we can be more expansive in our approach to conversion. And again, that is going to engage us in a range of discussions at an academic level and across all of our faculties about how we plan in relation to our academic workforce, how we take a longer range perspective that would allow us to think less in terms of our short-term immediate needs, and instead longer-term needs that could translate into different kinds of positions for academic staff. It's going to force us to think clearly about how we deliver our curriculum and the needs of our students and so on. But those commitments have been made very clearly, and the mechanics of how we go about that are going to need to be decided in consultation with our staff and the union, as I said earlier on, and worked out across the university. My colleague Julie indicated earlier on that we are an enormously diverse organisation, and the different faculties within the university have very different needs, and the profile of the casual workforce is very different. For instance, we have very large health faculties with very extensive clinical operations, where we have a large number of medical practitioners and clinical staff who are employed on casual contracts to devote some of their time to supporting our students, to engaging with them, teaching on a guest basis, and so on. So that will look very different from a faculty like, for instance, our arts faculty, where casual staff and tutors would be employed much more to deliver seminars to students and engage in mentoring and supporting them and so on. So we'll have to work it out in the different parts of the university in terms of exactly what it would look like. But the general commitment on the part of the institution is there to be more expansive in the way that we think about conversion, and seek to extend those arrangements to a larger number of our staff that are currently employed on casual contracts.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing your casual rates declining. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Good, thank you very much. Professor Phillips, you offered to give us a little bit of a comparison with your previous experience in this area of the issues related to casual and term contract work and bringing it to permanency, and in some circumstances, obviously, tenure. Have you got a mind of what the amount of conversion as a percentage of casuals were in your previous experience in where you were working, and how does that compare with what stands at this moment? I appreciate you've got some intention in regards to future,
Yes.
but where does it compare? How does it compare with casual conversion in your previous work experience and with what's actually happening now?
Yes, thank you very much. I welcome the opportunity to talk a little bit about that. As I said, the profile of the problem is slightly different in the United Kingdom from in Australia, in as much as the focus of the issue is short fixed term employment rather than casual employment. So in UK universities, there There is a contingent of staff who are employed on hourly paid contracts, to use the terminology there. But the locus of the problem and the locus of the criticism of universities in the UK was in relation to fixed term contracts, particularly those of a short term nature, say less than 12 months. So the work that I instigated at my previous university was in some respects very similar to the work that's been instigated here, which was to identify all of those people who had been employed on rolling fixed term contracts for an extended period of time and were eligible by law, or alternatively in relation to our ethical responsibilities for conversion to a continuing contract. And we sought to pick up, the work was ongoing at the time that I left, to pick up all of those people. And it was a similar sort of profile that if you took the letter of legislation, it yielded a rather small number of people who were eligible for conversion. And again, we sought to go beyond that to look at how we could be rather more expansive in our approach. The remainder of the work was about identifying where there are opportunities to provide better employment conditions to people currently on short-term contracts. So to indicate, for instance, that there was a minimum expectation in relation to the length of the contract, which was 2 years, to build in provisions which indicated that there should be no fixed-term contract of a longer duration than 3 years, and if the need were to extend beyond 3 years, then that should simply be made from the outset as a continuing appointment, and also to indicate that where there were positions that were funded by external research income, that we were appointing people on a contract which reflected the duration of the funding that was available, rather than indicating, for example, that there was a 4-year research grant and we were only employing people for 6 months in the first instance, and then rolling it over for another 6 months and then another 6 months. So a range of provisions that were designed not only to facilitate conversion to continuing contracts, but also to offer people extended fixed-term contracts where that was appropriate, for example, for researchers working on funded projects, and to make sure that we weren't just defaulting to short-term contracts as a substitute for longer-term planning or for good management of people who were employed in those ways. So the profile, Senator, to come to your question, I don't have an exact figure for you in relation to conversion to continuing contracts. As I said, when I left, that work was ongoing at my institution. But the point is a similar one, that taking the letter of the legislation yielded only a rather small number of people who were eligible for conversion, and we sought to go beyond that.
Thank you, Professor. We just heard from 2 of your casual academics. One has been teaching at the university since 2000. That's, of course, 22 years at the university. Since 2011, they've had a PhD and 2 masters. They had taught 42 subjects in different areas. He said he'd worked an average of 47.5 hours per week last year. So is this a person you would be considering, and I'm talking of this circumstance, not just the individual, where somebody would be converted to permanent work?
Yes, obviously it wouldn't be right to comment on that particular case, because we don't know of the circumstances and we don't know of the detail. But as I said at the beginning, we would be wanting to look into precisely that sort of case. That is exactly the set of, an example of the circumstances that we are systematically trying to seek out and encourage people to come forward to talk to us about, so that we can consider the best course of action. It is clear, and again, this is by now well documented, and you've been hearing from people who found themselves in these situations, that a number of our staff, and we've identified many of them already, have found themselves in situations of ongoing rolling contracts over a very extended period of time. And wherever that has occurred, we need to identify it so that we can look at it and as appropriate, remedy it.
So we had evidence that it had been remedied and then that was withdrawn from that individual. I'm just wondering what the process, that they'd been offered a permanent job after a lengthy period at the university and then it had been withdrawn without explanation. I'm just a little bit concerned that what the processes are here. It's admirable what the intention is, but I'm concerned about what's happening in practice.
Yes, I'm afraid I have no knowledge of that individual case, and so couldn't comment on the circumstances of a withdrawal of an offer of a different contract. We would need to take that away and identify the individual and what might have happened there in order to be able to look at it. I couldn't comment further on those circumstances.
Both the academics who appeared this morning spoke about the massive toll that insecure work takes on their mental well-being, the toll it takes on their financial security.
Yeah.
Do you find this a bit of a wake-up call for people that are being affected and hurt in this way?
Yes, indeed, and this is part of the reasons why both the Vice-Chancellor and I personally, on behalf of the institution, and it's shared by our colleagues, are so concerned about this issue. It is entirely recognised that it carries, in many cases, very significantly negative consequences for the individuals concerned, both in terms of personal well-being, but also in terms of their broader domestic circumstances and their professional development. Those factors are very well recognised. I indicated earlier on that we consider the course of action that we're embarking on now to be the right thing to do, which reflects our sense that we have responsibilities that under a previous model have not necessarily, and again a model that stretches across the sector and internationally as well, have not been met well within higher education.
Just a final question from me. Again, there's many I'd like to be asking, but we're now running out of time. But what's the timeline for this process for conversion of workers that you're proposing?
Well, this work is ongoing. As I mentioned, there's an immediate programme of remediation work that my colleague Julie has outlined. That has been ongoing for some time and is still ongoing. As I said, we are systematically and proactively trying to seek out those cases which require remediation. In terms of the longer term work, we are currently starting to pull together the possibilities and the avenues that we wish to explore in consultation with our staff and our unions about how we will go about this. I can't say more than that at the moment in terms of an exact sequence or timeline, simply because we haven't had the opportunity to initiate those conversations yet. What I can say is that this is considered to be a priority, and that there are steps that we wish to take as a matter of urgency to start that process rolling. It will take some time. These things don't happen overnight, but we need urgently to make a start on it, and we are currently discussing the most appropriate ways to go about that.
Thank you, Professor, and thank you, Doctor. I appreciate the time that you've spent joining us today, and I'm very mindful the urgent pressure that's on your workforce, and hope that there is a very speedy resolution to what is a horrific circumstances that many of these workers are finding themselves in. Thank you for your time this morning, and if you've taken any matters on notice, if you would, it would be of assistance if you were able to provide those by midday the 7th of February. Your evidence will be used and considered by the committee in our deliberations, and our report will be delivered next week. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
We now adjourn until 11:45. Good, thanks everybody. I now welcome representatives from the Attorney General's Department. For your benefit, I'm the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on teleconference. And in the room with me is Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Thank you, Senator. Alexandra Matthews, First Assistant Secretary, Employment Conditions Division in the Attorney General's Department.
Thank you.
Jodie Anderson, First Assistant Secretary of the Safety and Industry Policy Division in the Attorney General's Department.
Thank you.
Lei Swan, Assistant Secretary of Safety Net Branch in the Attorney General's Department.
Good, thanks very much. I note that the Attorney General's Department provided submission 75 and supplementary submission 75.1. Do you wish to make any corrections or amendments to those submissions?
No, Senator.
Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make an opening statement if you would like. Please keep your remarks to 2 to 3 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Does the department have an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. No, as we've made a submission and provided further information, we're happy to go straight to questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Small.
Thanks very much, Chair, and good morning, folks, or I think coming up for good afternoon over there. But I've got a couple of very specific questions which I was hoping you could help with. If I can start, please, with what is the average pay per hour for a casual employed by a labour hire firm?
Just one moment, please, Senator. We'll just get that information.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. And I've got a few questions like this that are really specific, so if we get the right people there, that's fine.
I'll just ask Ms Wettinger to take that question. Thanks, Senator.
No problem.
Just while you're getting that information, if you wouldn't mind, just when you first speak on the Senator Smalls, obviously on teleconference, if you could give your name as well, just so he's aware of who's answering the question.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Jennifer Wettinger, I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Economics and International Labour Branch. Just to clarify, Senator, I understand that you asked for casuals in the mining sector, is that correct? Paid by a labour hire firm, just to clarify?
So I'll get to that in a little while, but just for now, the average pay per hour for a casual employed by a labour hire firm, so in aggregate.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for clarifying that. I might just ask my colleague just to clarify. I'm sorry, we did misunderstand your question. Just one moment.
Senator, it's Alex Matthews here. While we're finding the answer to that question, is there another question that we can answer, or are they all dependent on the answer to that question?
Yeah, well, they sort of flow flow from there. So I'll. I know it's a little bit awkward, but I'm happy to wait for that answer, and then we can proceed from there.
Certainly, we won't be a moment.
So, Senator, just to clarify, unfortunately, we don't have with us the split by casual and permanent, but I can certainly give you the median weekly earnings of employees paid by a labour hire firm according to the latest data, if that is of assistance. Otherwise, unfortunately, we might need to take that one on notice.
Okay, so just to clarify, you've got the median weekly earnings for all labour hire employees, and that would naturally include casuals and permanents, yes?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay. Yep, so if you can give me that now, and then on notice, give me the average pay per hour for just the casuals employed by labour hire.
Certainly. So to answer your question on all employees paid by a labour hire firm, the median weekly earnings is $1,197.30, according to recent data by the Australian Bureau of Statistics.
Okay. Do you have the average pay per hour for casuals employed by firms other than labour hire firms?
I certainly have the median weekly earnings for employees, all employees, which I understand would include labour hire.
Okay, go for it.
So the median weekly earnings for all employees is $1,150.
Okie doke. Again, on notice, please, if I can have the average pay per hour for casuals employed by firms other than labour hire firms, that would just be a great follow-up.
Certainly.
And if I can also ask, what is the proportion of staff that are employed as casuals by labour hire firms?
So the proportion of staff that are employed as casuals by labour hire firms is 85.9%.
Okay, all right, perfect. Does that has that figure changed substantially over time, or is that relatively consistent?
Senator, I might just need to take advice. Just one moment, please.
Okay.
We can certainly provide that on notice. Unfortunately, I only have the latest available data, Senator.
Okay, yep, that's fine. And then I wanted to sort of narrow in on the mining industry, as someone alluded to earlier. Oh, sorry, what was that? Oh, okay, anyway. So according to the most up-to-date data the department has, what is the median weekly income for a direct employee in the mining industry?
Senator, that's $2,301, according to latest data.
And then the median weekly income in the mining industry for an individual employed by a labour hire firm or employment agency, please.
Yes, that's $2,618.40.
Right, so the difference between those figures shows that people employed in the mining industry by a labour hire firm are being paid 13% higher on average than directly hired employees.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, interesting. All right. Look, that's great. That's the information I need. If you can come back to me on notice on those earlier questions, that'd be great. But with that, I pass back to you, Chair.
Good. Thanks very much, Senator Small. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions about casual conversion. And if we can start with the casual conversion laws, do you have any data on the proportion of casuals who've been offered conversions under that law since they came into effect in September?
Thank you, Senator. We don't currently have any data on that, both historically and currently. Data is we don't ask employers or employees for data in relation to any national employment standards. There is a review of the recent changes to the casual conversion provisions, and that's due to commence as soon as practicable after the end of March. In addition to that, we have given the Australian Bureau of Statistics, the government has invested money for the Australian Bureau of Statistics to improve various industrial relations data capture, and some of that does include casual conversion. But at the moment, the data is limited.
Okay. So if a casual doesn't receive an offer through the process that was conducted from September, or if they request a conversion and it's rejected, they can they can seek mediation.
Yes, there's a range of dispute resolution mechanisms available through the Fair Work Commission.
But if they want a binding decision, it has to be with arbitration. It has to be with the agreement of the employer. Is that correct?
I might ask Ms Wang to address that, please.
Leigh Swan, Assistant Secretary in the Safety Net Branch, and Senator, that is correct. And the arbitration before the Fair Work Commission needs both parties' consent. But I think it's important context, and there are a range of enterprise agreements, including enterprise agreement for the universities, has provided standing consent for arbitration. So how the dispute resolution works for casual conversion is if the industry instrument have a dispute resolution process, and that process will apply. So if the enterprise agreement have a providing standing consent on arbitration, and the employees are covered by those enterprise and can get arbitration from decisions from the Fair Work Commission, including the casual conversion disputes.
Okay, but if that agreement is not provided, then what other avenues might there be?
If there is no standing consent, and so the consent has to be given on case-by-case basis. If the resolution dispute cannot be resolved through the Fair Work Commission's process, the bill provides another avenue to resolve the dispute more at a low cost and more speedily. That is through the small claim jurisdictions and before the Federal Circuit Court.
Okay. Do you have any data on how many applications have been made to the Fair Work Commission?
I do. It might not be the latest, and so the latest figure I have is, I think it's early January this year. So there are 21 applications made under S66M under the Act in relation to the casual conversion dispute as made to the Fair Work Commission. And according to the latest information I have obtained, there is no application has been made to the small claims jurisdictions yet.
Okay. And will you be continuing to collect that data?
Yes, we have regularly contact with those institutions, and they provide those most up-to-date data to us.
Okay.
And they also have a system in place to collect those data.
And do you have a sense of what that sort of breakdown, arbitration, mediation piece looks like?
I don't, and so probably that's the best to direct to the Fair Work Commission and in terms of the outcome of those applications.
Okay, but will you be collecting that data into the future?
I think that we will, if under request, upon request, and the Fair Work Commission will provide where it's appropriate. But I think, and as Alex and Mr. Matthew mentioned, there is a requirement for us to for the government to take a review into the legislations as soon as practical after March, and that will be part of that consideration as well.
So I guess what I'm looking for is, will there be a standing set of data that people will be able to see that will show us how many people are applying, what avenue they're taking, and how many people might be applying and getting knocked back by their employer? Do you have any sense of that data?
We're certainly working with the institutions, including Fair Work Commission and Fair Work Ombudsman, to establish better data collection mechanisms and to get those informations, and including how people resolve disputes.
And including casuals who've applied but they don't have the agreement to go to arbitration from the employer? Will you be gathering that number as well?
As Mr. Matthews mentioned, there is no mechanisms to require employers or employees to report how the NAS entitlements are utilised. So that applies to all NAS entitlements. So there will be no data requirement for anyone to report if they do not make an applications. And that's why we work with the ABS through the government's investment and to improve the data in general, so that the information will be collected through that avenue.
Okay, so really just focus on the review at this point in time is what you're...
Yeah, review has to commence and as soon as practicable after 12 months of the legislation.
And how long do you think that review will take to complete?
Under the legislation, it's required and the review report and the report to the government is 6 months after review is commenced.
Okay, so 6 months pretty much after
Yes.
March or whenever it gears up.
Yes, so the review cannot start before the 12 months, but needs to start as soon as practicable.
Okay. So throughout the course of this inquiry, you're probably aware, we've been looking at the data from employers and their casual conversion, particularly some large employers. So, for example, Spotless has told us they offered just 4.6% of their casuals a conversion. Commonwealth Bank offered 38 casuals, and it's, again, one of our largest employees. That's probably 9% of their casual workforce, not their entire workforce, their casual workforce, 9%. The ANZ was about 8%, offering 39 conversions. The University of Newcastle offered conversions to just 5 out of 2,300 casual staff. And TAFE told all of their 7,700 casual staff that they wouldn't be offered any conversion. So we've got some really large employers, both in the private and the public sector, pretty much treating this as a bit of a joke, I would say, not taking it very seriously at all. And we're going to wait that sort of 12 months, 18 months to see a report. Do you think employers are taking this seriously at all?
Those data are reported by the employers. Unfortunately, the department doesn't have access to this information, so unfortunately we cannot verify that. So what I can say is the employers has to comply with the legislations, which you require them to offer. And the offer has to be made to those eligible employees and who have a regular, systematic and patterns of work of 6 months after 12 months of employment, and that there was only reasonable grounds that they can refuse. So there is in my own words, there is no leeway for the employers and to not to comply in those legislation requirement. And for most of those companies, and either they have the EAs may have in the casual conversions clause in the past, but also the casual conversion has been a feature in Modern Awards since 2018. As we indicated just then, and there was very limited data. However, anecdotal evidence shows the take-up of those that a casual conversion is quite limited. So the legislation certainly enhanced those in modern model clause by reducing the period for regular systematic work and also imposing an obligation on the employers to offer. And as also outlined before, there was a dispute resolutions for the employers and the small claims jurisdictions and processing for the employees and who are dissatisfied with the response they get from the employers. And the review, maybe I should be more clearer, it's 12 months after the commencement of the legislation, which commenced the last year. So we're very close approaching to the 12 months.
Just on that review, who will be undertaking it?
It's a matter for the government, but it's still under the consideration. As I said, the review cannot commence before 12 months, so which is in March. So the work is underway to ensure the review we will meet the legislation requirement and to commence the review as soon as practicable.
Because I would say from the evidence that we've heard and even some unwilling admissions, a range of employers have approached this from a legal perspective to minimise any conversion to the best that they possibly can. And I understand that the department is processing the requirements. Do you feel that an independent review might actually be of some value?
As I said, that's a matter for the government. But how the government and how the department and advise the government, we provide a range of options and about how the review can be undertaken. And probably the only thing we cannot change is how long the review need to be, which is 6 months. Is in legislation. But as usual, we will provide a range of options for the government.
Because again, from what we've heard. We've got these large employers, some of the largest employers in the country, offering like single-digit conversions, somewhere between 0 and 9%. That it would imply that the laws are not actually achieving what we had all hoped they would and what their intent was, which was to change those casual rates. Are there any targets or expectations?
There is currently there is no target, and also I think it is maybe it's an important part of the context is the cattle conversion still a choice for the employees. So the legislation will not force employees to take the conversion, and because the casual employment may suit their needs better than other form of employment. So there is that's just another thing I want to mention. So currently there is no target. Whether there should be a target or not, and we probably the review may be able to take into account. But that's currently there is no target.
Because you wouldn't expect all casuals to convert. I understand what you're saying, and it's a commonly cited issue. Well, casuals don't want to be permanent. That's not our take at all, not my take. Yes, there are some, of course, for whom casual arrangements work very well, but there is a significant proportion of people in casual work who would much rather have the job security if only they could get it. In fact, we heard from someone this morning who'd been in the same organisation for 22 years on casual, and in the last year was doing an average of 47.5 hours a week, and has not received a permanent placement. So, and we're hearing so many of these stories that you can understand we're very concerned that these laws are failing in actually getting that conversion.
Yeah, certainly, Senator. The review will as I said, we'll provide advice to the government in terms of how to undertake that review to ensure the review appropriately assess the effectiveness of the legislation. That's what the legislation is required us to do, or the government to do, and also collecting the evidence is how casual the awareness of the casual conversions among casual employees, and the reasons and they don't get in the conversion, and the reasons and maybe they don't want a conversion. So as I said, 6 months, and we will. Also, the ABS is collecting new information through the $2.8 million investment, and that will also. Through their ongoing survey, once that's been built into their surveys, and I hope those information and evidence will be improved.
So with that ABS data that they're going to develop, what timing is on that? So is it going into an existing collection?
So my understanding, probably, detailed questions probably I would ask ABS and a director of ABS, but $2.8 million is over 4 years, and currently is at an early stage. But my understanding is that there was two components. One is around the casuals informations. So they are looking at building that information, new information, into two vehicles. One is the labour force character of employment, and the other is an biannual collection of employment and employees hours survey, and those will be new data, and it will be ongoing. So once it's built in, it will be ongoing, and you can see the trend as well. And in terms of the gig economies and data, so if you're also interested in, and that can also be built into their existing collection vehicles, which is the labour force.
So we'll be waiting quite a while to get that data.
I think it will be
Fine.
staged and as a ABS and a rigorous and process, and they go through a range of preparations to make sure those questions are cognitive tested and statistically credible. So that does take time, but we're working with ABS and to see what kind of the stage, and that there is, so that we will not see like wait 4 years and the survey will start, so we'll be pilots, but detailed questions probably need to ask an ABS.
But given the collections that you've referenced, we could be waiting a good 2 years plus to see that data.
I'm not thinking it will be 2 years because the labour force collects every quarter. And only the EEH is every 2 years. So the labour force is a quarterly collections.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
So the other point is the balance between the new laws that have come in September and the existing conversion laws that may well have been in other forms of agreement. For example, the AMWU told us late last year when they appeared that the manufacturing award already had a right to convert after 6 months, but as a result of these new laws, that had been replaced with a 12-month wait. Is that correct?
So after the legislations came into effect, the legislation required the Fair Work Commissions to undertake a casual terms review of the in awards terms to ensure the awards terms are consistent with the national employment standards. So that doesn't mean, so as we all know, that the current system is still in place. The awards can have a more beneficial terms than the national employment standards, but just cannot be inconsistent or under the national employment standards. So it's an independent process and before undertaken by the Fair Work Commission. And so the Fair Work Commission's decisions after considered all the submissions from the parties is, in their view, the national employment standards, which is imposed an obligation on employers, is more beneficial than the existing or previous casual conversion clause in the manufacturing award. And it listed a number of reasons in their decision. If it helps, I can read out a couple. One is it says it requires employer to give notice and to the right to request conversion within. Sorry, is that? Sorry, just bear with me a second. Here is the right one. So the Commission concluded that there was no evidence before the Commission of the extent to which casual employees covered by the manufacturing award have historically exercised award entitlement to request conversion after only 6 months of employment or before 12 months employment has been reached. So, or indeed the extent to which the entitlement is exercised at all. So, with other considerations in their view is the NAS entitlements, one has not reduced entitlements of any employees. Instead, it is more beneficial than the previous ones.
I feel that we've brought in this new categorisation or new understanding of casual so that just about anyone can be termed casual, and then we've reduced their ability to convert in so many ways, because that may be the declaration, but the reality is that some people were using that conversion, and we're not seeing a great take-up of the new law conversion. As I said previously, we're talking less than 10%. It doesn't appear to be netting a good result. It appears to be netting a worse result by nature of the change in the definition.
Senator, I think Ms Wang has provided evidence that the Fair Work Commission is of the view that the new statutory provisions provide a more robust mechanism for casual conversion. Obviously, there are a range of issues in terms of why the take-up may or may not be less than anticipated, but that's exactly the sorts of issues that we're trying to explore in the review, and of course the evidence that's been provided to this committee, we will of course make sure that that's available for the reviewer.
And we'll be keen to see who's going to undertake that review as well. Thank you. Tony, do you want me to keep going or do you want to take next session?
You can keep, I've got
I'm happy to keep going if you want.
yeah, that's fine. I'll keep going for a bit then until 11:30 and then I'll do half an hour.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could I just mention that we have some of the answers to the information that was taken on notice from Senator Small's earlier questions, in case that's of use. I might ask my colleague Ms Wellinger to answer what we have.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator. Just to clarify, the question, as I understood it, was around the average hourly earnings of casual employees paid by a labour hire firm, and I can confirm that that is $40.20. Defer to Senator Small whether he would also like me to add the figures for that paid by non-labour hire firms.
Yes, please. So the average for all casuals employed by a firm other than labour hire firms.
Certainly. So that is $35.50, Senator.
Okay. So the the percentage difference there is what? Sorry.
So the just to clarify, the average hourly earnings for casual employees paid by a labour hire firm was $14.20, which is 13.2% higher than the average hourly earnings for casual employees not paid by a labour hire firm.
Okay, sensational. That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Ms Matthews, yesterday we heard from Australian Border Force, and they're coming back later today as a follow-up. They recently told us in a response to a question on notice, worker exploitation in the labour hire market is a systemic issue. Does the Attorney-General's Department agree with the ABF on that point?
Thank you, Senator. I might ask Mr Manning to take those questions.
Senator Greg Manning, First Assistant Secretary of the Employee Entitlement Safeguards and Policy Division. I'm fairly short, but this chair's up fairly high. So,
yeah, the button's just at the front on the right.
I've sat in estimates before trying to work out how to do it. I'm just going to endure. Oh, no, there you go.
Right,
Thank you.
Got it.
So it's certainly, from an Attorney General's Department perspective, we've been engaged in the government's work to achieve a national approach to labour hire regulation. And from that, I think you can see that the government accepts, I think, for example, the finding of the Migrant Workers Task Force Commission that there is evidence of exploitation in certain pockets of the labour hire industry that justifies a national approach to regulation. So I don't think we have evidence of systemic problems in labour hire across all aspects in every sector and every firm in labour hire, but certainly there is evidence of enough problems in pockets of the labour hire industry to justify that work that the government's asked us to undertake.
Okay. They went on to say that the exploitation in the labour market is systemic, particularly within cash-driven industries. So to your point of how broad, cash-driven industries where the levels of regulation of labour hire can vary quite significantly, particularly across states and territories. So if the regulation piece is then driving that exploitation and it's a state and territory scenario, we've had almost 3 years since the commitment to actually bring in a registration scheme for labour hire. Are we going to get one anytime soon, do you feel?
Yeah, so it was 2019, I think it was March or April 2019 when the government responded to the Migrant Worker Task Force report and agreed in principle to a national system in relation to the 4 sectors identified by the Migrant Worker Task Force. Since then, though, there has been a change at the state and territory level, I suppose, in the sense that a few of the schemes, there's 4 schemes, one of them being South Australia, changed the nature of its scheme, and the ACT and Victorian schemes, which were in planning then, became more operational alongside the Queensland scheme. And you might be aware that I think it was the National Agricultural Workforce Strategy earlier this year recommended that mirror legislation be adopted. And as a result of that and those developments, the Attorney wrote in June of 21 to states and territories suggesting that ministers come together to speak about it. And ministers did that in September 2021. When I say did that, they discussed opportunities to harmonise state and territory labour hire schemes and tasked senior officials to do a report on opportunities for harmonisation.
And how's that progressed?
So a draft report has been done. It's under consideration by the government, by the Attorney-General, and head of all jurisdictions deciding whether or not those opportunities are enough to justify ongoing work towards a nationally harmonised approach.
And what do you think the sticking points are that they're not all racing to say, yay, let's do this?
Oh, well, I suppose there's a range of them which you'd expect in every state and territory negotiation. Of course, not every jurisdiction have schemes. So, and of the 4 that do, there are quite a few similarities in some of the underlying concepts, but one of the major differences is that the South Australian scheme is what's called sector specific. It applies only to certain sectors. I think they have an approach whereby if there's already licensing in an industry, then there's no need for further regulation, whereas the Victorian, Queensland and ACT schemes are what's called universal in the sense that they apply in all industry sectors in which labour hire operates. So that sector-specific approach is a
problem.
Well, it's a major disagreement.
My words,
you
not
saw
yours.
it in the Migrant Worker Task Force where, whilst they were very strong in their belief that in certain sectors there should be a national labour hire scheme, they were also very strongly pointed out that the government needed to be careful not to regulate those areas where there weren't the same problems. And it's that debate about what's the best way to drive out those labour hire operators who are exploiting people and seem to have a business model based on that, which you touched on earlier. It does seem to be more prevalent in those industries where labour is a very high cost of the industry and there's supply chains, and you might have workers such as migrant workers who are more vulnerable, perhaps less knowledgeable about their rights. It does seem to be a particular problem in those sorts of industries, but it is not necessarily in every industry.
Yes, but I would say it's difficult to say that it is only those industries, which I think is the challenge with the South Australian system, that it changed midway just before it got legislated, as you would probably know, and had that exemption piece.
And I think that's one of the issues that governments would have to grapple with in deciding whether or not to pursue national approach to harmonisation, is just that, because of course every labour hire company is subject to every relevant law, whether they be tax laws or industrial laws or anti-discrimination laws or work health and safety laws. The issue then becomes is whether or not the problems are such that in a particular industry to justify further regulation in the form of setting up barriers to entry and the ability to cancel the eligibility of a firm to operate.
So the draft options is in front of the AG at this point in time, is that right?
That's right, Senator.
Any sense of the timeline that we might be looking at?
No, Senator. I think it's likely that ministers would want to discuss the likelihood of coming together again to discuss whether or not there is that appetite for further work, but I'm unable to give a date by which that will be circulated.
But you can have a red hot guess that given that South Australia's about to go into caretaker, that we've got a federal election looming, that this might be something we're still waiting on next Christmas.
Well, I'm a public servant, Senator. I don't guess about political things like that, but I'll take this comment from you rather than a question to me, Senator.
Yeah. Let's just call that a statement. I think it's seriously distressing that it isn't a greater priority, given that we are seeing so much evidence, and given that we've had a couple of departments agree that this is a systemic issue and that it really needs to be fixed. So I guess just like to place on the record that it really should be a priority to get sorted as soon as it's humanly possible.
And that, I suppose the last thing I'd say on that, though, that's in a way I think that's what's driving the efforts for harmonisation, in the sense that because states and territories do have different views, and there are 4 schemes in existence, the government's approach is to try and see if, given the similarities underlying many aspects of those schemes, not all, as we discussed earlier, whether there is that appetite to achieve harmonisation as the quickest way of having a national approach that everyone can support.
Okay, so yesterday we heard from a number of Pacific Island workers who were being exploited on Australian farms. One of them told us that he wanted to join his union to get some help. And obviously within this country you are free to go and join your union, supposedly. But his liaison officer within DFAT warned him not to. In your role in the whole industrial relations system, do you feel that that's concerning?
It's a question for others, but I would say, in my experience as a public servant, I'd be surprised if that was so. So the first thing I would want to do would be to verify the claim. I'm not saying that the person has misrepresented it, but I'd be interested to see what DFAT said. But generally DFAT would, I would imagine, like all good program administrators, be giving advice that's consistent with Australian rights under Australian law.
You would hope so.
Yeah, I mean, I have no knowledge of those particular circumstances, Senator, but if people are entitled to join unions, I'd be surprised if officials in administration of a program, as someone who has administered employment programs themselves, were saying you shouldn't be doing something that you're lawfully entitled to do.
But I think that's probably one of the problems that we're seeing, particularly with those migrant farm workers, temporary farm workers, that they are being treated quite differently, and they are being treated in a manner that they feel curtailed and threatened and uncomfortable.
Certainly I know that the Fair Work Ombudsman provides on-arrival briefings and does have advice on people's rights and obligations under Australian industrial relations law in a variety of Pacific languages, for example, if we're talking about the Pacific Mobility Program. So my understanding is there are on-arrival briefings where people would have outlined for them what their rights are in relation to that. So you would hope that would give people who receive that briefing a sense of comfort that, for example, they are able to join a union if they wish to.
And again, I suppose this comes down to how you police and regulate things. What we are seeing is that there might be one thing written down, but the behaviour and the activities are such that people are placed in circumstances where they feel threatened. They believe that their hours will be cut. They believe their rates will be adjusted. And the changes in contracts after people arrive in the country can often drop down their conditions and erode the circumstances in which they find themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the aims, obviously, of those on-arrival briefings and providing information in language is to give people the confidence to report problems if they arise. I know I don't have the data with me. I know that the percentage of disputes involving migrant workers is higher, disproportionately with the FLO, but clearly, I mean, the FLO has ongoing efforts to boost their visibility both in the general community and in relation to the migrant worker community, and so they are sort of very keen to increase the rates of engagement with those people. And if there are examples where people aren't reporting it, then it shows there's that need for ongoing work. And as I said earlier, that the FLO has received additional funding to enable it to do that.
Well, let's hope it improves. Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Good, thanks very much. I just want to go back to some matters that were being dealt with by Ms. Whittinger. Good, thank you very much. I just want to question about the statistics that are used. Could you also, where you've calculated those statistics you gave to Senator Small, are you able to give us, not, you can take this on notice, mindful that we've got a very short time frame, but if you could send over how those where those calculations are drawn from, because that'll be critically important. And the reason I'll explain is because there has been, and correct me if I'm wrong, of course, if you've got a different view to this, is that there are statistics where people are self-reporting, whether they're a labour hire, and there's been substantial evidence from various academics, from ABS itself, to say that those statistics are unreliable. So I just want to know where you've based your calculations, but if you can send that on notice, it'd be fine. And how the calculations were drawn from, that would be helpful. On one of those examples about the difference of pay between casuals, direct hiring casuals in labour hire companies could be including, do you break it down into professionals, different employment categories, different areas of the ABS stats about different classifications or classes of people?
I believe we can, Senator, but I'd need to take that on notice in terms of the specifics. Do you want to just know whether we can, or you would like to actually see? I would like the
information. Thank you.
The actual
I'd like
information.
The information.
Yes, yes, we can. We'll take that on notice. Thank you.
And it might be useful to do it in the same context of breaking it down. What Senator Small's asked for, that would be of assistance if you can do that. So it's all joining the tasks into one piece. If that's
Senator, if
useful.
I may just add in one small caveat there. So definitely, I think we will provide as much as information we can. Just noting the data could be quite small. So if we go down a very finer breakdown, and that might be reliable or available, but we will provide as much as we can.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. Just on this point of data and what it tells you and what it doesn't tell you, and depending on where it's drawn from. I mean, clearly there's a difference in data. You're aware there's a difference in data from self-reporting and from employer. I'm going to use the wrong language here, so I better make sure I'm giving you the right language. But basically, reporting from employers, there's a substantial difference in labour hire numbers. You're aware of that?
I'm aware there's different methods of calculation, and certainly we mostly rely on the Australian Bureau of Statistics data.
Yeah, I'll just explain a bit further. The Australian Bureau of Statistics also uses data which they draw data from self-reporting employers that identify themselves as labour hire and those that identify themselves as having casual employees. And there's also ABS statistics which are drawn on from individual workers reporting themselves as labour hire. There's been consistent evidence throughout this inquiry that that information from self-reporting individuals has been inadequate.
Take that as a statement, Senator, yes.
In the sense that it conflicts directly what employer evidence has been on what the data reality is, and also the number of information from their employer associations about the growth, for example, of labour hire. Substantial billions of dollars of extra growth from their own labour hire industry and from the oversighting bodies of industry, but we're still finding that we're sticking largely, we might say because it's convenient to be consistent, but it's inconvenient if the consistency was with data that's inaccurate, which is self-reporting.
No, thank you, Senator. Like I said, I'm happy to take that as a statement, and the underlying methodology that the ABS uses is obviously a matter for them, but we can certainly undertake to provide that additional information that you requested earlier.
And if you could also, just on that, with the two different data sets, one uses workers self-reporting and the other data sets using employers, could you calculate out based on employer data in the case of the labour hire industry?
Hi, Kevin Quick here, Director of the Economic and Workplace Agreements Analysis Team in the Attorney General's Department. Just further to Ms Weddinger's point, the data that she's quoted is based on the ABS characteristics of employment publication. That's the publication that the departments consistently use to report on labour hire employees as a working arrangement. I understand there are other ways to look by way of industry through the ABS labour account publication. To our knowledge, that level of information would cover some employees in the labour hire industry, but the level of detail that we're able to obtain would also include a series of other industries, such as travel agents. So the method that we typically use is from the characteristics of employment as a working arrangement, and that's the figures that Ms. Wedding has quoted.
So that's just so for our laymen and lay people rather. That means that it's you use the self-reporting system, where people are self-reporting as a worker in a labour hire company.
Well, I believe respondents have an interview with a trained surveyor, and they are asked whether they are a labour hire, so they do respond in that fashion.
You're aware, Mr Quirk, that there's been a lot of evidence throughout this inquiry saying that evidence where people are interviewed that way, including from the ABS, is not accurately reflecting the number of people that are actually labour hire.
Senator, I think we would have to defer to the ABS on this. I know that they've provided information on notice to the committee.
No, sorry, Ms Matthews, I appreciate that you're deferring to the ABS. What I'm saying is that I'm asking the department, you have an option on how you define labour hire, and what I'm putting to you is what I want an answer on, not from the ABS but from the department. Why are you using ABS statistics that have two ways of explaining labour hire? One has labour hire substantially growing, which is the employer reporting, and the one that has it holding steady is the actual individuals that report, which is the system you use. As I understand, you just said to me. Now, the ABS has said that is not an accurate way of actually describing labour hire. So what I'm putting to the department is, why are you doing that when the ABS themselves are saying it is not the most accurate way of describing labour hire in the industry?
So, Senator, I would just say again that the ABS has said to this committee that the best source of information on labour hire is the characteristics of employment supplement, and that's what we're using.
Well, it's going to be yes, no, because that's actually not the evidence that we're receiving during this inquiry. So I'm just going to ask you to take it on notice, if you can give it a further consideration, what I've put to you. Just on that question then, on statistics and damn statistics. Earlier in the inquiry, the CFMEU provided data from the Coal Mining Industry Long Service Leave Corporation, which showed casuals are paid on average 40% less than full-time employees in the coal mining industry. The Coal Long Service Leave Corp is a portfolio agency, as you're aware, of this department, so they should be aware of that data. I've just sent the actual graph produced by the Coal Long Service Leave to the Secretariat, which are printing it out for both of you and the witnesses. And the graph on page 3 of the document that they're printed, it shows that wage gap between full-time and casuals. Can you see that? Thank you. You can see the difference between full-time and casual as per the Coal Long Service Leave statistics.
We've got a copy of the report, Senator. Yes, I think I see where you're referring on page 3.
Yep, thank you. You can see that I don't think it has a clear percentage. Let's have a look. Can you see well, I might suggest that I can put to you that the difference between those two figures is 40%.
Yes, obviously that's the evidence that's been provided, Senator. The only thing I would say is that above that graph there is the note that the analysis doesn't account for many factors that would affect earnings, such as experience, classification, even hours potentially.
Yes, I'm aware of the documents makes those observations,
Yes.
but it also is comparing the long service. There's a certain category of workers that are required under the mining industry long service leave arrangements that don't include various management roles. They don't include various other places that may or may not be affected by labour hire. But this is the closest analysis that we've got to an industry-specific example, which does run contrary to the overarching view that there is a higher wage being paid to labour hire than it is being paid to employees.
I need to note, Senator, just the evidence that was provided earlier from the ABS, but except that this evidence has been provided to the committee. As a general rule, we would use the ABS data because it's of more general application and is a long-running series.
I appreciate it, and thank you for the frankness. I'm aware what I'm putting to you is that the data is not accurately describing what's happening in the industry. From if you compare this long service leave and you compare what employers are saying as from the labour hire industry on how many people are actually employed and casual arrangements that they hold.
Senator, sorry to interrupt you. Of course, this is the data from provided, I can see, is generated by the Coal Long Service Leave Corporation,
Yep.
which is independent from the department. Just by looking at that graph, I would assume those data is generated from their administrative systems, which we don't have access to, so we can't verify. But I do want to say, because the administration of the funds is underpinned by...
Ms. Wang, can you just verify that this information, at least that are you able to ask the Long Service Leave Corporation, is this am I giving you a factual document or is it something made up?
No, I'm pretty sure that it's a factual document. What I was going to say is it is a draw from their administrative systems, and their administrative system would be underpinned by the legislations, which have defined eligible wages for permanent employees, full-time employees and the casuals for the purpose of calculating long service leave. So there will be, it's not a straight comparison, because the average and eligible wages and for the purpose of long service leave for the coal mining industries could be different. But as I said, we don't have access to that administrative system. But if that assists, and we can seek further information from the corporation.
Thank you for that. We just want to go to again to the issue of labour hire. It was touched on by my colleague. Just want to explore this a little bit further. Yesterday we heard from the Australian Border Force, and of course returning later today, as a response to a question that, and I quote, "The worker exploitation in the labour hire market is systemic issue." So what they said on questions on notice, and that yesterday we heard from the Australian Border Force, which are returning later today, that worker exploitation in the labour hire market is a systemic issue. And later on they go to say that the worker exploitation in the labour hire market is a systemic issue, particularly with cash-driven industries and where levels of regulation of labour hire intermediaries can vary between states and territories. So do you think the ABF has got it right when it comes to the issues that are confronted with labour hire, and particularly in the ag industry?
Senator, I mean, I'd go back to my earlier answer, I suppose, in the sense that the Migrant Worker Task Force looked at a number of areas and concluded that there was a strong case for national regulation. It's perhaps not surprising. I would imagine that the Border Force experience is similar in the sense that it's dealing with people entering Australia for the purpose of work, so migrant workers. And so so there could be that similarity there. And as I said earlier, the Migrant Worker Task Force also found that in industries where labour is a high proportion of the cost and there is supply chains, you will find that by the time you get to the bottom of that supply chain and there's not much profit to be made, that there is heightened levels of exploitation. But as I said earlier, I'm not sure whether Border Force were commenting on industries which don't have the same prevalence of migrant workers in them, but certainly, the government's action has been driven since that migrant worker task force in that way. So I don't think there's any disagreement that there's problems requiring action, but I would say this department, based on the evidence we've seen, I'd stop short of saying it's systemic in every industry or by every labour hire operator.
How many of the migrant recommendations from the migrant industry task force have been implemented?
Of the 22,
fully implemented.
Well, I think the government would say, remember it's 12 have been fully implemented or resolved. There has, and work is ongoing in relation to the others. And
when was that report first handed down, Mr. Manning?
I think the government's response to it was, I'm not sure if it's March or April 2019. So.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair.
It's a long time.
Yeah, and there's some complex issues there, Senator, and I mean, there is a couple of the recommendations we implemented by way of legislation for which Home Affairs is responsible. It's before the Parliament at the moment. In relation to this department, there was another 5 or 6 recommendations would have been implemented by legislation that didn't have the support of Parliament in relation to increasing penalties, etc. So there has been or is work ongoing in relation to those that haven't been finally resolved.
And I just move to another question of labour hire, but labour hire proposals that have been put forward by the government have been labour hire proposals which would mean that regulation would be less than what, for example, applies in Queensland.
No, that's not a proposition I think is entirely accurate.
The Parliament came to that conclusion.
No, but what the government did following the release of the Migrant Worker Task Force report up until it was paused at the outbreak of the COVID pandemic, the government was consulting on a national approach that was consistent with that recommended by the Migrant Worker Task Force. As I indicated earlier, they were keen to ensure that there wasn't regulation, over-regulation areas that didn't require it, but rather there was a focus on those that really did require it. So the government was consulting on that national approach for some time. That was paused at the outbreak of the COVID, and then I won't repeat myself, but as I said earlier, mid last year, so we're in 2022 now, in June 21, the Attorney invited every jurisdiction to have discussions on opportunities for harmonisation. So there's never been, for example, a model put in a bill to Parliament that would be of a lesser standard, and there has been consultation about it. But certainly Queensland, who you indicated, and Victoria, for example, have been very strong in discussions that there shouldn't be any lessening of it, and indeed any lessening of protections under their system. And indeed the ministerial discussions that I've referenced a couple of times now proceeded on the basis of seeking harmonisation having regard to best practice elements of existing schemes. So I don't think it's accurate to say that the government has ever put forward a model that has a lessening of protection.
Right. I'm just going to go back to ABS statistics. The ABS labour account says that the number of jobs in labour hire has increased from 548,312 in 2012 to 797,710 in 2019. That's an increase of 36% in 7 years. It's far above the underestimate in the characteristics of employment data, isn't it?
Senator, I don't have those figures in front of me, but we're happy to take a look at that. If my understanding is that data from the labour accounts publication at an industry level, to my knowledge, I don't think you're able to get down to as fine a detail as you want to classify solely labour hire workers. My understanding it could also include a range of other workers who are also in administrative services.
So the characteristic of employment data with the AG's department usually says only 112,600 people are paid by a labour hire firm. But that's substantially different from the labour accounts from the ABS, isn't it?
Those figures are, yes, different.
They're lower, aren't they? The figures you use are lower, aren't they?
The figures compared to the figures that you quoted are low, but as I said, we don't have those figures in front of us, and we're happy to take a look at it.
It's nearly 7 times lower. Are you aware of that?
It would appear so.
Thank you. I just want to go to just some other matters regarding, it's been reported in the media that your department, Ms Matthews, it's been reported in the media that your department wrote to the Fair Work Commission last week seeking information about Qantas' application to terminate its cap and crew EBA. Can you provide a copy of that letter?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Yes. Are you able to tell me what's what was contained more broadly in the letter whilst we're taking it on notice, the actual letter itself?
So my understanding, it was an email. It's a pretty consistent approach that we take at the department. We have a industry monitoring area in the department that looks at industrial action, other matters going before commissions. It's a pretty regular approach to seek an understanding of timing in these matters. So it was pretty business as usual from our perspective, but I can certainly take it on notice to get a copy of that.
Is it possible, mindful that we're reporting to Parliament next week, is it possible to get a copy of that this afternoon?
I think that would be possible.
Thank you very much. So it's usual, you're saying it's usual for the Attorney-General's Department to write to the Fair Work Commission to seek information about applications?
So, Senator, obviously we generally take an interest, as I said, in industrial matters. COVID's obviously created a few challenges around not being able to attend hearings and the like. We've had certainly I've been working in this area for probably a couple of decades now, and it's certainly been long-standing practice for the department to either sit in on hearings out of interest to have a better understanding of what disputes are about. So in normal circumstances, say we might have an officer that attends a hearing. In this case, with video and the like, it's out of courtesy. We obviously ask the Commission for advice as to whether we can get the information about the hearings, because we haven't got that access to the hearings. So in this context, you know, it was a written correspondence to the Commission about it. And as usual practices, that email became aware to the parties. The Commission would normally then ask the parties whether they were comfortable with providing that information to the department.
How often would, in the year, would you follow a process involved considering seeking information about applications?
Probably don't have a figure as such.
No, I appreciate it'd be. I'm just asking for a rough estimate, which you may wish to come back on, but that's.
Yeah. We certainly monitor most matters going through the Commission. Again, we like to understand how the Fair Work Act's being implemented on the ground, how it's being utilised by parties. So we certainly take a close look at what matters are going through the Commission.
In the last year, is there intention to intervene at all in this matter?
Sorry, Senator.
Has there been an indication that there's a consideration of intervening into this matter?
No, Senator, it's a matter for the parties.
In the last year, the Attorney-General has intervened in the Rosado matter and threatened to intervene in the wharf dispute between the MUA and the Patrick's terminals. So you're saying to me that the Attorney-General and what you've said, it's a matter for the parties involved. So why would you intervene in Rosado and Patrick's, but not in Qantas? Thank you, Sheehan.
Thanks. Anne Sheehan, First Assistant Secretary, Industrial Relations Legal Division. I think in terms of which matters the Attorney considers intervening in, we'd really look at things on a case-by-case basis. It would depend on what the issues were that were in dispute, whether they really come down just to factual matters that the parties are really best placed to be providing information on, or whether there's a broader framework issue that the Attorney-General considers that the government could provide information on. So, for example, in the Rosado matter, the attorney intervened on a particular point to put position before the court on how the set-off provisions should operate.
Thank you. In both the Rosado matter and the Patrick's suggestion from the Patrick's intervention by the Attorney General, you're aware that the statements and the effect of those interventions were, and the potential intervention at Patrick's would be perceived by working Australians as against their interests. And yet the government took the side of, took a view that they'd go against both those casual workers in getting their common law rights exercised, and also Patrick's workers getting a fair outcome in their wage arrangements. Are you aware that that's the perception of workers in those industries and their representatives?
I'm not sure that I'd accept the premise of that, but I take that more as a statement.
The effect of the government intervening against workers in one intervention, which is Rosado, and a announced intended intervention in the Patrick's matter. You're not saying to me that that's. You're saying to me that that is a intervention that the government's indicating is in the interests of workers or in the interests of the business owners?
The intervention in Rosado was to ensure that the court had information before it on how the set-off provisions should operate, so the proper interpretation of the Fair Work Act. There obviously hasn't been an intervention in the Patrick industrial matter, but generally if there were interventions in relation to those kinds of disputes, they would be to put forward information before the Commission on information that the government had to hand that would assist the Commission in resolving those matters.
Well, I'll put it to you as a statement then. Rosado and Patrick's threatened intervention are at the direct detriment of those workers in those industries and those companies. The Minister has made an intention to, and has demonstrated an intention to intervene in the Patrick's matter to the detriment of those workers. What I want to ask you then is stopping Qantas from unilaterally slashing the pay of cabin crew, and reports saying up to 60%, who have been heroes during the pandemic, have volunteered to go on our planes and to rescue Australians from around the world, have gone on those planes to keep our borders open to the personal health danger of themselves and the unknown, particularly right from the word go from Wuhan, where they were flying to. They're putting themselves in harm's way to protect this country. Do you think that's a matter is that a matter that's being weighed up by the government, whether they'll intervene on behalf of those workers?
Well, I mean, I think you indicated that was probably more of a statement than a question, and Ms Anderson's indicated that that matter is really a matter for the parties to put forward information to the Commission.
So unlike the Rosado case and the Patrick case, there's no intention to intervene on behalf of thousands of Qantas aviation workers at this point? Well,
I'll just start off by saying the intervention in the Rosado was more of a framework issue about how the set-off provisions should operate. So, so that would be something that we'd weigh up about, are we actually putting forward information on how the framework operates, how a legislative interpretation matter, as opposed to information that, factual information that the parties should be addressing themselves.
And just to add to that, in terms of any industrial dispute type hearings also, there has been limited times when the government has intervened in such matters and would only ever contemplate intervening in the event that they had additional evidence to provide. And it's just repeating what Ms Sheen had suggested to the government hasn't intervened in the Patrick dispute.
Has it been raised and has the department given advice that there's been 330 applications to terminate enterprise bargaining agreements, which were lodged with the Fair Work Commission in the 2020-21 year. And now Qantas are doing so to cut the pay of the cabin crew by some arguments up to 60% or as low as 50%, which is not particularly low in my mind. Is there been consideration by the department on these matters, about the consequences for these matters? I mean, I'm looking at the Patricks, for example. Attorney General's made a decision to intervene based on suggestions that there will be legislative change. Has there been suggestions for legislative change to protect workers rather than just legislative change to demonise and hurt workers?
Senator, I'd only note that there's been no consideration of legislative change other than what was put before the Parliament with the SAGER bill.
Has there been any consideration about what legislation would be needed to protect those tens of thousands of workers, 330 applications to terminate EBAs, the ones that were facing substantial wage decreases, including those ones at Qantas that were facing up to 60% wage decreases and are right at this moment? Has there been any consideration to legislative change for those, to protect those workers?
Senator, I'm not going to go into the termination happens for various reasons. Sometimes employees may also seek to terminate an agreement. So I can't, in terms of commenting broadly, all I can say is that there was obviously some provisions put forward in the SAGER bill. There's been no other consideration.
The interesting thing, of course, to draw this observation, the intervention in the Rosado was about stripping away back-paid entitlements from thousands of mine workers. And now we won't intervene to protect the wages of cabin crew. It's clearly a pattern from this government, and I appreciate that that's not a question that you can directly answer, but it's one that I'm particularly disturbed about what's happening with these workers being treated so abysmally. And the government's selective intervention in matters.
I don't think I can add much more to what I said before about what the purpose of the Rosado intervention was, but as I mentioned, it was to ensure that those set-off provisions, to put forward information before the court as to proper operation of those set-off provisions.
I just want to thank you for that. We're now just in time, just over time. But thank you for your evidence today. And if you've taken questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by midday, the 7th of February 2022. I apologise, but extensions will not be possible as the committee is due to table its report on the following days. So please provide what you can within the time frame. Would be of greatly assistance to the committee. Thank you very much. We might just go straight in, if that's okay with the next witnesses. I now welcome representatives from the CFMMEU Manufacturing Division, and thank you for your time today. For your benefit, I'm the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on teleconference. In the room with me is Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today? Mr O'Connor, I think your mic's off, you're on mute. We still can't hear you.
Jump in while Michael works it out. Travis Wasey, National Policy Research Officer.
Good, thanks
for the CFMU Manufacturing Division.
Good, thanks very much, Mr. Wasey. Mr. O'Connor, you.
Yep, thank you, Senator. Michael O'Connor, National Secretary, CFMU Manufacturing Division.
Good, thanks very much. I note the CFMEU's Manufacturing Division has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make an opening statement of no longer than 3 to 4 minutes to allow time for questions, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you, Senator. So, our organisation, our division of the union covers the forest and forest products industry. We cover all parts of it except for silviculture, which is covered by the workers, and that part is covered by the Australian Workers Union. In the processing area, we're the dominant manufacturing union in that space, but we do share and have dual coverage with other organisations such as the AMW and the AWU. We do have at times issues about finding employment and finding workers for parts of our industry, but they're generally caused by a whole range of other issues that we think that this country should be attempting to address. So, for instance, where there has been some shortages, it's issues like housing and schooling, the fact there isn't enough places in schools that stops workers from going to those local communities, or the fact that they can't find housing in those local communities. These are the sorts of issues that cause some problems and problems that should be addressed. The other issue, of course, when it comes to making sure that we have appropriate skilled workers is the nature of our vocational skills system, which has let down this country terribly in our economy and our community. So again, we have a situation where particularly workers in regional areas and remote areas do not receive the training support required, nor do those employers who want to run their businesses receive the vocational training support they require to ensure that they can meet the demands of a modern economy and always a changing industry that has to meet new demands. Of course, the other issue that we have is that our industry has challenges such as resource security, which are caused by either fires or political intervention. And this also means that sometimes workers wish to remove themselves from this industry. We're not an attractive industry when we should be. So these, again, are the issues that we need to address. And the last point I'd like to make is both in my capacity as a divisional officer of this union and as a previous national officer of the union where I dealt with many industries, temporary visa workers, in our experience, are the most prone to terrible, terrible exploitation. And it's something that we should be ashamed of as a nation, and it's something we should be trying to encourage. We should be doing something about. And any industry that does partake in these programs really does open up itself to lose its social licence. And the timber industry in particular requires the support of the community to continue to prosper. It's very, very important, probably like most industries. The last point we'd like to make is that I have had no employer approach our organisation seeking any support for this program since it's been announced. We were surprised that forestry was included because we heard no demands from employers about it. And since then, we haven't had any employers approach us looking us to support this program. We don't think it's designed well, it's shoddy, and we certainly don't support it.
Thank you, Mr O'Connor. Now go to Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Thanks for coming along today, providing your input. We've been focused quite significantly on the treatment of temporary migrant workers in the horticulture sector. Can you just step out for us what the utilisation of those workers within the forestry industry is?
Well, we assumed that initially this might have been designed for silvicultural work, and as I explained earlier, that we don't cover silvicultural work, but certainly when the visa was announced, it's certainly a lot broader than that, and it does cover primary processing, and that's the area where we do cover. But can I say that silviculture work in this country, which I'm sure the AWU has more experience in because they do cover it, but it's the initial step before we come involved, so we do know a little bit about it. And sometimes the companies involved in silviculture work are involved in areas that we are involved in, but it is an area which has been prone to low wages, wage theft, exploitation, piecework, and often doesn't seem to be properly regulated. So it is. If someone said, if we looked at the forestry sector and said, which area would you have the most concern about potential exploitation, I would say certainly that silvicultural work, which I suppose the government sees as primary industry, would probably be an area of concern. And I imagine, but as I said, the visa certainly covers more than that, and that's certainly an area where we're definitely concerned. And all our experience, even programs that are certainly much better regulated than this proposal, is that we have witnessed some shocking exploitation. Everything from the level of wages to, like shocking accommodation arrangements and charges and alike. So those sorts of things. I'll say the one thing that the only thing that would is positive in my experience, that amongst all that exploitation has been the support of Australian workers to the plight of those exploited workers. The fact that when I go across and when other officials have found these examples of shocking exploitation, it's normally been the Australian worker who's been outraged and has a sense of solidarity with them. And all they want to do is protect them and make sure we look after them. And I remember one situation in Tasmania where our members were absolutely outraged about treatment of a number of Indonesian workers, and the sense of solidarity and empathy they had for those workers and their partners who were also involved in the scheme was something that's something you can be proud of. The system that allows that exploitation, that's something we should be ashamed of.
I agree. So the group of the place within the forestry industry where we have the semi-skilled and skilled manufacturing jobs, those jobs are still predominantly performed by Australian workers. Is that correct?
Yes, that would be our view in the areas we cover, yes.
In terms of the previous question, Senator, sorry to interrupt. I think that from what I've heard and learned and my understanding, in that silvicultural planting afforestation area, there is because of the surge capacity of that compared to a mill or something, which is essentially, got input through the year on an annual basis, there would be use for temporary labour. It seems to me, by the sound of things, like the reliance has been previously on the working holiday visa for that sort of work. I'm not so sure about the Pacific labour schemes, but I understand that it may have been used on occasion for that, particularly around planting season and replanting. And obviously there was some challenges in terms of that the working holiday visa due to border closures and that sort of thing. I also understand that the 88-day requirement to increase the working holiday visa from 1 year to 2 years or 2 years to 3 years. I understand that silvicultural planting isn't one of the eligible occupations for that 88 days. So that the introduction of that basically essentially put that sector of the industry at a disadvantage when it came to looking for that sort of backpacker labour. But in saying that, I'm not exactly sure of the figures about how widespread that is in terms of what percentage of the workforce in that area is compared to the local percentage, whether it's a top up or whether it's a predominant.
And so in your membership, do you have migrant workers in your membership?
Yes, absolutely.
And are they particularly focused in? Are they focused in any particular area of your coverage?
Well, outside, we certainly, as an organisation, we have people on visas work in different sectors, but not sectors necessarily covered by this visa proposal. because we cover, along with other unions like laundries, etc., where there are a number of visa workers involved in those sorts of sectors.
I'm really just talking about the forestry piece.
In the forestry sector, we wouldn't have many. We'd have some, but we wouldn't have many.
Yeah, those occupations aren't typically on the skilled shortage occupation list. There has been, situations where there has been migrant and temporary migrant workers which have arisen in the industry, but it's generally come through some other visa arrangement, sort of like company transfer or something, or maybe one or two from a designated area migration agreement or something along those lines. But predominantly, I think in terms of your original question, there is, in terms of temporary, certainly permanent migrants. There's a lot of people in the industry, from the foresters to people in the more advanced processing like pulp and paper. Generally it's still a local workforce.
And a significant amount of that work is regional, isn't it? It's out in regional Australia, as opposed to...
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so provides, would you say, a critical work opportunity in those regions?
Yeah, it's a for some regions it's a huge employer. So, for instance, in the southeast of South Australia, around the Mount Gambier region, it's a very, very important industry. Around in New South Wales, the Tumut, Tumbarumba region, again, significant industry. Northern New South Wales, Tasmania, also the southwest of Western Australia. So it is very regionally focused. Of course, in Victoria, places like Gippsland as well is a very heavily forest industry area. So very, for some local economies, it's absolutely critical for those local communities to be able to have a reasonable living standard. And a great employer. And when done properly, provides a range of different types of employment, which is also important. And in some regions, what's important to know is that the workforce is starting to become a lot more diversified, which is important, particularly around gender. And again, if the industry works with the union and government and, for instance, does more of that, and we can increase our participation in industry, that certainly will address a number of the labour and skill issues, I can tell you.
So
some employers do a great job in that space, I have to say.
Can I also add to that? I think that there's an opportunity if the industry were to increase its cultural competence for greater engagement of Indigenous workforce. I think that I saw some surprising stats recently, which I think, and I'll follow this up, indicated that there was a smaller percentage of Indigenous people in the forestry sector than the overall employment in the economy. Which, when you look at it in terms of the opportunity and the historical linkages and all that we can learn from Indigenous Australians about how to manage your forest and how to manage our industry just doesn't add up. So I think that there is some opportunities there as well, in addition to what Michael was talking about in terms of diversity.
So I'm not hearing that there's a huge major skilled labour force shortage here in the forestry industry. Is that right?
Well, I think that it'd be fair to say they do have their challenges at different places. But as I said before, for instance, Colac in Victoria, the issue about Colac attracting labour and employment, people to be employed there by the timber industry there, is lack of housing. People can't get a house. And so that's the issue. Even if you had visa workers, where are they going to live? Unless they want to go through the practice, which I know a number of the companies in the area wouldn't do, put 10, 15 to a house. The issue of housing has to be addressed. And so that's the issue. And can I say, when I at different times, I've spoken to CEOs when they're looking to invest in facilities or expanding facilities, processing facilities in different regional towns. And they used to tell me the first thing they used to look at was there an appropriate amount of accommodation, and was there capacity in the schools? Because otherwise they were never going to get workers there. And so, which I remember the first time they told me that, it actually surprised me. But then again, you think it really is obvious, because so places like Colac, there are certain regional areas where social infrastructure is causing the problem.
So do you think there's a risk here then that with the visa and what we know to be the exploitation of many workers on these kind of visas, do you see a risk there that the migrants will come in, be put in inappropriate housing, and cause a displacement of those opportunities in regional Australia for those communities to be working in that industry?
Yeah, I certainly think that it creates it would, to me, it would create more problems than it's trying to solve. You know, it would create more problems than it's trying to solve. So, for instance, you're trying to bring workers into an area where there's already a lack of social infrastructure. Well, what's that going to do? It's going to put more stress and strain on the social infrastructure if you don't address it. It also means that government, whether it be state and federal, working together, it seems to be they ignoring the issues that need to be tackled, rather than, and this ends up being a distraction from tackling those issues. So from our point of view, having a proper industry plan, so you've got proper job security, because particularly about resource in this industry, making sure you know there's enough logs for the next 10, 15, 20, 25 years. And there's always a challenge in this industry, partly because of the issue of fire and the fire certainly has caused a big problem with resource going forward. Addressing a long-term plan for the industry, addressing the skills requirements, addressing the social infrastructure that's required, those sorts of things need to be addressed, and then addressing things like workers' participation, diversity, that increases the amount of people that are available to be employed in the local community, and making so we've got a couple of employers we've got one employer at Hayfield, for instance, who's doing a whole range of things, increasing their ability to employ a whole range of more diversified workforce, and developing really good skills and training development. And that's the sort of model we should be looking at. And they don't particularly want to use, in my view, people on a temporary basis. The other thing too is that anybody who's gone to a workplace that has a significant number of people on temporary visas, it doesn't build the sort of culture you're looking for. As far as people have feel secure in employment, getting the proper training opportunities, and as I said, really the only good thing I've witnessed in those situations has been the way in which Australian workers have normally put their arm around them and give them every bit of support they can.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Good, thanks. So just thank you, Mr. O'Connor. I just want to follow through that line of questioning and the points you're just making there about what needs to happen in the industry, and the question of people on that's the extension of ag visa. I'm now very clear that that this came as a surprise. So the department and all the government didn't reach out to the Forestry Division of the CFMMEU regarding the extension of this visa and the necessity or otherwise?
We were surprised when it was announced, yes. We didn't have any dialogue, as far as I'm aware, at all with any parts of different districts, different states.
You're aware, as you mentioned in your earlier evidence today, that you're aware of the exploitive nature of quite often of visa workers on temporary visas from overseas. And you mentioned particularly Indonesian workers and a case of exploitation that you came across. Can you just give us a bit more of a description about why and what happened to those visa workers?
Well, there was a a company that invested in Australia, invested in Tasmania. It was supposed to be, it was an investment that the union and the industry had worked hard and the state government worked hard to attract on the basis that it was going to provide employment for local people. What occurred was eventually we worked out that what had happened, and they built 2 plants in Tasmania and one in a high unemployment area. And what happened that we then discovered that rather than try and work to try and bring long-term unemployed people into the plant and get them job ready and deal with schemes that might be available and support that might be available, they decided to take the easy option. And they just started importing their workforce. And they brought in workers, and they brought in most of the workers brought in their partners. And all the partners that were women were on level 1. And all these skilled workers that were brought in, I think, were on level 2, so-called skilled workers. Now, under that award, that's obviously I think every worker's skilled, but certainly way below trade level. And you know, the fact that, so basically all the partners were women classified as level 1. They were classified not based on what work they were doing, they were classified on the basis on their gender and their visa category. You're a partner of a visa worker who work here, you're a woman, you're level 1, no matter what they did in the plant. So, and you know, it was a shocking situation. And as I said, I remember going down to Tassie, and as I said, the only thing that was a bright spark was the fact that the union members there, you know, who some of which have been in the timber industry for a number of generations, their response to these visa workers was just they just wanted the best for them, you know, and they didn't want them deported, and they wanted them to be part of the community if that's what they wanted, but they certainly wanted to make sure they got paid properly, and they wanted to make sure they got treated properly, and they were pretty outraged about what was going on. So the sense of solidarity was terrific. But, you know, I think that, you know, you have a situation where everybody thinks that they can be deported if they raise an issue, whether it's about safety or wages or about their housing. What you have is a situation where people can be exploited, and what we know is that when there's that opportunity, some employers will do it, and of course by doing that they tarnish the reputation of the whole industry and all those employers that we've worked with to try and make sure we have a decent industry.
And to that point, the consequences of companies starting up, or companies that potentially could shift to this form of ag visa employment. You've outlined the example of exploitation you've seen directly. Is there a concern if we've heard evidence yesterday, for example, in the broader agricultural industry in pickers, that people were earning $70, $100 a week after everything taken out of their pays, including even having to pay in previous hearings, paying for water to be whilst they're out on the field doing heavy work, living in containers, 15 people to a room, bunk beds, no air conditioning in hot, you know, dusty environments. Are you concerned if that sort of that epidemic of what's happening in the broader picking industry in agriculture, if that was extended to your areas of involvement in forestry?
Absolutely. So not just in you know, our experience, or my experience, I'm sure Travis's experience as well, or our officials, is that wherever there is a large number of temporary visa workers, and the larger the number and the larger the concentration, the more exploitation you see, the more that the people who really don't belong in any industry can exploit it. And you know, having, you know, the other thing too, through our experience, so basically the more you have it, the more exploitation you're going to see. So if we have an increased use of visa workers in this industry will go to the bottom. in standards. That's all happened, and that's based on our experience. And the thing that I think we should all remember is that in previous Senate committees, we've had people give evidence who've been what they call guest workers in other countries or temporary workers in other countries, some people who have worked in Australia and several other countries, including in Arab states, and the country they say has treated them the worst, which I know is astounding, is this one. They've worked in places like Qatar, and they reckon they've got treated worse here. And that should be something that all Australians should take note. So our reputation in this space is something that gives nobody comfort about how we would deal with it. And this program in particular, as I said, has even less protections than other visa programs that I've seen and witnessed terrible exploitation. This has even less protections, less monitoring. So you look at programs where you've seen some of the worst exploitation anywhere in the world happening in our own country, and then you design a program that has less protections, less monitoring. Gobsmacking.
If the tsunami was to hit the areas of that you have responsibility for, Mr. O'Connor, of ag visa workers and the same exploitation that we're seeing across the existing ag visa arrangements, whether it be the Seasonal Worker Program or the Pacific Labour Program, now called PALM. It's been those arrangements have been brought together. If that was extended and brought to your industry, what's the impact on fair competition, and what's the impact on local jobs, particularly in the regional towns?
Well, as I said, I think that I know there are a range of employers who would not partake in this, wouldn't want to, but there's some that would. And what this will do is that it will potentially reduce their cost of those who do partake and put pressure on profitable, well-run companies that have got a commitment to the local community, companies that have got a commitment to diversity employment, companies got a commitment to proper vocational skills development, companies that have a long-term plan, and it'll put pressure on them. And you could have a situation where we have unfair advantage given to because people are exploiting these workers, and put pressure on what are sustainable jobs in sustainable businesses that we all can be proud of in this country. They're actually making a good community, a contribution to the local community, the local economy, and are at the cutting edge of technology and the cutting edge of developing products in this industry. And so that would certainly alarm us, and it should alarm a number of the employers that I know it would alarm a number of the employers that we talk to about it, because it's not the way they want to go. They want to take the high road, high value, good training, good jobs. Their view is, some of the companies I talk to, the more they're paying, it means the more they're making. That's how they see it, and that's a well-run business. And so that's how they look at it. And they're proud of the fact that they're now paying some blue-collar workers six figures. And for instance, they're the sort of companies, they never talk about unskilled or low-skilled workers. They don't use that terminology. Just won't use it.
So the fairly paid, sustainable communities, that there is a potential under this ag visa for those communities, those companies that are paying fairly, those workers that are having a safer workplace and a fairer income would be undermined by this ag visa. Is that your assessment?
That's certainly our fear, and evidence would be that in industries where temporary workers have been used extensively, that's what's occurred. And there's one issue I haven't specifically mentioned, which is the issue of occupational health and safety. It is also our experience, not only you see exploitation about wages and conditions, but the whole issue of occupational health and safety, it is undermined in this process. People who fear of being deported, not just losing their job, but being deported, do not raise safety issues, do not raise their concerns about safety until some tragedy happens. And again, in the timber industry, there are a number of industries in this country. I know you know one very well, Senator, but there are a number of industries in this country where safety is a real challenge about making sure we tackle it appropriately. And some people, employers and unions, have been working for decades trying to improve safety in this space. And we've still got a long way to go. We don't need to be going backwards because workers are too scared to raise issues when we all know that's how it's workers raising issues with their management, working together is how you fix these things.
A few decades ago, most work in Australia in industries like agriculture, meat processing were performed by Australian workers. Now there's a very high proportion of temporary migrant labour. It's a good thing that the forestry industry has bucked that trend generally. But could this new visa potentially set the industry down the same path?
Well, I think that's what would concern us. So those industries you spoke about, I mean, when I first started organising timber workers, there were a range of people who worked in the timber industry who worked in 3 industries. There were often people who were shearers, they were meat workers, and they were timber workers, and they would rotate around those industries. And I think we all know what's been happening in the meat industry. So in those regional areas, they were when I first started, they were considered good paying jobs in regional towns. And we've seen what's happened to with the use of exploited visa workers in some of those industries, and certainly that's something that would concern us.
Senator, I think as well there's some specific sort of features which I won't go over, but of this visa which, increases the risk of that. So we spoke about, what's it actually trying to achieve? So it says that people are eligible for semi-skilled, skilled or non-skilled. There's no equivalent to the TSMIT available, the temporary skilled migration income threshold, which is associated with the skilled shortage occupation list. There's no, the labour market testing requirements around it. They said that they'll base it on the PALM requirements and that sort of thing, but it seems to me from what I can tell, even weaker than the requirements of those, the meat industry labour agreement and even some of the DARMAs, despite the fact that I think that they're insufficient as it is as well. So I think that there's a lot of red flags for us in terms of the nature of this visa, lack of caps in there. It's run by DFAT as opposed to the Department of Employment. So I think that and the scope and the scope, as you say, that there's no linkage between the skilled occupation list. So when you're looking at the industry, you're looking at an industry which includes, primary processing, anything from sawmilling to wood machining, pulp and paper manufacturer. There's a lot of the industry which is primary processing.
Just my final question. Could you explain what happened recently with the South Australian Designated Area Migration Agreement, a listing of the forestry occupations?
Yes. Yes. I certainly can. So originally a designated area migration agreement was signed between the Commonwealth and the South Australian government. Again, this is the sort of thing where prior to something like this happening, there's supposed to be proper labour market testing and consultation and in a tripartite fashion, we understand. But which clearly hasn't occurred in this situation. So you've essentially had a South Australian wide agreement with a bunch of eligible occupations on the list, which were related to our sector and our industry. So that included foresters, forestry workers, logging assistants, logging plant operators, sawmilling operators, tree fallers, and then production managers and sawmaker and repairers. So that was the original DARMA, Designated Area Migration Agreement. Subsequently, on the onset of COVID-19, a bunch of those jobs were removed, so that the only jobs that remain on the list at the moment are production managers and the sawmakers and repairers. The reason the South Australian government said for removing those other occupations were that they were reflecting rises in unemployment since COVID-19 hit. We think that none of those jobs should have been in the designated area migration agreement as it was our view as when it originally happened. We were due to high levels of youth unemployment, particularly in regional South Australia at the time. And then at the time, so for example, let me just go to the example of the one of the occupations which remains on the Dharma, which is the saw maker and repairer. So this is a very, very skilled job in the industry. It's the most important job in the sawmill because the saw doctor, if you want to call it that, is they're responsible for making sure that the saw is up to scratch and up to standard, and basically the whole operation relies on it. The issue is that there's only probably 400 wood machinists or sawmill and saw doctor jobs in the country. So at the moment, we do have this issue of skill shortage, which arises from time to time because we have a vet system which is not fit for purpose to keep sawmilling, saw doctoring, vocational training on scope available for people who come through. So if there is a wave of retirements, for example, because of an aging industry and that, we just don't have always the capacity to be able to train people up in time. This is the capacity that we need. We don't want to be relying on temporary migrant labour for something so important to such a big sector of the economy.
And what was the state government's response to the concerns, the Liberal state government in South Australia, the concerns that were raised from their original decision with Commonwealth to list forestry occupations for visa holders? What was the response from the South Australian government? How did that end?
Well, they got there in the end in terms of delisting those occupations, except for those two that I mentioned. Yeah, which was a good result. The Dharma was relatively ineffective in any event because of the border closures, though.
Right, thanks. So there was, as a result of the work, there ended up being the visa option became out of date, did it? Is that what you were saying?
Well, it's part of the reason why we're a little bit surprised to see the wide-ranging scope of the ag visa when essentially a bunch of jobs were originally included in the South Australian designated area migration agreement and then subsequently removed. Essentially the South Australian government, in recognition of conditions which were happening in the industry at the time, removed the scope of their concessional migration scheme, and then essentially the government, the federal government through the ag visa has opened that up not just for that particular region, but for the entire country, with no, as far as we can tell.
So it's quite. If you don't mind me, so we've got a proposal which the South Australian government with the national government signed off on bringing forestry ag visas workers into particular projects, and then we've had the South Australian government say, after representations from the union and communities, this will undermine local jobs, withdraw their agreement with that exemption, and the operations have now got people working in them that are locals, and yet with all that happening, the federal government announces without any consultation, certainly with the MMEU Forestry Division, any consultation about the extension of ag visas right across the country. I mean, it's like a deaf ear, isn't it, to what the industry has been saying and what has been actually occurring on the ground. Is that accurate, Mr. O'Connor?
Yeah, as I said, I think that for what we could see, there was no discussion beforehand. No one raised it with us. And I haven't heard an employer say they were looking forward to using it at all. You know, as I said, when I talk to employers, they've got a whole range of issues they want to address before this sort of proposal is sort of championed or looked at. And they would rather, I think, generally, the workers in the industry, I think the majority of employers I deal with, would like governments to deal with big structural issues that can, if we deal with them properly, will secure the future of this industry and the employment in this industry for decades. They're not looking for badly thought out band-aid solutions that at the end of the day will probably make it worse. And again, at one point we made earlier, and I want to stress this, the timber industry, it's very important for the timber industry to have social licence. It is probably for most industries, if not all. But the timber industry has those challenges. And this sort of proposal is the sort of thing that will threaten the reputation, because we know what happens with temporary visa workers. It will threaten the reputation, the social standing and the social licence of this industry. And that is dangerous. That is very dangerous. Sometimes this industry is very, very political, and we need to attract as much community support as possible for it. And these sorts of things endanger the industry. They don't help us at all.
Well, thank you. I just want to thank you very much for your evidence, both of you, this afternoon. If you take any questions on notice, please provide responses to the Secretariat by midday, the 7th of February 2022. We'll be using your evidence and giving it due consideration on the committee and weighing up that evidence, and it'll help us deliberate our final decisions over the coming days. The final report will be delivered next week to Parliament. I now declare the hearing adjourned, and we resume at 2:15. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome representatives from the Department of Home Affairs and Australian Border Force joining us, and Australian Border Force is joining us by video conference. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I am joined by Senator Ben Small on teleconference. In the room with me is Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Cheryl Ann Moy, Deputy Secretary, Immigration and Settlement Services Group, Department of Home Affairs.
Thank you, Ms Moy.
Tara Kavanagh, First Assistant Secretary, Immigration Integrity Assurance and Policy Division.
Thank you, Ms Kavanagh.
Phil Bredso, Assistant Commissioner, South Australian Border Force.
Thank you, Mr Bredso. I note the Department of Home Affairs has not made a submission to the inquiry, and the usual information has been provided to you as part of your appearance. Does anyone have an opening statement? And if so, can you please keep it to 2 minutes so we can go straight to questions?
No opening statement, Senator. Thank you.
Mr Bredso?
No, thank you, Senator.
We raised yesterday some information that we were seeking on whether there'd been material obtained from the warrant that included material that had communications from the Vanuatuan High Commissioner. Are you able to give us a update where that's up to?
I'll ask Mr Bredso to provide a response.
Thank you, Mr Bredso.
Thank you, Mr Bredso. Thanks, Senator. I can confirm that the ABF has not or identified any official material relating to the High Commissioner of Vanuatu, to his office or staff, or the High Commissioner of Vanuatu in Australia. The ABF is obviously aware of the references to the High Commissioner on a mobile being seized in a warrant activity. And if that material exists, the ABF is not aware of it, as no such material met the conditions of the warrant, and therefore was not examined as part of our investigation.
Just so I'm clear, so we're getting a bit of feedback. Mr Bredso, could you, I'm not quite sure, someone might suggest how we might fix that up. Sarah?
He turns his mic off between answering.
If you wouldn't mind just turning your mic off between answering, might be of assistance with the feedback, if that's okay. But thank you. I just want to then ask, And I'm not asking for the sort of an answer in a general nature. I'm asking for specifics, any specific details. But, and as general as I can practically be, that Mr. Smith has said that there was communication between him and the High Commissioner of Vanuatu, and that there'd been a considerable amount of communications, both by phone calls but also by texts. In that circumstance, from Mr. Smith's mobile phone, that would contain, logically, wouldn't it, if, you know, on the basis of Mr. Smith's telling the truth, and I've got no reason to say he's not, that there is that material that's on his phone? Would that be...
Senator, I might be able to help. When the warrant is executed, the information that is taken by the ABF and used or gathered in terms of examined to determine whether or not it's evidence, the information must meet the 3 conditions of the warrant. So if there was a text, let's say there was a text message, unless it met the 3 conditions of the warrant and was about a specific nature that was being looked at, then it wouldn't form part of the evidence and would not be examined at all by the ABF.
All right, thanks. That's of assistance. Thank you. I just want to just go to some other matters from evidence yesterday. Mr. Brezzo, you confirmed at yesterday's job security hearing that Commissioner Outram was informed on the morning of the raid of Jeffrey and Jane Smith that the High Commissioner for Vanuatu was named in the 2nd condition of the warrant. But back in estimates on the 26th of November, Commissioner Outram said, and I quote, "I was not aware he was named on this warrant." So as Commissioner Outram told the Senate on the 26th of November that he did not know that the High Commissioner of Vanuatu was named on the warrant, yet you've said to us, Commissioner Brezzo, yesterday that you had personally informed him of that on the day of the raid. So my question is this: did Commissioner Outram mislead the Senate when was he aware that he was aware already of the High Commissioner being on that particular warrant, and that arising out of the discussions you were held?
But no, he did not mislead the Senate. What I said yesterday was that I had briefed the Commissioner on the activity. And to provide you some context, the Commissioner's Daily Sync is a forum where we quickly go through matters of the day. As I think I mentioned yesterday, Deputy Commissioner at the time, while not in geographic command of that area, I was aware that there was this activity that was involving the High Commissioner of Vanuatu. So it's in that context that I raised it. I didn't specifically say that the High Commissioner was mentioned in the 2nd condition of the warrant. So I've reviewed the previous answer to the Quan that was provided to you post estimates on 26 November, and I think that's correct evidence. So no, I don't think the Commissioner's misled the Senate at all.
So, Mr. Brezzo, just so I'm clear that if I've got this right, sorry, we're getting feedback. If you wouldn't mind just turning off your mic. I'm sure just so I've got this right, and by all means, if you could correct me if I haven't or confirm that I have, there was a conversation that took place with the Commissioner about a matter that was involving the Vanuatuan High Commissioner. But if I understand what you're putting to me, Mr. Brezzo, that the fact that the High Commissioner was on the warrant, that aspect of it wasn't communicated to the High Commissioner. Is that have I got that clear, or is that something else?
Yeah, that's correct, Senator. That's correct. And sorry about that. I am on mute in between, by the way. I'm not quite sure what's causing that. As you might expect, on the last question on notice, I certainly was quite thorough in ensuring that I checked any notes and I spoke to others in the room just to make sure of exactly what I said. And on the fact that I didn't get into the detail of the fact that Mr. Farray was mentioned on the second condition of the warrant. I simply covered that there was an operational activity underway that day in the vicinity of Bundaberg that had some involvement from him, therefore could be potentially of interest.
Do you think in hindsight now that it would have been appropriate to say to the Commissioner that the High Commissioner of Vanuatu was on the warrant?
I think in hindsight, yes, that's reasonable, Senator.
Thank you. I just want to go to this. So we again, just so I make sure I'm accurately describing what you've put to us, that so there is no correspondence, documents or any other form of material listed in the first condition of the warrant been obtained by the Australian Border Force, which were created by, confidentially shared by, or otherwise could be deemed to belong or relate to the High Commissioner of Vanuatu, his office or staff, or the High Commissioner of Vanuatu in Australia?
Senator, yes, so what I'm saying, and as Ms Moy said before, the information that may have been gathered from, in this case, mobile device, is searched for evidence that relates or information that relates to the three conditions of the warrant. So the information that relates to that is subject then to further examination. So what I can certainly confirm is that the ABF has not examined and therefore found anything that relates to the Vanuatu High Commissioner, Vanuatu High Commission in the information that is examined.
Again, I'm sorry to be, because I just want to make sure I'm very clear on this. Ms Moore, you might be able to assist us here as well, but happy if you refer it back to Mr Bezo. If there's any matters that could be of concern to those three matters that are raised in the warrant, however, going to look at the warrant and looking at those three matters, you then weigh up the material that's in front of you. You know, if it's a text to someone's daughter, you would hope that they wouldn't be reading it because they'd see that would be, you know, I'd expect that they would see that as not being appropriate. But if it's a person named on the warrant, there'd have to be an assessment whether that material is something that you'd want to hold on to further investigate, wouldn't it?
As I understand it, Senator, the searching of that material can be done electronically, where the keywords in relation to the conditions of the warrant are inserted, and then that information is looked at in terms of to determine whether or not it becomes part of evidence or not.
Right, so was there any, when weighing that up about Mr Bezos, weighing up the questions of what might be part of evidence, was there communications between Mr Smith and the High Commissioner that was part of that weighing up?
So, again, my understanding is the information we've received is that no information, either in document or in the phone, related to the High Commissioner was examined. And just again, so I'm just sort of very clear, and Ms Moy, I appreciate that you've explained that consistently with what you said before. So when you say examined, that means it wasn't, and I'm not saying in an this is why Mr Bezos, you might say more of the process, or Ms Moy. Looking at documents or looking at mobile phone communications, there'd be an assessment of those people on the warrant. I would obviously that would be a name I would have thought would be put as a keyword. One of them would be the name of the individual that's on the warrant. So on Mr Smith's mobile phone, for example, and other communications. So there would be a assessment of that material and whether it should be further examined. So there's examined and examined. One is perusing the material to see whether we should be actually examining further into it, and for investigation purposes.
and there is perusing the communications. Was there any perusing of the communications between the High Commissioner and Mr. Smith?
Senator, no, there wasn't.
Right. What's the process that will apply with the names on the warrant? What's the process that, broadly speaking, I don't expect you to give me blow-by-blow details. I appreciate there's some degree of confidentiality in that as well. But what's the process that's followed when a warrant's served, documents are obtained, a mobile phone is included, emails, etc. What's the process of that warrant being followed up on? When you look at those documents of communication?
Sure, Senator. I guess just in terms of the first part of the process, when a warrant is being executed, what we do is explain to those involved the conditions and help them understand the reason for the search. And I appreciate that the warrant has previously been submitted as evidence. When a piece of evidence is seized, and if that includes a device such as a phone, a digital forensics expert with a particular role does that. They do, in general terms then, is explain that they're going to plug that phone into a protected laptop in most cases, and that they can then image that phone. By imaging that phone, what I mean is essentially recording the data that's on that phone. And that takes place in some instances, in some circumstances. I'm not being specific to this one. It might be that the phone is retained for the purposes of evidence throughout an investigation. In other cases, it might be that the phone is returned to its owner and that information is subsequently reviewed. And that review takes the place of the same steps Ms. Moy was talking about before. So it's against search parameters that go to the specific conditions of the warrant itself. Now, following that through, Senator, it's probably important to note that that process, and by the end of that process, I mean the end of an investigation or the end of any action in court or the like, there are specific requirements under the Evidence Act of 1995 as to how that evidence is then disposed, or in physical evidence, sometimes returned to people, transferred to others as well. So those very specific requirements then relate to, if you're talking about, say, information that has been for that information to be destroyed, and there's a very auditable that involves that per the requirements of the Evidence Act.
Right, thank you. Just the just when you go back to the warrant itself, Australian Border Force confirmed in SE 21410 that the magistrate who approved the warrant in question was Mr. Andrew Maloney. Mr. Farr's title was not listed on the warrant. Did the Australian Border Force or Department of Home Affairs inform Mr. Maloney that the Vanuatuan High Commissioner was listed on the warrant?
Yes, Senator.
Was he made aware of the Vienna Convention and our obligations in Australia, the legislative requirements?
Senator, I don't know if in the request for that warrant where a conversation took place with the magistrate about that detail. I would have to take that on notice.
If you can take that on notice, how long do you think that might take to come back for a response? It's obviously quite a critical matter.
I think we could run it down fairly, Senator. I mean, I would that the magistrate would have been aware of those, but I certainly don't want to speculate. So we'll find out as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Can Can you give me I appreciate you giving assessment to it. Can you give me a rough timeline of how long that might take?
Senator, I'm sure we could come back to you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
The Australian Border Force confirmed in SE 21-400 that and I quote, in a situation that enlivens the Diplomatic Privileges and Immunities Act of 1967, advice would be obtained from within the Department of Home Affairs or another government department as needed, such as the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The DFAT confirmed at yesterday's job security hearing that they were not consulted in this instance. Could the Department of Home Affairs confirm whether they were consulted?
No, we actually provided that information yesterday, Senator, that we were not.
Oh, sorry, I missed that. Thank you for that, Ms Moy. So why not?
Senator, apologies, Ms Moy.
No, go ahead, AC Brezza, go ahead.
Senator, the officers involved with this activity did consult with DFAT and the Department of Home Affairs because they were confident that the Vienna Convention was not enlivened, nor were considerations that would need to be covered to that activity. And as I said yesterday, I remain satisfied that there was no unlawful behaviour.
So the department. Now I'm now clear. The Department of Home Affairs and DFAT weren't consulted because somebody down the food chain decided that they believed from internal systems that there wasn't necessary. But we had a very unusual case of involving a High Commissioner. It seems irregular that wouldn't have been road tested as is recommended by the Vienna Convention and by our undertakings, that wasn't road tested with DFAT or Home Affairs. Do you think, is that likely to occur again in the future?
Senator, as I said yesterday, the Commissioner has issued direction that we develop a specific protocol with regards to ensuring that those considerations and where necessary consultation with DFAT and the Department of Home Affairs other stakeholders takes place. I did mention that it was quite unusual, and I understand and accept your point about seeking advice in this instance prior. What I'd also say though is the officers involved were quite aware of the fact that if in the discovery phase, if I can frame it like that, where we were looking at evidence, there was any question of having to examine any material that was relevant to the earlier question in the Vanuatu High Commissioner, that certainly would have invoked the requirement for us to consult with DFAT and with the Department of Home Affairs.
Mr. Brezzo, AC Brezzo said at yesterday's hearing, I quote you here, we were satisfied with that we haven't acted unlawfully in terms of the Vienna Convention or the Diplomatic Privileges and Immunities Act, and you've restated words to that effect again. When I then asked who conducted this assessment, you responded, I need to be mindful of legal professional privilege, but I have received legal advice about what I said before, which was I have reached the conclusion that we were satisfied that we haven't breached the Convention or the Act. When was that legal advice sought?
That legal advice was received on the 10th of December of 2021. So I just don't have the specific date that it was, but it was received.
So can you just remind me the issuing date of the warrant?
The date that the warrant was executed was the 22nd of July.
Yes.
The warrant was issued, I think, it was either the 20th or the 21st of July, but it was executed on the 22nd of July, Senator.
So some almost 6 months later, there was legal advice sought. Is that correct for me to have that understanding about aspects of the Vienna Convention and the Diplomatic Privileges and Immunities Act? Is that correct?
Is that correct? It's certainly that we were not of the view because we were not of, we had enlivened any requirement with regards to any potential breach of the Convention, Diplomatic Immunities Act. We hadn't sought that legal advice until that time. I think it's fair to say that obviously post the Senate estimates 26 November, we wanted to look into that in more detail as the Commissioner committed and that followed with the request for legal advice.
If I can just go to Senator Grogan for a moment, I've just got to I'll come back to me in a couple. Just give you a chance to ask a couple of questions for a moment.
So who provided that legal advice? Was it internal ABF advice or was it an external? Where did you?
The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thank you. Okay. And was there an assessment within that advice of where they landed on the convention?
I have not personally viewed the advice. I can take that on notice.
Okay. I'm going to make a red hot guess that we can't see the advice. Okay, but if you could let us know, that would be great. Because on the face of it, it does look like it would be something that would need some detailed level of investigation, because it does look like on the face of it that there would be an issue there. Would you agree?
Sorry, Senator, I don't understand the question.
The convention, the Vienna Convention, on the face of it, it would appear that it would breach. So therefore, the detail of that legal advice would be very useful for us to better understand how that assessment has been made.
So DFAT Legal Group provides the advice. As I understand it, the government doesn't propose to release the content of that advice because there is an ongoing investigation and potential legal proceedings, and any legal advice publication of legal advice can lead to the prejudice of those proceedings.
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
So in terms of the content, I can't speak to the content of any of the advice. As to whether or not I understand that it covered, as AC Brezzo has mentioned, it covers the issue of the Act and the Convention.
Right. Okay.
And leading from that, as AC Brezzo also said, the ABF is confident that they have not breached.
But you can understand
advice.
our interest in understanding what the basis is.
Ms Moy, the Australian National Audit Office, ANAO, tabled a report in February 2017 on the ABF's use of statutory powers. It found, and I quote, instances of potentially unlawful searches and failure to comply with instructions under both the Customs Act and the Migration Act, which indicate current internal controls for mitigating the risk of unlawful or inappropriate use of coercive powers are inadequate. Now, here we are 5 years later, and you've just told us that you did not seek legal advice, that the warrant, or Department, ABF, did not seek legal advice that this warrant was appropriate until 5 months after the fact, and only after I raised it at estimates. Is that something the Auditor General would perhaps look into as well?
That would be a matter for the Auditor General, Senator. That's entirely within their remit. The audit in 2017, I think you will find follow-up actions have shown that the matters that were raised in February 2017, when the ABF was some 12 months or so old, had been addressed and remedied. And I think the evidence provided by AC Brezzo is that the legal advice confirmed that the issuing of the warrant was appropriate.
I just wasn't clear. Who did you get the legal advice from, Mr. Bezo?
Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thank you. Can I just, one of the things that does concern me, that there is a clear proposition that the departments should be consulted in the case of matters arising out of, as I've said before, the Vienna Convention and our National Act. Has been a history of previous breaches, which I would, by the ABF, some 5 years ago, and there was a substantial number of breaches. I would expect that there'd be checks and balances put in place. It appears that the checks and balances under High Commissioner being subpoenaed is the Department of Home Affairs being consulted and the DFAT being consulted. Ms. Moy, are you concerned that you weren't consulted?
So I think there's a few issues there in that statement and question, Senator.
Yes.
First of all, as AC Brezo mentioned, the Commissioner has directed that a new protocol be developed in regard to any such instances that may arise in the future, so that matter is fully explored as to the processes for these types of incidents. The High Commissioner for Vanuatu was not subpoenaed. He was named in a second condition of the warrant.
That's correct.
And bearing in mind the foremost reason that this warrant was issued was because the ABF was investigating the breaches of law that existed because individuals who were under sponsored visas were allegedly being encouraged to leave their employment and commence employment in other areas. That's a clear breach, if it is correct, is a clear breach of the Migration Act, and that is the pure interest that the ABF had in undertaking that warrant to look at those individuals who may have been encouraging people to do that. The High Commissioner was not named in that section of the warrant.
Thank you. I just want to, back to Mr. Bezos. Is it common that you seek advice that something you've done is legal after the fact? Or is it that usually a precursor to ABF activity?
Senator, there's obviously a huge range of operational activity that the ABF undertake, the vast majority of which we don't need to seek specific legal advice ahead of that time. In this instance, as I mentioned before, clearly there was discussion of this on the 26th of November, and as a result of that discussion, the Commissioner committed at that time to review the circumstances and to come back to the Senate with some further advice. So the legal advice that was sought was in that context. To reiterate again that the individuals involved at the time were not of the view that it would enliven the Vienna Convention. However, as Ms. Moy has just mentioned before, I think it is reasonable to need to look at those processes and ensure that consultation in rare instances like this does take place prior. I accept that, and that's why the Commissioner has asked us to review those procedures.
Anything else you want to ask? Senator Small, did you have you any questions you wish to ask?
No, thanks, Chair. No questions here.
Good. Thanks very much for your time, Ms. Moy. Thank you for all of you for appearing today, and thank you for your evidence.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator.
Now we'll just suspend whilst we're arranging the next witnesses. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Chair. It's Ross Hampton, the Chief Executive Officer of the Australian Forest Products Association.
And Victor Violante, the CEO of Australian Forest Products Association, New South Wales.
Thank you. I note that the Australian Forest Products Association has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. Now I invite you to make an opening statement of around 3 to 4 minutes to allow time for questions, and at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr Hampton.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address the committee. Our opening comments will be quite brief and then be very happy to talk specifically about forest industries. The Australian Forest Products Association, as I'm sure you all know, represents forest growers, harvesters and manufacturers of timber and paper products in Australia, and we welcome the inclusion of forest industries in the Ag Visa program, which is of course why we're speaking to you today. The point of fact is that backpackers and other seasonal workers play a small, but it is a vital role in providing a short-term workforce in forestry regions, particularly, and we'll come to this later, in the replanting of plantation forests, where often there are not sufficient local workers who are available to undertake this short seasonal work, but very important work. The winter planting season for Southern Australia normally runs for about 8 to 16 weeks. It starts in June, and weather and other factors can impact the duration of the season, but it is reasonably short. The forest industry planting group needs certainty and access to a secure workforce to ensure we can continue to meet our annual replanting schedule of some 70 million trees. This is a startling fact for those who hear it for the first time, but the forest industry, the plantation forest industry in Australia, is a very large engine that uses trees and replants them every year, and it's a very large number, 70 million, and it's all done by hand. The continued lack of workers due to international and state border constraints directly impacted the 21 planting season. There were hundreds of positions that were unfilled. The inclusion of forest industries under the Ag Visa program, we think, will hopefully mean more flexibility for the sector in hiring workers to boost the future supply of timber, which we need for our houses, and the array of sustainable fibre products, which we also derive from those forests, which often are replacing plastic, single-use plastic. So it's a pretty good story in Australia and in regional Australia, particularly where those mills and processing plants are. We're expecting the need for seasonal workers for the replanting effort to increase as the plantation estate increases, which is our shared goal with the industry and the government to meet Australia's future timber and wood fibre needs for essential products such as the timber for our house frames. You'll probably be aware that with the master builders we've modelled a shortage of some 250,000 house frames by 2035 if we don't increase the estate in Australia by about 400,000 hectares. AFBA would like to be able to provide input from the forest industry perspective as the new Ag Visa is developed. We note the list of countries is still to be determined and finalised, but we've already drawn attention to the fact that it's a bit of an unusual one when it comes to our rural commodities, but we need Canada in that list because the Canadians are fantastic at planting trees. We already use quite a few of them, and Aussies are going over there as well, not as much as the Canadians come here, I must say. But without access to skilled staff from Canada, where they plant trees like we do in Australia, we'd be under real threat actually of not being able to maintain that 70 million a year planting program, and we might even start to go backwards. So it's in designing the program, my final comment would be that it's really important that forest industries are not left out and that we can compete with the incoming short-term workforce on a level playing field. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chair. There's much more to be said, but I'm sure that we'd like to have time for questions. Thank you.
Good, thanks very much. Senator Grogan.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Hampton. Yesterday we heard about some fairly substantial and alarming issues around the exploitation suffered by temporary migrant workers in the horticulture industry. And obviously we have concerns about that and the prevalence. What's the extent of your industry's reliance on migrant workforce, the temporary migrant workforce?
Yes, if you mean backpacker workforce, if we're talking about the same thing, because that's really who they're relying on to do the planting. It is large because it's sort of work that they can't usually fill with a sufficient number of local people, and that's why it was such a difficult season last season, as I'm sure the inquiries heard many times. We were down from about 140,000 backpackers to about 20, and so that would have 20,000, and so that that flowed through to forest industries as well. The only reason that we didn't have a really calamitous planting season was because we had plenty of rain, which meant the planting season was longer than it'll be in a dry year. But there is always a great care and concern for the conditions of the workforce, these temporary short-term workforces. But the experience that we've heard, and we're always ears wide open to hear of any other stories that go counter this, but the experience that's come through the industry has been universally a good one. In fact, it's a really sought after work. It's very highly paid because it's about how many trees you can plant, and we put a press release out midwinter about a young Canadian lady who had managed to make $700 a day because she was a very fast planter. So these are really sought after, generally sought after positions, but they are quite short, as I say, in duration. So they're not a semi-permanent workforce, which is why it's so difficult to get enough people to do it locally.
Mm. And so the majority that you see in the industry are backpackers. Are there any other visa types utilised in the forest industry that you're aware of?
There are some occasional highly skilled people who are brought into the country when local labour markets can't fill those roles. They're in our larger processing industry. So the backpackers do tend to do the planting. That's correct. But the sawmills and the big processing plants are often based on overseas equipment from Canada or Finland, those sort of places, and sometimes they have to bring in skilled people to repair or do maintenance or do special work on those pieces of equipment. But that's about all we really have in the industry, and my colleague Victor will add anything if I forget.
Mm.
Yeah, sorry, I can just add to that just as an example, Senator. Saw doctors, which is what it sounds like, specialists who repair the circular saws. They're very expensive pieces of equipment, and it's a very technical, machine-specific skill set that if the skills can't be sourced locally, and the mill's preference are always to source workers locally, but there are some isolated examples where they've had to recruit abroad for some very specialist skill set.
Mm. Okay, so it's quite specific then in terms of just planting and just things like those highly skilled saw doctors are the places where we see the temporary visa workforce in the forestry industry?
Yeah.
Okay. So the majority of the forestry industry work is still performed by Australian workers. Would that be true?
Yeah, that's universally the case across the pulp and paper making sector and the sawmilling sector. Yeah.
Mm.
And the contract, the harvest and haul, sorry to interrupt, but all those who are moving the trees out of the forest to the processing plants are by and large mum and dad type operations, with several trucks and a very localised workforce of people from that particular area.
Mm. And that would be particularly regional Australia, obviously.
Almost entirely, to be honest. Yeah. They're really focused around the key forestry areas, for example, Mount Gambier or Oberon or Chimitumbarumba or the Maryborough region, Bunbury area. They're very... forestry industries, unlike most of ag, which is spread much more across the whole of Australia, tends to really clump around where the processing plants are because trees are very heavy and you can't move them too far before it becomes uneconomic.
Mm. So do you have any figures, any data at all about the utilisation of temporary visa workers in your industry?
You're talking about 457 holders. We haven't got, we've never sought that from our members, so no, we haven't had that reported to us. We just know from long experience that it's a very select and specialised thing and quite rare, to be honest.
Mm. And why do you have such challenges with locals doing some of that short-term work? Is it just a dearth of people, or...?
Well, I think there's a bit of a mixture, to be honest, Senator. It's a surge workforce, so it's always a challenge in a small community because the trees are being planted around very small communities where there isn't a lot of extra people anyway. Then we're talking about hundreds of people in the planting process. But one of the stories that comes out of the rural scene in Australia more generally that I'm sure the committee's grappling with is the fact that it is pretty hard to attract young Aussies to this sort of work. The backpacking fraternity seem to be happy to do it as part of a lifestyle experience. The Canadians particularly seem to want to come out and do the planting in several different parts on the east coast and make that part of their holiday and getting paid, and they often have a van or whatever and they move on to the next planting place. And if they're earning anything from $300 to $400 to $500 or $600, $700 a day, it seems to work pretty well for them. So I understand the question and grapple with it a bit myself with having a couple of young people and wanting to, promote. They actually went out fruit picking. I got them out there, and it's a different experience though for young Australians. It's really about the work, not about a cultural visit to some of these places like it is for our international backpackers.
Senator, I can probably just add to that around some of the challenges for that particular workforce. So, as Mr. Hampton said, the remoteness of some of the work is challenging. So you're drawing from a very localised pool of workers. It can be nomadic, so they have to move within a region, but a plantation estate can be quite dispersed. The piece rate way that payment is not for everyone. So if they want a steady hourly rate, that is a deterrent as well. And also the having to work in all weather conditions. So the replanting needs to happen within a certain time frame. So sometimes the weather conditions can be challenging. In Australia, it happens during the winter season because summer it's simply too hot. In Canada, where we do sometimes draw some of those seasonal workers from, they actually plant in the summer for the opposite reason, so which coincides with the same time of year. So that can be a challenge as well because we're competing for the same workers. But there's some of the reasons why.
Okay. Has the industry applied for or considered industry labour agreements?
I'm not sure what you mean, sorry, Senator. Certainly not in our purview at AFBA.
Okay, so the industry labour agreements are specific agreements for a defined industry that has a skills shortage. They're utilised in, dairy, fishing, meat, pork, various other areas. Not something you've considered?
It's not something that our members have asked us to try to achieve for them. So the companies that plant the trees are, very small in number. There's only a very small number of these big plantation companies in Australia, and they've tended to work through subcontractors themselves to, organise their short-term labour forces.
Okay. Were you involved at all in lobbying the government for the ag visa to cover the forestry industry?
Yeah, we put a press release out and wrote to the minister when it was starting to be discussed, particularly to ensure that it wasn't limited to countries that had no experience in forest planting, tree planting, plantation planting. And so we're still hopeful that when the final determinations are made that it'll be open to Canada, particularly, is the case that we've been looking at.
So were you involved prior to any announcement in actually asking for this, or was it just when it was put out that you were advocating for a broader list of countries?
Oh no, we've the timing of it. I would have to really check the history, but certainly ever since we started to have serious shortages in the planting, which I guess goes back 2 winters ago now because of COVID, we were asking for solutions and saying if an ag visa was developed, we needed to ensure that it would cover forestry planting as well. But I haven't got any more specific dates for you than that, I'm afraid.
So is it something that your members have been calling for since COVID or at any time prior to that?
Victor, did you?
Yeah, Senator, I can probably explain, I guess, some of that timeline. As you'd be aware, it was something that the National Farmers Federation, predominantly on behalf of the ag sector, had been calling for probably some years now, and there'd been a long lead up to the announcement late last year. So I guess when those initial conversations were being had, and we're a member of the NFF, we did ask both the NFF and also the government that if an ag visa was put forward, that it include forest industries. Firstly, there is that need that we've identified already, but also because it's important that there isn't a program that creates an unlevel playing field, that is, would make one commodity more attractive than forestry, for example. So an example that one of our members has raised, for example, is the AgMove program, which is has been quite successful. There was an announcement this week extending that, and that's around providing some financial incentive around relocation for workers who take up that program. Now, that program excluded forest industries. So what we found was, or our member here that raised it found, was that they were struggling to find the workers that they'd normally be able to get because they're gravitating towards other sectors so they can access that AgMove program. So in designing any program, it's important that it doesn't exclude forest industries, because then our industry is at a disadvantage for that seasonal workforce.
And you envisage that it would only ever be the planting, the sort of up to 12-week planting scenario that would be covered?
Look, that would be overwhelmingly where the demand would be. There are some, I guess our members in the processing sector have asked that it be broadened. The announcement to date is forest industries, which we always take to include processing as well. So our preference would be for a broad interpretation of that, in the same way that other processing off-farm activities are included in the program, that it be open in the rare circumstances where, there is unsuccessful recruitment at a local level for some of the lower skilled processing jobs that could lend themselves to that backpacker or holidaymaker workforce.
Or if there's a surge need to, worth adding, Senator, so if we have a fire event or a cyclone event, for example, and suddenly, sawmills have to run at a third greater capacity and they need a few more people who aren't available after market testing or labour testing, that's the sort of thing they have in mind for short-term use of such a capacity.
So, so you're saying, so your members were looking for this kind of opportunity of the ag visa?
Well, yes. Well, as Victor was saying, we were, as part of NFF, we of course are part of that original push. So that's always been the case. It wasn't really until COVID that there was a specific, burning deck type need for us. And the most important things have therefore been, since the start of the process, to ensure, as Victor said, that it is a broad definition, and also that forest industries are on the same playing field in rural Australia as all the other commodities. Otherwise, we'll have the deck tilting away from us, and it'll be even harder.
So are there other issues that your members want to see dealt with by the government in this arena, in addition to obviously looking for some cheap migrant labour, given that the major skills shortage seems quite tenuous and limited?
I don't think anyone in the sector would would describe any of their labour as cheap, they would be saying that it's vitally needed surge capacity and well paid, and the jobs in forest industries are actually amongst the highest paid in agriculture, and a lot of them are quite skilled. So notwithstanding the planting people we talked about who are on pretty good piece rates, but the other sector that you're talking about, the processing sector. So they would say that they just need a capacity for the potentially occasional surge use, or when they really can't find the workforce. As I say, sometimes there's a lot of trees to process in a very short amount of time, and they need the people to do it. And they are skilled. Most of these people in sawmills these days, they're pretty highly skilled.
So with the planting piece, which seems quite distinct, the piece rates, are they fixed? Because some of the concerning issues that we've heard from the horticulture industry are where the piece rates change on a daily basis. People sign up for the work and they're told the piece rates are X, and then it changes as they're there and diminishes their ability to actually survive. Are the piece rates locked, or is it just a determination from an individual employer on an individual day?
Well, not on an individual. They are determined by individual. This is my understanding, Senator, and I'm happy to come back to you if I get any of it wrong, and Victor will pipe up if he hears anything I say that's incorrect. As I say, we've only got probably, I don't know, a dozen or fewer major forestry planters. Our forest estate is really held by large companies and a couple of state governments and state government enterprises, and they fix the rate. They don't move it around during the planting season. So if that's the heart of your question, but I don't think they have the same rate. They don't. They'll be similar, no doubt, but the different companies would decide their own rates and be competing against each other. To be honest, it's not it's a different. It's a commercial field, and they have to gain their workforces. But there's been absolutely zero stories, and I'm sure you've had many stories come through to you in doing this committee about different parts where it hasn't worked out as well as it could in other rural commodities. But there's been no stories, and correct me if I'm wrong, about planting trees in our plantations. They seem to, from all the stories we get, and they get into the local paper an awful lot. They make a lot of money, and they seem to do very well out of it. And I don't want to say enjoy it, because they are in the snow in Tumbarumba sometimes, but they seem to be smiling in the newspapers when you see them.
Thank you, Mr Hampton. Thank you, Mr Violante. I'll pass over to the Chair.
Thank you. I'm just visualising the smiling workers. Which is a good thing, which isn't a bad thing.
Oh, there they are.
Thanks very much.
That's our young Canadian. That's the beauty of actually doing a committee on Zoom. Sorry to hold that up, but that was our young Canadian lady out there earning $750 a day.
That's tremendous. Are you aware that the Agriculture Minister, David Littleproud, has described the new ag visa, as really an extension of the working holiday, and has said that it will have less protections than the Pacific Labour Scheme, the Seasonal Workers Program, which now has become the PALM program. Are you aware of those statements from the Minister?
No, I'm not, sorry.
If there's less protections than the Pacific Labour Scheme or the Seasonal Worker Program, and it's purely an extension of working holidays, is that troubling to you at all?
Well, without knowing the detail of the different aspects of the program, our experience is pretty limited in relation to the working holiday program, and no experience in the industry in the Pacific program. So it's pretty hard to make comparative statements. The starting point for forest industries would be that we want to make sure that anyone who comes to work in our plantations is really well treated, has a great experience, otherwise they're not going to come back and we'll be in trouble the following year. So that'd be the starting point. I know that I speak for all of our AFBA members when it comes to that. And as I say, several of them, 4 of them are state government agencies anyway. So I'd be very surprised if anyone in the industry was looking to decrease any conditions.
The CFMEU and Forestry Division were highly proud, and understandably as you are, of your industry and the approach that many employers and the workforce take together, particularly on training and skill development initiatives. One of the things, however, they did raise that they raised concerns in the hearing earlier today about the abhorrent treatment of migrant workers on farms and in abattoirs in other sectors of the ag industry. The CFMEU today raised concerns that this new visa could set the industry down the same track, especially given the Minister has said it will have less protections. Can you understand why they might have those concerns, and what's your take on it?
We do share quite a lot of ground with the CFMEU. In fact, I serve on the board with Michael O'Connor on the Forest Works Training Board. So we have a lot of shared interests in this sector, and you know, it doesn't surprise me to hear that they've suggested they're pretty proud of the way the industry operates now, and we'd share that with them as well. I personally haven't had any feedback from those in our industry that they're concerned that aberrant outcome that you described would be the case in forest industries. It's not. I think our starting point is because it's such a modest thing that's being looked at in terms of forest industries, and that the planting program already works so well. We just have to make sure we still have access to the right people there, and it already is a very well paid and competitive environment. It hasn't come to our attention from any quarter that might be the case, although, you know, I've got respect for the CFMEU and understand where they're coming from there.
Thank you. The Australian timber industry does have, you know, as you've rightly pointed out, a good reputation here and around the world. However, we've seen the reputational issues created in horticulture and meat processing by the exploitation of migrants. I'm sure industry wouldn't be wanting to run into the same issues as those sectors. Would that be correct from the evidence you've given?
Well, certainly we want to ensure that we maintain the reputation of our industry. It's not really my place to make comparisons or comment on the rights or wrongs of statements about other primary industries or ag sectors. I'm only really able to represent the views of the AFBA membership, and that's universally for really well-paid, respected, quality work, you know, with the greatest of emphasis on employee safety. That's sort of number 1, 2 and 3 and 4 in every sawmill and every plantation that you go to in our whole nation, and workforce conditions are part of that. So I'm very confident in our industry and in the workers and in the management to maintain the integrity of it.
If you might be able to take this on notice, as I ask the question, I'm just mindful that we're going to ask any questions on notice to be complied with by the 7th of February, as we're reporting next week, by midday on the 7th of February. But would you be able to provide us with examples, by all means now or on notice, of attempts that the industry has taken to satisfy labour or skill shortages through local initiatives? And it was touched on in on a number of occasions by the CFMEU in their earlier evidence.
Yeah, we'll have to take that one on notice if that's okay.
Thank you. The CFMEU mentioned the recent South Australian Designated Area Migration Agreement, which had initially listed a range of forestry and sawmilling occupations in the Dharma, but then took the majority of these occupations off over concerns about the impact on local employment. Was that something your association was involved with?
No, and Victor will correct my memory if I'm getting it wrong, but I don't have any knowledge of that or memory of us being involved.
No, not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Good, thanks very much. That's the completion of the questions that I have to ask, and I really do appreciate your time and joining us this afternoon and working through those early technical difficulties, and also coming on a little bit earlier. It's assisted the committee in its work. The evidence today will take into account in our deliberations and the committee's report. As I mentioned briefly earlier, that we're reporting back to the Senate next week. Please provide any responses to the Secretary by the midday, the 7th of February, for those matters you've taken on notice. And again, thank you very much for your time, and have a great weekend. Great afternoon. It's not quite there to the weekend, are we? Too much hope. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Senators.
Now, sorry. Yeah. And now suspend for afternoon tea break, and we'll come back at 4 o'clock. Also, if you can introduce your colleague too, that would be wonderful in a moment.
Great.
For your benefit, I'm the chair, Senator Tony Sheldon. I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on teleconference, and in the room with me is Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure, Daniel Wild. I'm Director of Research in the Institute of Public Affairs.
Gideon Rosner, Director of Policy, Institute of Public Affairs.
Sorry, I didn't catch the last.
Gideon Rosner, Director of Policy, Institute of Public Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Rosner. Now, I'd just like to, I note the IPA has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. And thank you for joining us this afternoon, and I now invite you to make an opening statement of around 3 to 4 minutes to allow time for questions. At the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr. Wild.
Well, thank you, Senator, and thank you to the committee for the invitation to give evidence on the very important issue of job security. For most Australians, a well-paid and stable job is foundational to a dignified and flourishing life, and it forms the basis of family formation, home ownership and community participation. Public policy can play a central role in access to secure work, and I'd like to focus my introductory remarks on one area of public policy that has been a focus of research at the Institute of Public Affairs, which is that of the impact of net zero emissions by 2050 target. Research and analysis by the IPA has identified that a net zero emissions target by 2050 will impose significant economic and humanitarian costs on many Australian workers and communities. IPA research identified that up to 653,000 jobs could be put at risk by a net zero emissions target, with the majority of those jobs which are at risk being in the agricultural, mining and manufacturing sectors located in Australia's regions and outer metropolitan parts of our major cities. Many of those jobs which could be destroyed are high paying and full time. For example, 95% of jobs in the mining industry are full time, compared with the economy-wide average of around 70%. Mining is also the highest paid sector of the economy, paying more than double the economy-wide pay rate. Yet it's those jobs that will be put at risk. And in the main, they are not being replaced by jobs in the green economy. For example, data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics shows that just 14,700 jobs were created in the renewable sector from 2009 to 2019, which is the most recently available data, while 76,000 jobs were destroyed in the manufacturing sector. This means that for every one job created in the renewables industry, 5 jobs have been destroyed in the manufacturing sector. Widespread unemployment is not just or even primarily a financial issue. It results in humanitarian damage. What we know is that when the jobs go out, the drugs come in. Well-paid and secure jobs are foundational to families and communities, yet those who become unemployed are far more likely to become addicted to drugs and alcohol, commit violent crime and end up in jail, and have worse physical and mental health outcomes. The children of those who are unemployed fare far worse throughout life, including through worse outcomes at school and later at work. And so the effects of mum and dad becoming unemployed are intergenerational and entrench a cycle of poverty. As Australia emerges from the significant economic and social dislocation which has been the consequence of government-imposed lockdowns, governments must remove impediments to business investment and job creation, and the best and first place to begin is for the federal government to abandon its commitment to a net zero emissions target by 2050. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear, and my colleague and I would be delighted to take any questions.
Good, thanks very much. And again, I appreciate you coming a little bit earlier for us. It made it more convenient for the committee. I hope it hasn't inconvenienced you to any great deal, but thanks for joining us. We've asked, there's been this question asked of a number of witnesses through the hearings, many hearings that we've had of this inquiry. And we just asked, and what's been asked is, where does the funding, where's your organisation's funding come from, so we can just get a feel for the organisation?
Well, our organised funding comes from over 8,000 Australians who are members of the IPA. These are Australians who are committed to the ideas of freedom, of democracy, of egalitarianism, and who are frankly quite concerned about the direction of our country, whether it's to do with the economic direction and the loss of jobs in small business, whether it's to do with what's being taught in our schools and history curriculum. So these are Australians from right across the country, small business owners, farmers, office workers, and that's the base of our organisation.
Thank you. You've written a report on the impact of emissions targets on job security. It has been previously reported that the IPA has received donations from ExxonMobil, Shell, Caltex, Esso and Gina Rinehart. Is any of that reporting wrong?
Well, it's been on the record that Gina Rinehart is an honorary life member of the Institute of Public Affairs, and she's been a wonderful supporter of the IPA for many years. And she's also been and continues to be a wonderful Australian businesswoman who's, through her entrepreneurial vision, has created many jobs, paid billions in wages, and provided economic opportunity for Australians right around the country. So we're very proud to have Ms Rinehart as an honorary life member of our organisation.
As to the other organisations you've mentioned, Senator, I think we'll have to take those on notice, because in any event, I'd imagine that those donations, if what you're saying is accurate, were made long before either Mr Walden or myself have worked for the organisation. So happy to provide that information on notice to the extent we're able to find that information.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be helpful. If you could, I know it's on record regarding Ms Rinehart's donation. If there's for the 2016-17 of $4.5 million, which I understood amounted about half of the income of the IPA. Is that correct?
I will have to provide that information on notice, Senator.
So it's substantially less than 50%, or is it substantially higher than 50%? Do you know?
Again, Senator, Mr Wilde and I work in the policy unit of the Institute of Public Affairs. We're not involved intimately in the financial side of things. We'll have to get that information on notice.
Thank you. There is just so I understand the processes of reports from the IPA, and I appreciate there's been time and energy, resources, and quite clearly both of you've put thought to what you were going to put into into reports on the issues you're raising today. What's the process? So if you wish to write a report, do they just say you go off and write a report and do whatever you want? Here's a time frame, make sure it's good, and I'll ask you what the word good would mean in the case of the IPA. What's the check and balance of the report after that? So which committees does it go to? Does it go to the board for endorsement, etc.?
Well, I might start with the general observation about our reports, which is everything we do is based upon our foundational values as an organisation. So at the forefront of what we do is to further the economic and political freedom of Australians and to maintain and enhance the Australian way of life. And that goes back to 1943 when the IPA was first established. So that's the broad framework within which we undertake our research reports. That, of course, is also overlaid with what is a relevant issue of the day, what are our members interested in, and what is going to be of interest and could have a positive influence on debate in direction of various policies facing our nation.
Thanks. So that when those reports and when you're seeking economic freedom for people such as Gina Rinehart, She sounds like she's got quite a bit of economic freedom in my mind. She's got a lot of money. But what I'm interested in is that what's the process then if a report being commissioned internally in the IPA, and then what's the process of a report being approved?
Well, I'm not sure I'd agree with the term commission as such. There is an internal process in terms of the specialists and research fellows we have employed at the Institute of Public Affairs to undertake various quality assurance processes. But the idea that work is commissioned is not something that is consistent with how we go about our research priorities.
Can I also have,
Thank you. Yes, by all means.
No, can I also just dispute your characterisation of the constituency or people for whom we advocate economic freedom? Our outlook, our philosophy and the work we do is aimed at Australians from every walk of life. In particular, I must say, people who are not financially excluded, people who have, for whatever reason, not been able to experience and enjoy the dignity of work, and people for whom the opportunities and blessings of being an Australian are out of reach and can be facilitated further with by liberating the market and by restoring personal freedoms that would allow for opportunity and prosperity for all Australians.
Thank you. Just is there any other donors? What are your other corporate donors? Are you aware of those?
We report that in our annual report, the composition of corporate donations versus individual donations. I don't have those figures on me, but again, we can provide those on notice.
And if
or I'll send them and they can be obtained on our website.
Thank you very much. Just to remind me, is that's all the donations, includes the amount that's donated, does it?
No, Senator, we don't publish the identity of individual donors for privacy reasons.
I'm sorry, I'm mentioning the corporate donations. The monetary amount that the corporates donate is also put on the website, is it?
Yeah, it's delineated by individuals, corporates and other.
Sorry, just so you said delineate, I'm just quite sure if that's meaning the same thing I'm asking. But so the amount actually is designated against that individual company?
No, so we have the general breakdown of what type of organisation, whether it's corporate or individual, for example, but we don't disclose for reasons of privacy the identity of any one particular donor.
Just want to go to, is there any of the funding in the IPA receives able to be earmarked for a specific purpose? This goes back to this question I asked earlier about commissioning of documents, but is there a funding that goes to specific purposes more generally?
Well, no. We operate independently. We determine our research priorities, and we are funded by, in the main, individual members who pay their $99 every year to join as general members, because they support our research, support our values, and support the voice we bring to the public debate, and not up to and including, and not least of all, committees like this.
Thank you. For example, if a person or organisation wishes to make a donation to the IPA specifically to fund your climate research, is that something the IPA accepts?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Right, if a person or organisation wishes to make a donation to the IPA specifically to fund your climate research, as an example, is that something the IPA accepts?
Well, we have all sorts of members who have all sorts of priorities and all sorts of research interests. We do have a lot of members who do join because they're interested in our climate change work, either our commentary on energy policy or indeed the Project for Real Science, which we've recently launched, being run by Dr. Peter Ridd, who has ample experience in reef science, having been the head of physics at James Cook University for some time. But there are other members as well, equally, who join the IPA and support us because of our work on free speech. There are others who support us because of our work on red tape. There are people who support us because of our work on the national curriculum. There's a huge constituency who supports the IPA because of our work in defending the values and the ethics and the achievements of Western civilisation. Obviously, people support the IPA because they want to facilitate or assist us in using our research capabilities to make the case for free markets and free people and a prosperous Australia. Really, it's a mixed bag. People have things they enjoy, particularly from our catalogue, but people join and support the IPA for a range of reasons.
Just so I can be clear, so there's no funding from the IPA that's been received from the likes of Gina Reinhardt or any resources organisations been specifically for the purpose of climate research. Is that what you're saying?
Look, sorry, I'm still not quite getting the question. You asking us in relation if we do commission reports like a consultancy service because
I'm saying that that funding has it been put to the IPA that funding is given for climate research to be taken place, for climate research to be carried out by the IPA?
Look, I'm usually not privy to discussions with donors in relation to amounts that they're giving. I'll have to take that one on notice as to what the process is, but I'll have to get more information for you on that one.
Mr. Wild, can you at all enlighten us on that question?
No, my colleague, Mr. Rosner, has done a mighty fine job of that, and we'll take that one on notice and get back to the committee with further information.
Good. Just, I'm sure Senator Benn, thank you very much for your time. I may have some further questions to ask, but Senator Small, are you?
I have got a couple of questions, Chair, if that's okay.
Thank you. Senator Small.
Thanks for your time this afternoon, folks, and I just wanted to sort of pick up on a couple of, themes through the IPA's reports. And fairly early on, you note that at the 2013 and 2019 federal elections, the Australian people have, on the face of it, rejected climate policy which imposes social or economic costs. To what extent do you think that the announcements made by Prime Minister Morrison and I guess the rest of his government after the release of the IPA report in February 2021 have had, as they relate to, I guess, climate policy predicated on technology rather than the imposition of mandates, pricing, penalties or carbon taxes?
Sorry, Senator, what was I didn't quite get the question there.
So you said, in your submission that the Australian people have rejected, notably the 2013 and 2019 federal elections, climate policy which imposes social and economic cost. After you've released that report in February 21, the Morrison government has obviously enshrined technology, not taxes, in its policy and rejected the premise of climate policy that enshrines pricing mandates, penalties or carbon taxes. Do you at least agree with that?
Well, thanks for the question. I think the challenge here with a net zero emissions target as it relates to jobs and economic security is no matter what approach is taken, ultimately there is going to be a subset of Australians that are employed in high emitting sectors that are going to disproportionately incur the costs of that policy, because whether it's done through mandates, whether it's done through subsidisation, whether it's done through regulation, there is going to be a government shift, a government mandated shift away from industries that are relatively emissions intensive. And so that's going to affect industries like mining, agriculture and manufacturing. So that's an unavoidable consequence of any policy that's going to shift emissions to be lower than what would take place under the business as usual scenario. Now, I fully accept that in the absence of any government intervention, it may well be the case that you have all kinds of different innovations in the energy market, including in relation to the development of energy generation technology that is lower in emissions. And so that may displace those high emitting industries under the business as usual scenario. But that's something that is a counterfactual that we don't yet know. What we do know from the government's plan is that it will force lower emissions onto the market faster than what would happen under the business as usual scenario. And so that's going to come at the cost of those high emitting industries. So no matter what the approach is it's going to be those industries that I mentioned that are more likely to have at-risk jobs.
Yeah. I guess when you mention a business as usual approach, did you consider the mobility of international capital, particularly as it relates to the sorts of investments in major projects by multinational resource companies that drive a lot of those jobs?
So in relation to the issue of international capital, it's, if there are investors and businesses that choose to invest in certain technologies, that's not something that we would take any particular issue with. The issue that we've raised is what role should the government have in relation to encouraging or influencing market outcomes beyond what would be the case. So if it's the case that the money and the investment is moving towards a certain technology, then be that as it may. But the other sort of point, given that you raise it on the influence of international capital, is that should not be necessarily the dominant factor in Australian public policy. I think it would be concerning if it was the position of any government to say that, well, because international capital is flowing a certain rate, because these international organisations believe that Australia should be doing policy in a certain way, that the government simply chooses to follow those particular organisations.
So I certainly wouldn't want to leave you with that misapprehension. The point is that large resource companies, and I'm just bundling everyone together, mining and energy broadly, the boards of those companies have in large part embraced more aggressive net zero targets than the government's 2050 target, and directing investment dollars towards those nations, I guess, that also have embraced the net zero target of some sort. So a proposition that's certainly been put to us by the MCA and other witnesses is that, the capital that underpins major resource projects competes internationally. And so in aggregate, we must be a competitive destination for those investment dollars. So
Senator,
sorry,
you go.
Senator, go. I hate teleconferences, I'm afraid.
the wonders of Zoom technology. The observation I would make in relation to international capital is, my observation is that, sure, you may say that international capital is flowing towards wind and solar, for example, but I would attribute that in large part to the actions of governments, not just in Australia, but all over the world.
I'm talking about a specific company. Take, BHP, dual listed, not for long, but dual listed, resource projects around the world, directs its investment dollars where it sees it as competitive. The clear message that government had received was that international capital considers, amongst other things, the presence or otherwise of a net zero commitment, even where the corporation holds a more aggressive net zero target. So I'm suggesting that government is actually lagging the business community in that respect.
Well, I think there might have to be a philosophical disagreement here. I have great trouble with the idea that Australian domestic energy policy is at the whim of international and global financiers. But more to the point, you have to ask yourself why investment in fossil fuels is unattractive to begin with. And I would attribute that in large part to government policy. Investment in, for example, building a coal generator in Australia would involve enormous sovereign risk, because you never know when the government might turn, or even the government currently in place might change its mind about something like net zero and make that investment very unprofitable. On the other side, you have governments, again, in Australia, but around the world, that have thrown money hand over fist towards unviable technology like wind and solar. And that investment has crowded out investment in viable traditional sources of generating power. So I take your point, and I understand that financial capital has I guess, an ideology these days it operates under, but it's exacerbated, I would say, with the technology not taxes approach that you mentioned in your earlier question.
Okay, yep, great. In terms of the impacts of climate politics, I take your submission to largely suggest that it's Conservative seats that bear the greatest degree of risk by virtue of having most jobs at risk of the sorts of net zero disruption, if I can frame it that way. Is that a fair sort of summation of what your report puts to us?
I'm not sure I would use the term quote unquote conservative. I get what you mean. I would say probably regional seats. Those living in the regions and out of metropolitan parts of the cities is how I would characterise that. But generally speaking, yes, I agree with that characterisation. Okay.
So I guess what, if any, policy position do you see or would you advocate for to reconcile the gulf between metropolitan Australia, which perhaps has one perspective on matters of climate and net zero, if I can sort of use a sweeping generalisation, versus the regional seats that are, I guess, predominantly held by coalition parties?
That's a very good question. To be honest with you, I'm not sure the extent to which they can be reconciled because they are very different views. One of the reasons for that is those who are in the, let's say, inner cities, they're less likely to be directly affected by net zero or other climate policies in terms of the risk to their jobs. They're also typically higher income, not always, but in the main they're higher income. So in terms of the impact on electricity prices and the flow-on impact to goods and services, they're more likely to be able to absorb that. Whereas those in the regions and those communities really depend upon those jobs that are there and they feel the impact most directly. I'm not sure that those very disparate views and impacts associated with climate policy can necessarily be reconciled. I think it's an issue where public policy leaders and those involved in the development of that policy need to take a very clear view on what is in the best interest of Australia in the long term and as a whole. And I'm not sure that bridge can very easily be divided.
Yeah, okay, that's a useful that's a useful summary of the problem I think we all face. So, look, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you, Chair.
Good, thank you, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at your website and your annual report. I'm just a little confused at the obfuscation about where your finances sit. There isn't any disclosure in here in your report of exactly what your income is. It's split into a couple of different categories of donations by individuals, donations by 1,000 to 10,000 and then donations of 10,000 and over. Do you feel that there's a transparency issue here? I think where Senator Sheldon was going with whether you disclose where your income comes from, there's a very strong sense in research, academia, that one has to be really clear about where the money is coming from that funds you to provide an opinion. Now, the question about where your funding was coming from is really based, for the purposes of this exercise, around the report that you released titled Net Zero Jobs. It has, your perspective and your view, which is totally okay, but it has no disclosure of where the funding for that comes from. And it is, you are on one, fairly extreme side of the debate on this. And we know that some of your funding comes from people for whom their livelihood and their wealth is based significantly on the views that you put forward. So the transparency issue is really my question. How does your organisation feel about the issue of transparency and how it relates to the opinions that you put out?
Well, just firstly, Senator, thank you for the question. There's a couple of premises in the lead up to your question that we need to unpack there. You characterised our position on this issue as extreme, and I don't share that view at all. The idea that advocating for a public policy arrangement that is going to make sure that regional Australians have an economic future is not extreme position. Making sure that we have full-time jobs in mining, manufacturing and agriculture is not an extreme position. The idea that Australia's energy policy and climate policy should be a matter for Australians decided at our elections is not an extreme position. So I don't agree with that characterisation that our position on this or the range of other issues that we discuss, whether it be freedom of speech, whether it be the specific issue of science and our work with Dr. Peter Reid, whether it be our work on the national curriculum and the idea that Australian school children should not be taught a negative view of our country, but should be taught a balanced view of our country. Our research showing that Australia Day is a day for all of us to celebrate, and the vast majority of Australians agree with that. I don't characterise any of those views as extreme, so I really take issue with the premise of your question.
Well, I think that there are some facts in terms of some of the commentary that you have also made, like the fact that wind and solar are unviable investments, which is not true. And I will take you to your report. Sorry?
With respect, Senator, if they're viable, why do they require billions of dollars in subsidies?
I think what you'll find is that a lot of industries, as they develop, it's the startup piece, and then they are quite viable all by themselves. When you're trying to reorient an energy system across the country, then you are going to need to invest in some aspects to make that change begin. But anyway, let's go to the substance of your report. So in that report, I'm very conscious that there isn't any corroborating evidence or, it's an opinion, which you're entitled to, but there's no reference to any other substance of work or body of information. Is that right?
No, that's not right, Senator. The report, I assume you're referring to net zero jobs.
Yeah.
Yep, that draws upon data from the Australian Bureau of Statistics in terms of the employment data. If your question's around the data...
Yeah, no. I totally accept that, those are the number of jobs in those areas and those are the electorates and those are the jobs in those electorates. I would question the level of risk that you place on them. But in terms of any body of work around what I think is quite a big claim, that 653,600 jobs are at risk from a net zero emissions target, with no balancing point there when we're looking at industries that are not going to die because of a net zero. Agriculture, for example. My duty electorate of Grey has got a lot of farmers who do excellent work and are very, very committed to net zero. And a net zero target is not going to have any impact on their business whatsoever.
Sorry, what was the question, Senator?
The question is, it's a very big number that you've put here, and it appears that you've come to that figure just by adding up the number of people working in each of the 10 industries in total that have above average emissions, without any assessment of what the future actually looks like for those industries. You've just taken the total number and said that the potential job losses in agriculture would be 306,200. That's on your first page in the introduction.
Yep, that's right. And so a couple of things. The first is that we led the debate on this issue. You'll remember at the time of this debate, there was very little public discussion of the potential job or employment impact of a net zero emissions target. So it was the IPA that led the debate on the particular way in which a net zero emissions target could undermine jobs, particularly in regional communities. And the point that I would make is we've come up with an estimate based on our own consideration of the potential impact. It's open to anybody else to debate that. How many jobs will be destroyed? We put the figure at about 650,000. Others may have a different opinion on that. In terms of what a job is at risk, we know for sure that jobs in high emitting industries are the ones that are most likely to be affected. There's just simply no way around the reality that if you're going to have a public policy that will reduce emissions faster than what would happen in the absence of that policy, then it's going to be the higher emitting industries that are more likely to incur the cost of that. And so it is fair to say that every one of those jobs in those industries are at risk. It's impossible for a policymaker to say that job is safe and that job is not safe. All those jobs are at risk as a result of net zero.
But your report has no caveats and no assessment whatsoever of any of the transition that's already occurred. But also, I would take you to the fact that, I mean, saying that every single job is at risk, I think is a little inflated, to say the least. The net zero targets are supported by a significant number of people with a much greater connectivity to those industries than I would say the IPA has. The National Farmers Federation, Meat and Livestock Australia, these are peak bodies who are desperately tightly connected to their industries, and they are all advocating for net zero emissions. And I would imagine that if they felt that every single job in their industry was going to be crushed, they wouldn't be advocating for it. So I'm interested to know if you truly believe that you have a better understanding of those industries than their peak bodies.
Well, Senator, with respect, I think those questions should be put to Meat and Livestock Australia and the National Farmers Federation. We're here to present or to talk to research we've done in the area, and in our assessment, there are a large number of jobs that are at direct risk of net zero. By definition, reducing emissions in these industries will curtail those industries. That puts an enormous number of jobs at risk. Now,
but the industry representatives for those areas don't believe that.
Sorry, Senator, sorry. If you can continue, please. Sorry, Karen, listening to...
Oh, no. Yeah, I'll defer back to the Senator.
Thank you. Back to you, Senator Grogan.
Okay. Well, I'll just put on the record then, because we're not going to agree on this, that there's a significant number of industry bodies who are directly responsible for the industries that you have listed as all being at risk, who are committed to net zero and are, like I say, representatives directly of those industries. Have you engaged with any of those peak bodies or any of those industries directly in your assessments?
But can I just, Senator, if I could just pick up on the point in regards to the jobs that may be, in your characterisation, created under net zero. So our report came out in February 2021. So there's an example here of the Business Council of Australia putting out their report in October 21, Achieving a Net Zero Economy. And in that, they include some modelling from Deloitte, and their modelling finds that only an additional 195,000 jobs will be created under net zero by 2070, which is about 3,900 jobs a year, or about 0.005% comparison to the current workforce. So we can look at the evidence that's out there. Some people put jobs higher, some people put it lower, but when you look at the best available evidence of how many new jobs will be created, even analysis such as that from the Business Council of Australia only put a very low figure on those potential new jobs.
Not having that report in front of me, I won't go into any detail on it, but I don't think, to the best, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that report says that the 653,000 jobs that you claim are going to go will go and only 100,000 will be replaced. I'm pretty confident that's not what that report says.
But look, my point is that it's perfectly reasonable for different people to have a different assessment of the potential economic impact. The real issue we have in this country was a lack of debate around the potential impact. And what I'm saying is that we put out our analysis in order to try and get some public policy focus on the magnitude of the potential impacts and also the distribution of those impacts. One of the really concerning things is not just the potential magnitude of the job losses, but the fact that many of those job losses are likely to be concentrated in a small number of regional communities around Australia. And that is something that deserves to be debated and deserves more attention than it's so far received.
So throughout this inquiry, we've heard from lots of workers whose jobs that you're talking about. And we've heard, miners from Queensland, Western Australia, manufacturing workers in the Hunter, Victoria, Tasmania. And they seem to be much less concerned about the detrimental impact, if there is one, of an emissions target, and much more concerned about the labour hire scenario that's taking over their jobs. And what we're seeing is some fairly solid abuse within the industrial relations system. Is that something that IPA's had a look at all?
We have done extensive work on the Fair Work Act and the industrial relations system, Senator, and I do apologise. I haven't followed those particular witnesses that you've been talking about, but the observation I would make is that to the extent there is worker abuse and so on in the system, it is not in the absence of a highly regulated industrial relations market. In fact, it is in the presence of an extremely complex, extremely onerous, extremely burdensome Fair Work Act, and among other things, the highest minimum wage in the developed world.
The situation with labour hire companies, have you done any direct reports or work on that issue?
No, we haven't. We haven't done any research, as far as I'm aware, into labour hire specifically.
Mm. I'm just going to try one more time on this one. The report that you've put out proposes a very specific view about the future and not being supportive of net zero, which benefits people who make their wealth from that area, right? In the same way that if I produced a report tomorrow that was funded exclusively by a wind farm, advocating the benefits of wind farms, I would feel compelled to disclose that it was being funded by that wind farm. Do your reports, do you not feel that there is a transparency? Okay, I'm asking, do you believe there is a transparency issue in declaring the funding base from which you provide your opinions?
Senator, I think it would probably assist the committee to, I suppose, talk about the competing concern which I've raised already, but I'll talk to, which is privacy and the right to privacy. Now, and I'm sure I speak for Mr. Wild as well when I say I receive an extraordinary amount of abuse doing this job. I get horrible messages on social media. I've been stalked. I've had my girlfriend's been contacted, or my fiancé, I should say, has been contacted by somebody acting very maliciously on social media. It's not an easy job. There are ample reasons why people who support certain political views would rather not be on some sort of public register as having those views. And that is why Australia pioneered the secret ballot. For that precise reason, nobody should be victimised or singled out or targeted because of their views on any one issue. And we are funded by a lot of great people, a lot of wonderful Australians from all walks of life who, for their own personal reasons, eminently understandable reasons, as I said, for reasons I just went into, they do not wish to be identified for their support of any particular cause.
Well, I'm sorry for your personal experience, Mr. Rosner. That's not great.
Not my back, no.
At all, and not acceptable. However, a disclosure that some of your funding had come from mining and resource companies may well do the trick without actually naming any names. But anyway, I might leave it there. Back to you, Chair.
I just want just one quick question. Just answering some previous questions. Contained in that answer, you said that there was concern for full-time jobs in mining. I've got to say that's something that I also have a deep concern for as well. And one of the issues that we've had in this inquiry is looking in the mining industry about full-time jobs. And evidence we've received from the coal industry, Long Service Leave Corporation, from their analysis, is that there's a 40% differential between casuals who's supposed to be getting a loading working for labour hire companies doing the exact same job as direct hire workers that are employed full time. The industry mining, one of the mining industry bodies also gave evidence during the inquiry. They didn't put it at 40% differential, they put it at 25% differential, where labour hire was getting paid 25 or thereabouts % less than full-time workers working directly doing the exact same job. When you say concern for full-time jobs, does that include concern of full-time jobs that are being undervalued?
It's a good question, Senator. I would need to get a bit more information on the labour hire issue that you've identified. It's not been a focus of our research, so happy to look into that particular issue further and get back to the committee with more information on that topic.
One general point I'd make, Senator, is I suppose we're approaching, as you'd appreciate, the issue of secure work from a different standpoint. Our focus is on creating conditions with the free market and with a robust and strong economy that will allow for prosperity and for well-paid and secure jobs for all. The specific commercial decisions of particular companies and our position is that prosperity and well-paid jobs come from productivity, not from regulation or from subsidies.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I can only take from that then that labour hire companies being regulated to pay the same rate as direct hire full-time workers working for mining companies is not something you're saying that you've got an interest in. We haven't done any formal research on it, Senator. I do apologise. We don't have any particular comment to make on that particular issue. My comments were more I guess a matter of philosophical perspective. I was trying to marry that up with your position on full-time jobs rather than full-time jobs that pay the same rates of pay. Well, with respect, Senator, it's difficult to have full-time jobs if industries are being punished with regulation and being regulated out of existence. Very interesting. We've had a lot of evidence yesterday on the agricultural industry and the lack of regulation and the lack of enforcement of regulation. So very interesting. I just sort of note when I found it of deep interest. You're falling back on the language of economic freedom. Do you consider when, and this is again, that drives this report and from your outset from your statement, the values of the IPA. And I respect that we all have various opinions, and I thought it was very important that you had the opportunity to give evidence this afternoon. I think that's what's healthy in a democratic society. But one of the things that struck me is that economic freedom is where somebody can actually receive decent rates of pay, raise a family, not just the mystery of opportunity, but the actual fact that that's an obligation to receive those benefits in society. So, the award system, mining full-time jobs being the same rates of pay, and that's what really gives economic freedom. So, I don't know whether I can convince you that economic freedom is broader than the freedom to be poor. It is also about lifting the boat for everybody, which is critical, and certainly in my mind, I would hope we share that value.
Oh, absolutely, Senator. And there is an important point that you raise in terms of, if we look over, say, the last 3 or 4 decades, what are the kinds of jobs that are available, say, to a low-skilled worker who's just left high school or hasn't even completed high school? So in, say, going back to the 70s, I think it was viable for a lot of low-skilled workers to, on a single income, or maybe 1.2, 1.5 income, to raise a family, buy a house, live in a decent suburb, and still have enough money left over for a modest but comfortable annual family holiday. That was really something that most Australians, not all, but most Australians had the opportunity to participate in. It came to define our way of life. Now, I agree that in many cases it's difficult for those of modest and low skills to be able to acquire those same social outcomes. And I think that is a key concern, not just of public policy, but I think goes to perhaps deeper issues within our culture and our society.
Thanks very much for your time. Appreciate you coming in and joining us. If you've taken any questions on notice, if you could provide answers by the midday on the 7th of February. As you may be aware, we're giving our final report next week. I'll give consideration to the comments you've made and our deliberations, and thank you again for this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
And now, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to join us. That's exactly what I do every time. I now welcome Mr Wood from the Grattan Institute. Thank you for your time today. For your benefit, I am the Chair, Senator Tony Sheldon, and I'm joined by Senator Ben Small on teleconference. And in the room with me is Senator Karen Grogan. For the Hansard record, will you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, my name is Tony Wood and I'm the Program Director for Energy and Climate Change at the Grattan Institute.
Thank you. I note that the Grattan Institute has not provided a submission to the inquiry. Information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and giving evidence to parliamentary committees has been provided to you as part of your invitation to appear. I now invite you to make an opening statement of around 3 to 4 minutes to allow time for questions. And at the conclusion of your remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you, Mr Wood.
Thank you, Senator. As you say, we didn't make a submission to this inquiry. So I think the suggestion to us was we'd be maybe able to add something in relation to some of the work we have done, which is related to the issues of job security, and I'm obviously cognizant of the previous discussion in that context. So a couple of comments, I think. One is that over the last 18 months, in my work at Grattan, we published a series of reports that look at the future of certain key industries in this country, particularly those that are carbon intensive, like steel manufacturing, recognising that much of the actual emissions occur in other countries when that steel is manufactured when we export our iron ore. We've looked at the natural gas industry and in the context of what the future of that industry looks like over the next several decades. And last year we published a series of reports that took each of the sectors of the economy in turn and considered what would be the challenges they're facing over the next several decades. And the context of that became, over that period of time, that we have a situation where Australia, all governments, federal and state, are now committed to net zero by 2050 as an objective. There's some debate around the speed and the policy structure to do that, but that's, I think, clear. When we spoke to those individual sectors, and we looked at transport, we looked at electricity, we looked at heavy industry and agriculture, what we found is no debate about the direction of our economy is going. This is a country that has benefited enormously from our resources and will continue to do so. The question is, how do we manage this transition, which arguably is one of the most, if not the most significant transition outside wartime. I don't think that's an exaggeration. And the issue is the scale and pace. So how do we deal with this? And the industries that we spoke to are not, yes, they're concerned about the impact on them domestically, but they're also concerned about the impact of what's happening internationally. So even in the agricultural sector, where a number of the organisations and a number of the groups we spoke to have committed to net zero by 2030 or other dates, one of the things that's driving them is that the world is moving on anyway, and that their output is going to be affected by this one way or the other, and they want to be part of the solution, and they think they can be. Equally, in the timescale that I've been involved looking at issues to do with energy, and my background is mostly in heavy manufacturing as much as it is in energy, that world has changed. And so the industry associations that represent most of the heavy industry in this country, BCA, AIG and so forth, have also taken a very strong view on this because they see the world changing. So in that context, we in particular did some work looking at one of the issues which was an important consideration in the 2019 federal election, which was the impact of policies on carbon-intensive jobs in some certain sectors of Australia, because I'm sure you're already aware that there is an unusual concentration of carbon-intensive jobs in certain regions of this country. The obvious ones would be Central Queensland, Gladstone area, and the Hunter Valley and the Illawarra, but also to a lesser extent in other parts of the country. And when you look at those situations, there are jobs that will be affected by both changes domestically and changes internationally. Some of them will be affected by what Australian governments do. Some will be affected regardless of what Australian governments do. So how do they think about, how do we think about that? And what we found was that most of those people in our research, the correlation, if not causation, was they were concerned that they didn't know where they were going, how they were going to adjust to these circumstances. And on the ground, the conversations I've had with the guys who wear the orange vests is not so much rejecting the idea that we're going to move away from the burning of fossil fuels in the next several decades, but they want to know how they can be part of that, the solutions to that, and what the outcomes are. And the unfortunate thing is there's not many serious prospects of how we make that transition. Now, in certain sectors, like agriculture, there are a lot of things you can do on farm, but equally there are things which are yet to be transitioned, such as burping cows. On the heavy industry side, on the other hand, however, there are some interesting opportunities, some of which could actually more than replace the jobs in those carbon-intensive activities if we do it well. Now, that doesn't mean this is going to be handed to Australia on a plate. But for example, the work that we did on natural gas suggests that, there are a lot of jobs that use natural gas. There are very few jobs that are critically dependent on the cost of gas, for example. And that means that whilst for some industries it is a very painful process to pay the sort of cost that we've been seeing companies pay for natural gas in recent years, although overseas it's a bit worse just now, there are a very small number of jobs associated with those activities. And even if those companies were to move away from using natural gas as an input, the rest of the industry would still be there. They might import certain components of that. That would be the one impact, that's one impact on these existing industries. And the second, and I guess last point I'd make, Senator, is that we have an unusual concentration of resources in this country. We've had coal and iron ore and gas. We also have critical minerals, alumina, bauxite, and other various minerals which are essential to the future of economies in a low emissions world. And we've got an opportunity to convert that into not just exports of raw materials, but jobs as well. Now, that isn't wishing we could make stuff here in Australia. That's actually based upon sound economic analysis. It says, for example, if you're going to make low emission steel, one of the best places to do that would be in Australia, because we would be in a better position than many countries to convert our iron ore with our renewable energy into zero emission iron and then steel than exporting, as we do today, the coal and the iron ore to another country. And we would, a small percentage of global steel market. We have already 40% of the world's traded iron market, but 1% of the world's steel market. If we were able to transition that way, we would easily replace the jobs. And in critical minerals, the opportunity is that if we only got a modest share of that market, given our resource base, the number of jobs and the economic opportunity that would come from that would outweigh the revenue and the jobs we currently get from the coal industry. So that's the opportunity. It isn't that jobs are going to change. It is that, not to deny that jobs are going to change, it is to say there are opportunities and we have time to do this. This is not tomorrow, but it is over the next several decades.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you for coming along. Can I just start with the report that we were just discussing with the Institute of Public Affairs? The report claims that every job in those 10 industries, high-emitting industries, is at risk, and that those jobs will, under a net zero scenario, disappear. Now, obviously, your perspective and many other people's perspective is that there is a transition piece and there are other jobs. Have you read the Institute of Public Affairs report?
No, I haven't read the report. I'm not unaware of the position that the IPA takes on some of these issues. And we had that work I mentioned before on natural gas. We had a very strong debate with the industry about the jobs that were at risk. No one denied the direction that this is going to happen. The only question is, how many jobs are likely to happen in these particular sectors, and are they likely to be replaced? And what is absent, I think, Senator, from that discussion is, what's the counterfactual? If Australia doesn't have a net zero target and just pretends it's not going to happen, many of those jobs that are employed in carbon-intensive industries are export-oriented today. And unless you deny that the rest of the world's going to take action on climate change, then those jobs are going to be affected anyway. So now's the time to be doing something about it, I think. I think we can't really, this is a situation where and that's why I think what we've seen is the industries, many of them changed their views, perspective over the last 10 or 15 years. To recognise that the world is changing and they want to be part of that change. And whether they're farmers, whether they're the transport companies who would have fought against emission standards on vehicles and today are calling for emission standards on vehicles. All of this is going in the same direction. And we need to be part of that. And if the best way to do it is not to put up the shutters, but it's also not to pretend that we're going to suddenly get all these green jobs. This is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for Australia.
So if we chose not to do anything, what would be the impact then, given that obviously what happens in Australia is impacted by the global markets and our position relatively in a global world? What would be the outcome?
Well, if you look at the various sectors that are important for in particular, some of those carbon-intensive job activities, which are associated with things like aluminium, ultimately steel. We don't manufacture much steel in this country, but we do export the raw materials that are made into steel in countries like China and Korea and Japan. Those countries and other countries are now moving in a different direction. And so when you look at those numbers, you say, well, it's not going to happen tomorrow, but if you look at, say, for example, thermal coal, overwhelmingly, our demand for thermal coal in this country is relatively modest. The real issue is the export. I mean, I spent a lot of my time in life in Newcastle, and you don't have to go and stand at the port of Newcastle and watch those ships go out. We export a lot of coal, and Newcastle is the biggest export facility in the world for coal. Now, that is going to stop. Now, I'm not saying it's going to stop tomorrow or next year, and it may very well be that some of our high-quality coal continues for quite some time yet. But that is clear. And the industries on the ground in places like Newcastle don't have a problem with that being the proposition. What they're not happy about is how they can see what to go to beyond that. And I think one of the absences in this country at the moment is clear articulation of what is the strategy. What are we going to do about these? What are the regional strategies to help these places transition? Because it's going to happen one way or the other. I mean, there are at least 100,000 carbon-intensive jobs employed in these places. And they're the direct jobs. We don't often quote indirect jobs because most of those indirect jobs really aren't affected by this. But those jobs can be replaced if we do it over time. Look what happened in the Latrobe Valley over time. About a third of the people when some of those power stations shut down, in particular, say, for example, Hazelwood, about a third of the people never worked again. About a third of the people got new jobs, and about a third of the people left. Now, that's not a catastrophe economically in my view. I mean, clearly, there are some cases where you've got industries that have been around for a long time where the transition is hard and has to be planned and managed. I mean, some parts of this country, those jobs come and go all the time. And that's, Darwin, for example, is a city based upon transitional workforce, and they don't see that way. But places like Gladstone, places like Newcastle. I mean, Newcastle's been through one major transition before. It can be done again.
And the perspective that the transition is not a thing and that we shouldn't actually take the path of a net zero leaves a big risk for that job transition. Is there any research or reputable reports out there that envisage a future without any consideration of net zero, climate change, or that move?
Not that I've seen. I think, given the nature of the discussion around the topic, it's probably not surprising that the weight of published material tends to be in how are we going to manage this, not how we pretend it's not happening. I don't know of any research that says, okay, what do we do if we decide to reject lower emissions? Or I'm not a great fan of, that we're going to have absolute emissions of zero by December the 31st, 2049 or something, right? That's what net zero is all about, because net zero is actually, there will be emissions, but we have to do something about how we offset those emissions. But around that time is when this is what we have to be planning for. So I've not honestly seen anything that suggests we should pursue a different pathway. And of course, we now have a situation where all the political parties in this country, state and federal, now have agreed on that. And industry, by the way, mostly.
Mostly, yeah. So from the jobs perspective, your Start with Steel report went through the fact that the renewable energy production doesn't, in and of itself, create a huge number of jobs. and that there needs to be something else there. Can you just talk us through that low emissions commodity industry that you've talked about and what that looks like from a jobs perspective?
Okay. Look, I think we called that report was called Start with Steel, but we didn't start with steel. We started with a challenge of what we've been talking about here this evening. And when we looked at a number of industries in terms of jobs, but just as much in terms of the fundamental economics, it became very clear that there were two things which were really important and positive in this story. One is that the underlying economics of making iron, if not steel, from Australian iron ore with Australian hydrogen was a strong economic case fundamentally in a low emission world. Now, doesn't mean it's going to be handed to us on a plate, but a fundamental economic, it's not sort of, again, wishful thinking about manufacturing. The second thing is that when you look at those downstream activities, such as manufacturing iron from Australian iron ore and some of the things that come from that, what you find is that the skill sets are not that dissimilar to many of the skill sets that exist today in the carbon-intensive industries. For example, the power industry, or the coal, because coal-fired power stations employ a number of people in similar sorts of jobs, similar sorts of trades. Now, there's no question there'd be some reskilling involved, because some people have been working, some of those individuals have been working, and their fathers and grandfathers have been working in those industries. But what we found was a high degree of, higher than we expected, correlation between the sorts of skill sets that would be involved in those industries. Now, again, if you look at the history of what happened in Newcastle in the whenever the BHP did its basically bigger shift, a similar thing happened. And what made it successful, there was no question that some individuals' jobs disappeared. But other jobs emerged, and what happened there was the industry, the federal government, state government, BHP and the unions, and the educational sector, by the way, TAFE colleges, were all part of that transition. And that's what we need if we're going to make this transition. I think what I find is not people who want to stare this down, people who want to be part of it. And in my discussions in the Hunter region and in Gladstone particularly, that's what those community groups and those business groups are really trying to plan for.
So with the transition piece, because my experience is similar, that people are keen to understand the opportunities and get as far ahead of it as possible to enhance the opportunities that might be available. Do those jobs still remain in the same areas? So one of the concerns is that there's a displacement from region to region, from regional to more metro. Do you have a perspective on that?
Okay, two things. Firstly, there are some jobs that are transitioning even from the existing industries away from being on the ground. So a lot of, I used to work in the energy industry myself. I mean, you go to a gas-fired power station in Adelaide, there's nobody there. The actual people who run that are sitting in an operating room in Sydney. So, and you think about the automation that's going on in some of the resource sectors, the jobs are changing. So that's changing anyway, whether we're using automated trains or electric trucks or whatever, that's all changing anyway. So I think that's one thing. The second thing is that the industry is grappling with what these jobs are going to be. And I think that when you look at the management structures, the skill sets, as I said before, what you find is that there is virtually no question. Now, I don't want to overplay this, because I don't want to trivialise this and say this is going to be easy, we just got to get on with it. I think it's a challenge, a serious challenge. But if we don't, then the alternative is much worse. And what we found was a disturbing and disappointing absence of specific areas where Australia should focus. And I think that's what we need next. I think what we're missing, the hydrogen strategy, for example, is, what are we going to do, and what specific areas of strategic importance could Australia take advantage of? And when you look at those, the regions are important. So a specific example, the numbers we did suggested that the economics would favour, instead of taking Australian iron ore from the Pilbara and sending it to Japan, and sending Australian metallurgical coal from Queensland to Japan, why don't we make the iron in Australia? On the economics, based upon comparative costs of shipping and labour, it would actually be more cost effective to take the iron ore and ship it to Gladstone or Newcastle and make the iron there and then export that possibly. Now, how far you go down that value chain depends on a lot of other things. Now, that may turn out to be wrong. Twiggy Forrest would argue he wants to do it in the Pilbara. Now, the only difference is what are the fundamental economics between the cost of moving the iron ore and moving the people. Do you take the people to the iron ore or the iron ore to the people? As you may already know, in the case of aluminium and alumina and bauxite, we already move bauxite around this country from where the bauxite is mined to where the alumina and the aluminium is made. Now, that's a question of economics. The jobs are still in Australia. We've got serious infrastructure on the east coast of Australia in terms of access to ports, to a workforce that's already highly trained and skilled, solid communities, infrastructures, rail and infrastructure such as the electricity transmission network, which would be expensive to duplicate in a place like the Pilbara. Not saying you couldn't do it, but it seems to us that therefore there's a lot of these issues to do with how this plays out regionally. And part of this is how do we plan for that, and how do we, to what extent do the regions themselves get involved? Because I don't think, to take the Prime Minister's thing, they don't want the government telling them what to do. They want to be part of that, but equally they want to know the world in which they're doing it.
Thank you so much, Mr Wood. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Small.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mr Woods, just a couple of questions from me, and I'll try and keep them very narrow to focus on the jobs aspects. But the submission from the Grattan Institute goes into electricity generation from an emissions perspective in some depth. What consideration have you given to the impact of electricity prices as they relate to the broader economy, particularly in energy-intensive industries, but I guess across the entire economy?
Yeah, look, one of the things that's, when you look at the cost structure of the electricity supply chain, is that historically the cost of generating the electricity was 40-odd% of the cost of delivered electricity. The cost of transporting that electricity was 30 or 40%, and the rest was various regulatory charges and retail. Now, obviously, some of those components change a little bit. If you're a big company and you're connected to the transmission grid, then your percentage of your electricity that's the wholesale component or the generation component is a lot bigger than if you're connected to if you're a small manufacturer sitting in Melbourne or Sydney and you're connected to the distribution grid. Now, what's changed is that as we have, you could argue whether successfully or not, I'm not sure we've done it as well as we could, what we have seen is dramatic changes in the cost of the energy, the kilowatt hours of electricity that's being produced through, renewable energy. The actual energy cost, you've got to be, that's quite clear in my mind, that there's lots of data around, lots of published information from whatever source you like that says the cost of the energy has come down a lot and is continuing to fall, has been consistently doing so. The challenge is, of course, that that is not comparing apples with apples, because you've then got to think about the system. And the system becomes one which, instead of having these large generators sitting in places like the Hunter Valley and the Bowen Basin and the Latrobe Valley, you've got distributed generation which is intermittent. And that means to balance that system, you need to build the other infrastructure has to be boosted to be able to make that system work. That's not a discussion around whether we should reduce emissions or not. It's the characteristics of the technologies means we've got to redesign the system. And that means that more transmission and storage becomes an integral part of that. The analysis we did last year suggests that whilst it is true, and the people who are strong proponents of renewable energy will tell you how cheap it is, the cost of the transmission will go up. Now, that's not, again, not a fundamentally ugly issue. It's what the market agencies in this country are doing a reasonable job of, is managing what they call the integrated system plan of how we do this. And what you find is that within the order of accuracy of the analysis one can do on this, it's probably going to be the case that the cost of the transmission and storage will pretty much offset the falling cost of the renewable energy. So the end cost of that electricity for most people won't change very much over the next 10 years or so. I mean, you can debate the detail, but within the order of accuracy I'm talking about, there's not much difference. Now, That is not necessarily true when you come to some individual large industrials. For example, we know there are large industrials today who, if they can get it right and they're on site, will probably do a lot better from renewable energy, provided they can match their processes, whatever they might be, against that renewable energy source. So if you're an aluminium refinery, that's really hard because you want 24/7 power, and if it goes off, then you're in real trouble, as we know that's happened in the past. On the other hand, there are plenty of industries who are more than happy to be able to find ways of dealing with that, and for them, there's some big savings to be made. So I don't think I think the overall situation for Australians generally, particularly small business and households, will be most likely not that much difference. Even as we go to 40, 50, 60, 70, 80% wind and solar, renewable energy. The trick will be, the next challenge we've got, which is not a today problem, but is what do we do about balancing the last few percent? There are people who would tell you that's going to be easy to do with more renewables. Our analysis is that looks pretty hard to us. It's not about peak demand in summer, or it's about average demand in winter when you've got short days, not much solar, not very much wind, as they found out in Europe recently, and you've got a high demand. Now that, at the moment, is difficult. We think that's where the role, as we do think and support the idea of gas having a role to play in that place. There may be other solutions yet, but that's not a today problem. We can get from where we are today to 50, 60, 70% renewable energy, and the overall system cost for most people will be very little indeed, if at all any. And I'm always sceptical of people who tell you that, you know, we're going to save X $100 a year if the government's or the opposition's policy was put in place, federal or state. If that was true, every one of those, you add them all up, they'd be paying us to take the bloody stuff by now, because you cannot ever prove that a particular policy resulted in that.
Yeah. So if I can offer a summary, that effectively you see the transition to a higher degree of renewable energy being possible without increasing energy cost, supporting jobs over the coming decades, with the argument then around what the final uplift through 90+% of renewable energy would be. Is that a reasonable summary of everything you just said?
Yeah, I don't think you said this, Senator, but I just clarify that in terms of jobs in the electricity sector, I was
sort of referring to jobs across the economy, but
yeah, I'm talking. That's what I'd rather concentrate on, because I think, in my view, there'd be, you know, the renewable energy industry in terms of generation employs far fewer people than coal-fired power stations does. And that's just the nature of the beast, right? I mean, is that good or bad? I don't know. But in terms of what happens downstream, I think the economic effect of a cost of electricity, you know, we are in a better position than just about most countries in the world. We're not uniquely to be able to take advantage of low-cost renewable energy.
Yeah, okay. No, that's useful. One of the, and look, I thank you for a very balanced sort of approach to that. There's advocates on both sides who ignore, you know, certain issues like reliability and whatnot to bolster a particular position. So that's a very reasonable sort of approach. One of the interesting elements to the report is the little footnote around nuclear energy, which is obviously currently prohibited in Australia. And that nuclear power plants behave much more like coal-fired generators, making them less well suited to balancing or, you know, I guess in other words, firming renewable energy like wind and solar. Is that necessarily accurate when we're talking about small modular reactors and I guess newer nuclear technologies that we're seeing in places like Canada with molten salt, intrinsically safe reactors and whatnot?
Look, I think for me, the way I'd sum up, I can give you the long version or the short version, Senator. The short version is I think there would be two criteria under which both would have to be true for Australia to seriously embrace the nuclear path. Now, one of those is if, and I describe what I would call Plan A, if Plan A starts to be really hard. You know, if it turns out that meeting that last 5 to 10% of our electricity demand with renewables and gas turns out to be much harder than it might look today. And that's not, I wouldn't rule that out. It's not infeasible. I think right now it looks doable. I'm not a great fan of, if I could produce cheap hydrogen, I wouldn't be putting in a power station, even though I know that's what people are talking about for Kurri Kurri and Tallawarra. So that would be, it's a bit of hydrogen. I mean, there are other potential solutions with hydrogen which could solve that problem. If Plan A, on the other hand, through those mechanisms is turning out to be very hard, and we'll start to know that within the next 10 years or so, and if we see the progress on small modular reactors around the economics and those other technical features you referred to, Senator, then I think we should be having that conversation, and I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, I think it's a pity that it's that producing electricity is illegal, but I'm not saying anyone's going to embrace it immediately. It's a long road to go from where we are now to doing that, but you can. The idea of small modular reactors that can be built in a factory, turned out by companies that manufacture stuff, it's like, instead of producing bespoke, individual, really big nuclear power stations, turn them out in a factory. That's a really interesting model, and would almost, if it turned out to be true, be ideal for a country like Australia. Because one of our challenges is we've got a relatively small population in a very large country, and having to move electricity around that grid is very expensive. So I can see a future in which that's a serious question. I wouldn't be a strong proponent of it today. I think we'd just be foolish to ignore it completely. And we should be keeping we said in our reports, I think, Senator, that one of the things we should be doing is watching very closely what's happening in other parts of the world. I don't think we'll develop the technology in this country, but as we did with solar and wind, we may be we could be, under those circumstances I mentioned, an adopter, if the circumstances turn out that way.
Thanks for that, Mr. Wood. That's a very good answer, and I appreciate the indulgence because I strayed from jobs a little bit there, but that's it from me. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Thank you very much, Senator. Mr. Wood, just on the this point about, if I understood correctly, one of the points you made, and thank you again for your evidence this afternoon, there's the question of investment in transmission. How critical do you see that being for a successful energy market?
Very. When you look at, one of the problems, go back one step, we have a system today which is, from a governance perspective, quite complex. Almost all of the legislative levers are in the hands of state governments, and they don't all agree on the same things. They all have views about what they'd like to do, and they'd like everybody to do it the same way. That's not the way the world works. The Commonwealth, largely, even though the Federal Minister chairs the Ministerial Council, the Energy National Cabinet Reform Committee, actually, in terms of the electricity side of things, has very few of those levers. Now, the climate aside. Now, so what happens here is that when you look at that system, when you talk about state governments, most of them want to be exporters of electricity. They want to be dependent on another state. That's the Donald Trump view of the export world, right? We're all going to be exporters. I'm not sure that works. So what you find is when we run the numbers, that as you increase the proportion of renewable energy and you look at the way actual real weather patterns unfold in this country, and they do unfold in different ways across the country, the value of the transmission system increases because the moving electricity around the grid actually becomes more important. And all the states become importers and exporters at various times of the year, end of the day. So that means that that transmission system becomes even more valuable and important. So getting that built becomes critically important if we're going to achieve this transition in a way that doesn't cause the lights to go out. Now, that is far more critical to get this to work properly than trying to drive down the cost of renewable. That's not the problem anymore. The problem isn't subsidising, supporting, whatever you want to call it, renewable energy centre. The problem is how do we make sure that we can put the transmission in place and connect and integrate the supply to the demand in a way that can work. And transmission, to some extent, storage as we get further into it, will be critical. Absolutely.
You mentioned briefly the Latrobe experience, and you mentioned that a third of the workforce no longer found jobs, a third found jobs, and a third left the area. What in your, if you're in a position to do this for us, what's your view about what could have been done even better? Because the third still sounds like a large figure to me that haven't found jobs.
Look, hindsight's a lovely
Absolutely, absolutely. No, I'm saying it with that in due respect to that. Yes.
Some of these things, in hindsight, are bleedingly obvious in a sense. Now, another example. I mean, Latrobe Valley. I think, the government, the state government particularly, I think, tried to create a view that when Hazelwood said we're going to shut, well, we got it all under control. They didn't really. I mean, they didn't see that coming. And as one of the consequences of that, compared with the 7 years advice that AGL gave on closing Liddell, which gave it a lot of grief, as you know, was that we had a challenge. Prices went up. There were concerns about enough reliability of supply or enough supply itself, and that was a real problem. Right? Now, that was one issue. And whether or not the consequence was those two things or the jobs. I mean, I know from going down to the Latrobe Valley and talking to some of the people there, the same company had been encouraging people to take on jobs and buy houses and go into hire purchase agreements to buy cars on the basis of those jobs, because they were talking about the company being there for another 10 years. And with no advice to their employees, they said, right, we're shutting this plant in 5 months' time. Now, the circumstances were somewhat unusual, and we have to be very, very aware that how we avoid a similar thing happening with the other coal-fired power stations or any other major industry or investment like that employs people, and it's particularly ones that have been part of the infrastructure of that community for so long. And what we don't want to do is keep throwing money at it just to keep it open. I mean, there are some things we've got to say goodbye to, but how we do that is going to be challenging. And I think the problem was we didn't, even though the corporatisation and then the privatisation of the Electricity Commission in Victoria, SECV, took place over a period of time, I've not seen anything that suggested they were seriously planning on what happens if and when these coal-fired power stations close. And they didn't. And fortunately, now we're seeing more of that conversation taking place. We've already seen it happen. And, we've seen the same thing happen in South Australia where there were reports on table that people were warning both sides of politics in South Australia that there's a problem coming here, and they chose to ignore it. And then when it happened, they tried to blame each other for the problem, and it wasn't, in the end of the day, the blackout that occurred in South Australia in 2016 and caused all the grief it did, and so forth. So the consequences in terms of disruption, in terms of prices and costs, and in terms of jobs, if we don't plan for us, can be very dramatic. And I think that's the issue. Now is the time, while we've still got the economic activity, we've still got those jobs, we can start to think about what can we do. Now, in some cases, it might very well be the answer is 2/3 of stuff all. I'm not sure that's something I or anybody else from a place like Canberra or even Melbourne can make that decision. I think we've got to engage with those communities, both the business groups and the workers and so forth, to think about how they're going to do that.
And just drawing on your earlier comments about the Newcastle coal, for example, and it was going to be here for quite some time, and I'm deeply worried about coal jobs, that they're handled the right way whilst we become a cleaner system. One of the things that just on the German experience with the coal industry there, of course that was, as I understand it, slightly different, of course, because there was a subsidies issue and EU intervention, but it's not so much that why the change occurred, so that's self-evident, but what's your views or lessons that we could learn about making sure that there's no effective job losses and reasonable incomes are maintained within the communities? I think that's one of the things that I observed, whether it's still the same impression, but one of the things I observed from the German experience that they was well planned. Is that your view, and is there lessons that we could learn in planning? And
so, Senator, there's a lot of contextual things which are very different about the continental European system. One thing the German government has done is thrown a significant amount of money at industry to try and manage the transition. Not just, and in some of the things we've been talking about, in a sense, industry, but the other thing that Germany did, of course, was it made a separate and somewhat, to many people, surprising decision to shut down its nuclear plant. And so it ended up in a somewhat strange situation where the renewables weren't replacing coal, they were replacing nuclear. And So you've got zero emission technology replacing zero emission technology. So the emissions didn't come down all that much, even though that's what happened right now. That was just a peculiar circumstance of Germany's decision, given the nature of the government and the makeup of that coalition government, to make that decision. But I do think that there's I'm not suggesting that Australian government should just be throwing money at this, but I do think that one of the things that the Germans tend to be, it can sound a little bit central socialist if you're not careful about what I'm about to say, but I think the idea that industry, and I think Newcastle is an example in Australia where we've done it, industry and government and the workforce can do these things together, but it's not something we do all that often, all that well. And I think industrial policy, is something that we are going to need to think more about, both in terms of jobs, but also in terms of economic prosperity, because, as I said at the earliest conversation, this will not be handed to us on a platter. And if, the Germans right now are going down the green steel route. I mean, you've got German car manufacturers who are taking delivery of zero emission steel from Swedish steel manufacturers, using technology that our Australian companies know all about. So how do you think about what's the appropriate role of government in industrial policy? I think is one of the big issues. So we have a lot of things called industry policy, but I don't think they're particularly well coordinated, and I don't think they're particularly well focused on what outcomes we want.
Mr. Wood, thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and appreciate with the partial lock-out of the Parliament that you were particularly strenuous time on getting here. So I very much appreciate your time and also your advice and commentary and comments. And we're giving the report next week, and your comments will be very helpful in our deliberations and the final consideration of the committee and our findings. And if you've taken anything on notice, if you're able to provide it by midday on the 7th of February, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Like now, would like to thank all the witnesses who've been given evidence to the committee today, and now declare this final public hearing of the Senate Select Committee on Job Security adjourned. Thank you.